Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku's Grade Were Secretly Altered? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mizudafu, Japan, is often regarded as a beacon of heroism around the world. It is home to one of the most prestigious hero schools, UA, and has been patrolled by heroes who have inspired generations of children. Among these heroes, none embody the essence of heroism more than the symbol of peace, All Might. His strength is legendary, capable of vanquishing any evil that threatens the innocent. His smile has the power to dispel darkness, and he has inspired countless children to aspire to greatness. One such child is Izuku Midoriya, a young boy with moss-green hair and diamond-shaped freckles. From a very young age, Izuku was captivated by All Might's heroic deeds. While many children admired All Might for his incredible strength and the spectacle of his battles, Izuku was drawn to something deeper. It was All Might's unwavering smile and his ability to save anyone in dire situations that truly inspired him. This admiration solidified Izuku's dream, to become a great hero who could save others with a smile. In a bedroom on the outskirts of Mizudafu, 4-year-old Izuku was energetically scribbling in one of his many hero analysis notebooks. His room resembled a shrine dedicated to All Might, adorned with posters showcasing the hero in various heroic poses, all featuring his iconic smile. The desk was cluttered with action figures representing different stages of All Might's illustrious career, and the bed was covered with a comforter that mirrored All Might's costume. Scattered across the floor were sketches of hero costumes designed for individuals with various quirks, including those for heroes with fire-breathing abilities and telekinesis. As Izuku eagerly worked on a costume inspired by All Might, he heard his mother, Izuku Midoriya, calling from outside his bedroom door. She was searching for a stack of sticky notes she had purchased earlier that day. Upon entering the room, Inko's eyes fell upon a wall covered in sticky notes, each detailing the quirks and names of various family members from generations past. It resembled a complex investigation board one might see in a crime drama. Inko pointed to the wall, curious about her son's project. Izuku explained that he was trying to trace their family tree to predict what his quirk might be. Inko chuckled at her son's determination, realizing that his excitement had intensified since they received the date for his quirk assessment. Izuku's childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo, had already developed his quirk and was now the center of attention at school. Izuku eagerly anticipated the day he would discover his own quirk, hoping to join Kaken in their shared dream of becoming top heroes. Inko gently reminded Izuku that while his enthusiasm was commendable, he needed to get some sleep. She bent down to his level and affectionately patted his head. Izuku expressed his impatience, eager to learn about his quirk and start training for the UA entrance exam. Inko smiled at her son's ambition, playfully noting that he was thinking about the entrance exam even before starting elementary school. Izuku, feeling a bit deflated by his mother's comment, puffed out his cheeks in protest. He insisted that it was never too early to start training if he wanted to be a strong hero like All Might. Suddenly, something outside caught his attention. He rushed to the window, gazing in awe at the night sky. A shooting star streaked across the horizon, and he excitedly called for his mother to come see. Inko joined him at the window, marveling at the appealing sight. She reminded Izuku of the old fairy tales she used to read to him, where making a wish upon a shooting star could lead to it coming true. Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect. Inko chuckled at his enthusiasm and gently patted his head again, reminding him that the wish would be more likely to come true if he went to sleep afterward. Determined to make his wish, Izuku insisted that his mother leave the room so he could do so. He playfully attempted to push her out, eager to fulfill the ritual. Inko laughed at his antics as she stepped outside his bedroom door, allowing him the space to make his wish in peace. In the quiet city of Mizudafu, the night was calm, with only the soft chirping of crickets breaking the silence. However, a low rumbling sound began to ripple across the sky, capturing the attention of any local alley cats wandering the empty streets. The rumbling intensified as a crack appeared above the center of Mizudafu, splitting the night sky in a dramatic display. As the noise subsided, a series of comets shot forth from the rift, each one distinct in color, such as vibrant reds and greens. These comets raced across the city, some heading toward the coastline, while others dispersed into the night. Once all 18 comets had exited the rift, it began to condense until only a single, brilliant star remained, shining brighter than any other in the sky. This star zipped around the city, soaring over skyscrapers and homes, until it paused directly above the Midoriya apartment. The star shrank into a small, dim orb of light that floated into Izuku's bedroom. After hovering over him for a few moments, the orb descended and merged with Izuku, leaving an otherworldly pattern on his stomach. The next morning, Izuku awoke to the sound of his All Might-themed alarm clock. He quickly silenced it and rushed to his mother's room, jumping onto her bed to rouse her. He was filled with excitement, knowing that today was the day of his important appointment. Without waiting for a response, he dashed back to his room to prepare. Inko, startled by her son's sudden entrance, slowly rose from her bed, rubbing her eyes and stifling a yawn. She had hardly slept the previous night, her mind plagued with anxiety about Izuku's future. After putting on the All Might-themed slippers that he had gifted her for Mother's Day, she made her way to the kitchen to brew a cup of coffee, hoping it would give her the energy she needed. She wanted to be strong for Izuku during his appointment. Just as she was about to take her first sip of coffee, a loud exclamation from Izuku echoed through the apartment, sending a rush of adrenaline through her. She knew that today was pivotal for her son, and she hoped that whatever awaited them would not diminish his bright spirit. Inko dropped her coffee mug, the sound of shattering glass barely registering as she rushed to her son's bedroom, her heart racing with concern. She had heard Izuku's frantic yelling moments before and feared the worst. However, upon entering, she found him shirtless, grinning widely at his reflection in the mirror. He turned to her, excitement radiating from him as he pointed to a unique pattern now visible on his stomach. Inko's eyes widened in shock at the strange marking that had appeared overnight. She distinctly remembered their trip to the community pool just the day before, and this marking had not been there then. Her thoughts were interrupted by Izuku's joyful laughter as he spun around in circles, clearly caught up in his own excitement. Realizing he was getting dizzy and might fall, Inko quickly used her quirk to levitate one of his pillows from the bed, placing it beneath him just in time for him to land safely. Izuku plopped down onto the pillow, still laughing with pure joy. After a few moments, he finally settled down and looked at his mother, declaring that he believed he had developed his quirk. Later, Inko sat alone at the kitchen table, her mind racing with questions about her son's newfound ability. She wondered if it truly was a quirk. At first glance, it seemed like some kind of mutation quirk, but that thought troubled her. None of their family members had mutation quirks. Most had emitter quirks, which made it logical for Izuku to inherit something similar. Moreover, physical changes from mutation quirks typically manifested much earlier than 4 years of age. She recalled stories from her co-workers about children whose quirks had appeared before their first birthdays, showcasing drastic changes. Inko's mind was clouded with worry. She feared that this mark might signify a cruel twist of fate, leading to a quirk that society would deem worthless. Shaking her head to dispel these negative thoughts, she glanced at the clock and noted that it was nearly time for Izuku's appointment with the quirk doctor. She wondered where he could be. Meanwhile, Izuku was still in his room, engrossed in sketching the strange marking in one of his hero notebooks. He pondered what his new quirk could be. Given the abnormality on his stomach, he suspected it was a mutation quirk, but he had never encountered one like it before. He recalled a character from an old manga who had a similar marking and could manifest energy that enhanced his physical abilities. Though he wanted to read that manga, his mother had deemed him too young for it. He remembered seeing older boys at the bookstore reading it, shouting battle cries that echoed through the aisles until they were hushed by a store employee. Curious, Izuku wondered if a battle cry would activate his quirk. With determination, he clenched his fist and shouted a name he hoped would trigger something. However, nothing happened. No tails sprouted, and no energy surrounded him, leaving him a bit disappointed. Then an idea struck him. Perhaps the marking acted as a collector of solar energy, releasing a powerful laser once fully charged. He considered the practicality of a naval laser, weighing its pros and cons, and couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it. Nevertheless, he decided to test his theory. He grabbed a pillow from his bed and placed it by the window, positioning himself in front of it. With a determined move, he shouted the name of his imagined quirk, but once again, nothing occurred. No colorful beam of light emerged, and no feathers flew from the pillow. Surprisingly, he felt a sense of relief rather than disappointment. Before he could continue his brainstorming, his mother called for him, reminding him that it was time to leave for his appointment. He glanced at his all-might alarm clock and realized she was right. In a flash, he threw on a t-shirt and dashed out of the apartment toward her car. Inko hurried after him, grabbing her purse and slamming the door behind her. Unbeknownst to her, the force of the door caused a framed photo of the two of them to tumble off the kitchen countertop, landing on the hardwood floor. Although the frame remained intact, a noticeable crack appeared in the glass, a subtle reminder of the challenges they faced together. The frame, however, was not beyond repair. Inko and Izuku sat anxiously in the waiting room of the quirk doctor's office, though Inko felt the weight of worry more than her son. Izuku swung his legs with excitement, eagerly anticipating the revelation of the strange mark on his stomach. Inko glanced at her son, cherishing his joyful demeanor and silently wishing for his happiness to remain untouched by fate. When a nurse called for Izuku, he jumped up and took his mother's hand, urging her to follow him into the examining room. Neither of them realized how significantly the next hour would shape their lives. The doctor entered, a short man with a bald head and a bushy mustache, dressed in typical doctor attire, complete with glasses that mirrored the color of Izuku's hair. He explained that they would conduct a few tests, starting with an X-ray, followed by a blood sample to identify Izuku's quirk. Izuku, filled with enthusiasm, expressed his eagerness to begin. The X-ray was quick, and the blood sample was taken without any issues. Izuku had always believed that a hero could not afford to fear sharp objects. Just as the doctor was about to leave to retrieve the test results, he paused to ask Izuku about his future aspirations. Without hesitation, Izuku declared his dream of becoming a hero who could save everyone with a smile, just like All Might. The doctor offered a brief smile but internally rolled his eyes, reflecting on the commonality of children aspiring to be heroes rather than pursuing careers in medicine, science, or law enforcement. As he closed the door, he couldn't help but think that the hero society was far from the idealized version Izuku envisioned. Approximately 30 minutes later, the doctor returned, his expression neutral as he sat down. Inko observed him closely, sensing that his demeanor hinted at troubling news. He reiterated Izuku's ambition to be a hero, to which Izuku responded with unwavering enthusiasm, gripping his mother's hand in anticipation. The doctor's expression remained unchanged, and he sighed, preparing to speak while Izuku's mind raced with hope and dreams. Izuku envisioned this moment as the turning point in his life, the moment he would discover his quirk, the moment he would be told he could be a hero like All Might, and the moment his journey toward becoming the next symbol of peace would begin. He imagined teaming up with Kaken to become the greatest hero duo in history, aiming to save anyone with a smile. However, his hopeful thoughts were abruptly shattered by a single, devastating sentence from the doctor. The words left Izuku frozen in shock and disbelief, shattering the dreams he had built up in that moment. The doctor simply stated that Izuku's aspirations were not going to happen. The car was enveloped in silence, with only the faint rumbling of the engine breaking the stillness as Inko and her son returned home from a difficult doctor's appointment. At a red light, Inko turned her head to check on her son, Izuku. His face bore a broken, defeated expression that had remained since they left the doctor's office. In an attempt to lift his spirits, Inko tried to find uplifting music on the radio. However, the only sounds that filled the car were commentaries about famous heroes, discussions about which hero captured the most villains, who climbed the professional rankings, and the impressive debuts of new heroes. The commentators endlessly praised the heroes' quirks, emphasizing that their success depended on these abilities. Inko quickly turned off the radio, not wanting to remind Izuku of what he lacked. Upon arriving at their apartment complex, Inko glanced at Izuku again, only to find the same devastated look on his face. She noticed his eyes were filling with tears, ready to spill over. Unable to bear his sadness, Inko attempted to comfort him, but before she could finish her thought, Izuku had exited the car and rushed inside. Inko sighed as she grabbed her purse and followed him into the apartment. The sound of a door slamming upstairs greeted her, followed by the unmistakable sound of her son weeping in his room. She wanted to comfort him but decided it was best to let him express his feelings alone for a while. Inko contemplated how she could bring a smile back to his face. Usually, when he was upset, she would read him one of his favorite All Might comics, but given the circumstances, she felt that would not be appropriate. Then, she remembered a reliable option that had always brought joy to Izuku, Plan K, or Katsudon. Inko hurried to the kitchen to prepare a hot bowl of his favorite meal, hoping it would bring even a hint of happiness back to her son. The atmosphere at the Midoriya kitchen table was heavy with melancholy. Nearly an hour had passed since Inko placed Izuku's lunch on the table and called him down. She had not touched her own bowl of food, waiting for him to join her. Both bowls of katsudon had grown cold. Inko had called her son 6 times, each time announcing that fresh katsudon was ready, but the only response was silence, occasionally interrupted by Izuku's quiet sobs. She looked down at her own cold bowl, a single tear falling into the dish. Inko understood why Izuku was struggling so much. He had spent years idolizing heroes, surrounded by discussions about flashy quirks and the belief that such abilities were essential for being a hero. Now, he had just learned that he did not possess the one thing society deemed necessary for that dream. The thought of having a dream crushed at such a young age was heartbreaking. After 2 hours, Izuku still had not come downstairs. Concerned, Inko decided to check on him, heating the katsudon in the microwave before carrying it to his bedroom door. She quietly announced her presence as she opened the door, only to be met with a sight that shattered her heart further. Izuku sat on his bed, tears still in his eyes, his body trembling as if gripped by fear. On the family computer, his favorite recording of All Might rescuing civilians played on a loop. In that moment, Izuku asked his mother a question, his voice shaky and filled with uncertainty. He wanted to know if he could ever be a hero like All Might. Inko found herself at a loss for words. Despite all her nights spent thinking about how to comfort him if the appointment went poorly, she had no answer that felt right. Only one thought crossed her mind, a desperate attempt to alleviate his pain. She rushed to his side and embraced him, apologizing for the situation. Izuku's expression remained unchanged as his mother held him. He did not speak, but a single thought echoed in his mind, revealing his disappointment in her response. Years passed, and Izuku found himself waking up to the familiar sound of his All Might alarm clock. He stretched and walked to his closet to change into his Aldra Junior High uniform. As he removed his pajama shirt, he felt a familiar pain from the burn injuries that marked his body, remnants of his childhood encounters with Katsuki Bakugo, whose explosive temperament had left its mark on him. Izuku sighed, reflecting on the scars that told the story of his struggles. Having been friends with Bakugo since childhood, Izuku always believed that if anyone would support his dream of becoming a hero, even without a quirk, it would be Bakugo. They had promised each other to push one another as rivals to become great heroes, just like All Might. However, after a fateful doctor's appointment, that promise seemed to unravel. A flashback to 10 years earlier revealed the turning point in their friendship. Shortly after Izuku received the news of his quirklessness, he noticed a troubling change in Bakugo's behavior. The boy who had once been his closest friend began to bully a classmate, targeting him for having what Bakugo deemed a villainous quirk. Izuku, unable to stand by, intervened to defend the innocent child, hoping Bakugo would recognize his wrongdoing and back off. Instead, when Bakugo learned of Izuku's lack of a quirk, he and his friends laughed at him, declaring that Izuku had no future as a hero and decided to teach him a lesson for interfering with a true hero's work. Despite the physical and emotional pain inflicted by his so-called friends, Izuku felt that his actions had been worth it, as he had protected someone in need. He held on to the hope that Bakugo would regret his actions and apologize the next day at school, allowing them to return to their previous dynamic of mutual encouragement. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. News of Izuku's quirklessness spread rapidly throughout his former friend group, leading to a miserable school experience. It seemed that everyone had learned of his situation, likely due to Bakugo's relentless teasing, which branded Izuku as a quirkless freak, aspiring to be a hero. Izuku struggled to convince himself that Bakugo would never stoop so low as to spread such personal and degrading information. However, he soon realized that no one, not even his mother, believed in his potential to become a hero. The only supporter he had was himself. Determined to prove everyone wrong, Izuku resolved to train his body and mind to compensate for his lack of a quirk. He understood that relying solely on hope would not secure him a place in the prestigious hero academy of his dreams. It was shortly after his 9th birthday that he came to this realization. One evening, while alone in his family's apartment, he searched the internet for essential skills needed to become a professional hero. The results were disheartening. Nearly every article emphasized the necessity of having a strong and flashy quirk, control over it, and a costume that showcased it. Izuku felt the weight of his limitations pressing down on him but remained determined. After hours of searching, he stumbled upon a unique article written by an unknown hero commentator. Although it was in English, a language he did not know well, he utilized an online translator to uncover its contents. The translated title sparked a flicker of hope within him, the essential makings of a great hero, quirk or no quirk. As he read the article, Izuku found several key points that resonated with his aspirations. The first point emphasized the importance of having a healthy and trained body. Izuku reflected on this, realizing that all top heroes possessed well-developed physiques, a testament to their hard work and dedication. He understood that to become a great hero, he needed to be in excellent shape to chase down villains or save civilians in peril. Motivated by this newfound knowledge, Izuku began researching exercises to improve his cardiovascular health and muscular strength. He committed to creating a daily workout routine, determined to keep pace with his peers in physical fitness, even if he could not match them in terms of quirks. Unbeknownst to him, this decision would lead to further challenges at school, particularly from Bakugo, whose fragile ego could not tolerate Izuku's determination. Nevertheless, Izuku's training would ultimately yield positive results beyond his current understanding. After drafting his workout plan, Izuku moved on to the second point in the article, the necessity of a balanced and enriched mind. Initially perplexed, he soon discovered a note from the author, warning that many aspiring heroes mistakenly believed that understanding their quirk was sufficient for success. The author emphasized that the world of heroes was far more complex and required knowledge beyond just one's abilities. For instance, calming a panicked civilian required psychological insight, not merely a quirk. With each point he absorbed, Izuku felt his resolve strengthen. He was determined to prove that a hero could emerge from anyone, regardless of their circumstances. Understanding the intricacies of one's quirk was not the sole key to becoming a hero. Mathematics and physics played a crucial role in determining how to prevent a building from collapsing or assessing the impact range of an impending disaster. It was essential to appreciate the value of other fields of study, as they provided additional tools for a hero's toolkit rather than hindering training. Izuku took a moment to reflect on this realization. Although he considered himself intelligent, he often found himself engrossed in documenting various quirks in his notebooks. He recognized that his extensive knowledge of quirks would not be sufficient to address every challenge he might face as a hero. Despite being unfairly graded by teachers due to his lack of a quirk, he resolved to dedicate himself to mastering other subjects such as math, science, history, and psychology. This would prepare him for the myriad of scenarios he could encounter in the world of professional heroism. As he continued reading the article, he came across a surprising point: the importance of being multilingual. Izuku had never thought much about learning a new language, especially since many schools in Mizudafu had eliminated foreign language requirements, deeming them unnecessary in favor of quirk studies. However, the more he contemplated this idea, the more it resonated with him. Being able to communicate in multiple languages would enable him to assist and reassure civilians, particularly foreigners or tourists who did not speak Japanese. Furthermore, it would allow him to engage in hero work across different countries, thereby expanding his capacity to help people worldwide. Determined to learn a new language, Izuku considered which one to study. He recalled that many of All Might's beloved movies were produced in the United States, and All Might had collaborated with various heroes and support gear designers from there. After researching the most commonly spoken languages globally, he confirmed that English held the top position. With this knowledge, he made a firm decision to become fluent in English before starting at UA. Feeling a sense of happiness for the first time in a while, Izuku smiled as he realized he was developing a plan that he hoped would help him achieve his dream, regardless of his quirk status. Unbeknownst to him, this plan would not only aid in his journey to becoming a great hero but also introduce him to individuals who would profoundly impact his life. After finishing his morning routine, Izuku donned his school uniform and decided to shift his daily workout to the evening, following school. He grabbed his backpack and made his way to the kitchen, where silence greeted him. Being home alone was a familiar scenario for Izuku. In the kitchen, he retrieved some eggs and milk from the fridge, along with the sack lunch he had prepared the night before, placing it beside his backpack on the table to ensure he would remember it. As he heated the pan on the stovetop, he mixed the egg yolks and milk, preparing his breakfast. Making breakfast had become a daily ritual for him over the years, primarily because his mother often forgot to do so. Izuku held no resentment toward his mother for her forgetfulness, understanding that her hectic work schedule left her little time to breathe. He sighed, reflecting on how nearly a decade had passed since her work life had become overwhelmingly chaotic. In the back of his mind, dark thoughts lingered, whispering that he was somehow to blame for her struggles. He had always believed that the revelation of his quirklessness would only affect him, but he soon learned how wrong he was. About 10 years earlier, many of Izuku's classmates' parents worked at the same retail company as his mother, Inko. The news of her having a quirkless son quickly became the talk of the office, as if there were nothing more pressing to discuss. Inko, a dedicated worker, had always strived to provide for her son, especially after the loss of her husband. Her determination and strong work ethic had earned her recognition, and she was on the verge of a promotion that would significantly improve their financial situation. However, the board of directors' reaction to her son's quirklessness was disheartening. Izuku vividly remembered that fateful night. It had been a few months since his quirk doctor's appointment when he was awakened by shouting from downstairs. Curiosity piqued, he quietly left his room to listen to the conversation. Inko was on the phone with her boss, her voice filled with disbelief as she processed the news of her termination. Her boss explained that her ability to contribute positively to the company was now in question due to the revelation about her son. The realization struck her hard. She was being judged based on something entirely beyond her control. Inko was momentarily speechless, grappling with the unfairness of the situation. The reason for her dismissal was tied to her son's quirklessness, a fact that neither of them could change. Inko clenched her left fist tightly, feeling a single drop of blood escape from her palm. The conversation with her boss had taken a turn she never expected. The man's assertion that her son's lack of a quirk reflected poorly on her professional capabilities ignited a fire within her. She struggled to contain her anger, grappling with the notion that her child was deemed inferior simply because he was quirkless. The grinding of her teeth echoed her frustration as she hoped this was merely a cruel joke. Her boss, however, continued with a proposal that seemed to offer a glimmer of hope amid the chaos. He suggested that if Inko disowned her son, she could retain her position at the company and even secure a spot on the leadership board. The thought of losing her job and the ability to support her child terrified her, yet the idea of abandoning her son was unfathomable. When the words, "disown your son," left her boss's lips, Inko felt as if the ground had been pulled from beneath her. She pinched herself, desperate to wake from this nightmare. No one could seriously expect a mother to abandon her child, especially one so young and innocent. As the conversation progressed, Inko's anger reached a boiling point. The venom in her thoughts reflected her outrage at the suggestion. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, her quirk manifested uncontrollably, sending kitchen utensils and pillows swirling around her like a storm. In her fury, she shattered her phone, the force of her telekinesis rendering it useless. Once the chaos subsided, Inko took a moment to breathe deeply, trying to calm the storm within her. The small objects that had danced around her now lay scattered on the floor, but her heart was heavy with sorrow. It was not the loss of her job that brought her to tears, but the realization that there were people who viewed her son as less than human because he lacked a quirk. Meanwhile, Izuku, unable to bear the weight of the situation, retreated to his room, hiding beneath his sheets. Though he had not understood every word of the conversation, he could sense his mother's pain and felt guilty for being the cause of it. Tears streamed down his face, staining his All Might-themed bedsheets, until he heard the doorknob turn. Desperate to conceal his presence, Izuku held his breath and remained still, pretending to be asleep. Inko entered his room slowly, fearful that she had disturbed him during her distressing call. To her relief, he appeared to be peacefully asleep. She approached his bedside, gazing at her precious boy, feeling a mix of love and sorrow. In a soft whisper, she reaffirmed her love for him, vowing that his worth would never be defined by his lack of a quirk. She kissed his forehead gently before leaving the room, her heart aching for the struggles he faced. Once the door closed, Izuku remained motionless, the only sound in the room being his quiet sniffling as more tears fell. He felt a conflicting mix of emotions, gratitude for his mother's unwavering love and guilt for the pain she endured because of him. He had witnessed how others turned away from him, and he didn't want to add to his mother's burdens by revealing the bullying he faced at school. One of his tormentors was the son of his mother's closest friend, Mitsuki Bakugo. Even at 4 years old, Izuku understood the significance of their friendship and didn't want to jeopardize it over the troubles between their sons. He resolved to keep his struggles to himself, hoping that things would improve in time. He believed that Bakugo would eventually come to recognize his mistakes, and that their friendship would mend. As days passed, Inko's situation grew more challenging. The manner in which she had left her job left a mark on her employment record, and she was not even allowed to collect her belongings from the office. The weight of her circumstances pressed down on her, but her love for Izuku remained steadfast, a beacon of hope in a world that seemed increasingly dark. Inko learned a difficult lesson when she went to collect her supplies, only to be informed by a higher-up that her belongings from her office had been disposed of. As she walked out of the office, her former co-workers began to throw crumpled pieces of paper, spitballs, and chewed gum at her. They labeled her a disgrace to the company and an advocate for an inferior race. Despite the harsh words from her former colleagues, Inko remained unfazed as she made her way toward the entrance of the building. Just before she exited, she noticed that 2 employees were not participating in the ridicule. These 2 were Hana Ishido and Ayaka Hagakure. The bond between Inko, Hana, and Ayaka had begun when Inko expressed curiosity about what their daughters looked like after overhearing them discuss their daughters' quirks during a lunch hour. This curiosity prompted her to ask, and with some hesitation, Hana and Ayaka shared photos of their 4-year-old daughters, Mina Ishido and Toru Hagakure, with Inko. In a flashback to his second year at Aldra Junior High, Izuku found himself seated quietly at his assigned desk in the back of the classroom, waiting for the arrival of a new history teacher. The previous teacher had left after winning the local lottery, and while most students would seize the opportunity to chat about their summer experiences and aspirations for the new academic year, Izuku was all too familiar with the silence and disdain that awaited him. Despite his hopes that the bullying would lessen with age, the reality was far harsher. The treatment he received from his peers had only intensified. Bakugo, who had always been a DMNT figure, had only grown more arrogant and self-assured as he transitioned from elementary school to junior high. Teachers, enamored by Bakugo's powerful quirk, viewed him as the future #1 hero and made it their mission to ensure he excelled, further inflating his ego. In this social hierarchy, Bakugo reigned supreme, while Izuku felt like an insignificant speck in comparison. The constant praise for Bakugo's abilities not only fed his ego but also made it increasingly fragile. Whenever Izuku managed to outperform Bakugo in any way, even in the slightest competition, Bakugo perceived it as a challenge to his superiority. He believed that a quirkless student like Izuku had no right to compete with him, and this mindset only fueled Bakugo's resentment. Bakugo's anger manifested in explosive outbursts, leading to frequent beatings that Izuku endured. The violence escalated beyond what he had experienced in elementary school, where he had at least enjoyed some respite. Each confrontation stemmed from Bakugo's fragile ego, which seemed to shatter at the slightest provocation. Whenever Izuku scored higher on a test, Bakugo accused him of cheating, and the teachers, eager to protect their star student, often sided with him. They would adjust Izuku's grades to reflect what they deemed more appropriate for a quirkless student, allowing Bakugo and his friends to administer their own form of justice, resulting in bruises and burns for Izuku. Izuku's attempts to improve himself only led to more violence. Each time he tried to bulk up or show determination to become a hero, he was met with brutal consequences. Bakugo's taunts about Izuku's aspirations to be a hero were met with physical punishment, intended to force Izuku to confront what Bakugo believed was a harsh reality. The faculty, aware of the bullying, chose to turn a blind eye, prioritizing Bakugo's reputation over Izuku's well-being. This negligence not only allowed Bakugo to continue his reign of terror but also encouraged other students to join in, believing they could act without consequence as long as they targeted the quirkless Deku. As the second year at Aldra began, Izuku had little hope for change. However, his expectations were about to be challenged. The chatter of students abruptly ceased when the classroom door slammed against the wall, announcing the arrival of their new teacher. She was a striking woman with dark skin and purple hair tied in a large ponytail, her gray eyes scanning the room. Dressed in a blue-collared shirt and blue jeans, she wore accessories that caught Izuku's attention: a necklace, a belt buckle, a hairpin, and a bracelet adorned with various creatures, none of which he recognized. This new teacher seemed poised to bring a shift to the classroom dynamics, and Izuku felt a flicker of hope for what lay ahead. The mystery woman captured everyone's attention as she placed her purse on her desk at the front of the classroom. She introduced herself as Ryfort Martinez, instructing the students to call her Mrs. Martinez. With a swift transition, she directed them to take out their history books and turn to page 94 while she began writing notes on the whiteboard. However, her actions were interrupted by a student raising his hand. The student expressed confusion, wondering why they were not asked to introduce themselves and share their quirks, noting that their previous teacher had spent the first class doing just that. Mrs. Martinez, still focused on her writing, explained that she had already reviewed the student profiles and saw no need for introductions, especially since they were all familiar with one another from the previous year. She emphasized that this class was about Japanese history, not about quirks, and that she would not waste valuable class time on what she deemed pointless introductions. The student fell silent, feeling intimidated by her stern response. Another student then voiced a complaint about the subject matter, questioning why they were learning about what he considered boring history. Mrs. Martinez paused her writing and turned to face the student, her expression reflecting slight disgust rather than anger. She challenged the student's perspective, asking why he found Japanese history boring. The student explained that it seemed irrelevant to them since it preceded the emergence of quirks, recalling how their former teacher had focused only on events after quirks appeared. Izuku, observing the scene, noticed the tension in Mrs. Martinez's forehead. She was clearly displeased with the student's remarks. With determination, she declared that the previous teacher's approach was misguided and that quirks did not define human history. She passionately articulated that history is shaped by actions, driven by the thoughts and emotions of individuals, leading to both remarkable achievements and tragic consequences. She stressed the importance of understanding history to avoid repeating past mistakes, leaving the classroom in a profound silence. With the atmosphere still heavy, Mrs. Martinez shifted the focus back to the lesson, asking who could name the conflict primarily between the Republic of China and the Empire of Japan that lasted from 1937 to 1945 during World War II. The students' faces drained of color, as they had expected to continue from where their previous teacher had left off, bypassing what they considered the dull history of Japan before quirks. A palpable uncertainty filled the room, as none of the students seemed prepared to answer. Except for Izuku. He had dedicated many evenings to studying Japan's military history, believing that understanding past conflicts and military strategies would make him a better leader and negotiator in times of crisis as a hero. However, he hesitated to raise his hand, fearing that he would be ignored or ridiculed, as had often been the case in the past. He recalled how other students would answer questions immediately after him, receiving praise while he was overlooked due to his quirklessness. Yet, Mrs. Martinez's demeanor gave him a glimmer of hope. Unlike other teachers, she had shown no interest in their quirks and had emphasized the significance of history. Encouraged by this, he decided to take a chance and raised his hand, capturing the attention of both his classmates and the teacher. Mrs. Martinez addressed him calmly, asking if he knew the answer. This tone was refreshing for Izuku, who was used to teachers sounding irritated when he spoke. Taking a deep breath, he confidently stated that the answer was the Second Sino-Japanese War. He braced himself for the usual ridicule, expecting laughter from his peers, but was taken aback when Mrs. Martinez responded positively. She confirmed that he was correct and commended him for his excellent answer, a rare moment of affirmation that left Izuku in shock. For the first time in years, he felt that his hard work and dedication to studying had been recognized, filling him with a sense of accomplishment and hope for the future. One day in class, Izuku Midoriya experienced a moment of triumph when he correctly answered a challenging question posed by their teacher, Mrs. Ryfort. However, his victory was quickly interrupted by a fellow student named Isamu Tanaka. Isamu, a boy with striking blonde hair and heterochromia, one blue eye and one yellow, could not believe that Izuku, whom he often referred to as quirkless, had managed to answer correctly. Isamu expressed his disbelief, insisting that someone without a quirk could not possibly excel in such a difficult subject. Mrs. Ryfort, however, countered his argument by pointing out that being quirkless did not equate to a lack of intelligence. Despite Isamu's protests, she confirmed that Izuku had indeed answered correctly and moved on to the next question. Determined to reclaim his status as the top student, Isamu raised his hand to answer the next question, confident that he would prove Izuku wrong. He declared that a villain had attacked Tokyo, believing his response was infallible. To his shock, Mrs. Ryfort informed him that his answer was incorrect. Once again, Izuku raised his hand, and when called upon, he correctly identified the Marco Polo Bridge incident as the event that sparked the Second Sino-Japanese War. Mrs. Ryfort praised Izuku for his correct answer, and a small smile crept onto his face. It had been a long time since he had received any acknowledgement from his peers, but the other students were not pleased. Isamu and several others voiced their frustration, questioning how Izuku could be right while they were wrong, despite having quirks. With a commanding presence, Mrs. Ryfort silenced the class, expressing her disappointment at their behavior. She turned her attention to Isamu, who was eager to showcase his quirk, believing it would validate his superiority. He described his ability, Eyes of the Storm, which allowed him to generate powerful shockwaves and lightning bolts. He expected Mrs. Ryfort to recognize his talent and confirm his position as the class genius. However, her response was unexpected. She pointed out that Isamu's quirk did not grant him any special insight or intelligence. The realization that his quirk did not equate to superiority left Isamu speechless, as he had never been challenged in such a way before. Mrs. Ryfort pressed him for an answer, and when he finally admitted that his abilities did not provide him with ultimate knowledge, she instructed him to accept his mistake and warned him against further outbursts in class. She made it clear to the entire class, except for Izuku, that in her classroom, quirks held no weight. She emphasized that having a quirk did not guarantee success and highlighted the rarity of quirks that related to intelligence. Mrs. Ryfort also addressed the negative attitudes directed at Izuku, stating that she would not tolerate any discriminatory behavior towards quirkless students. She firmly declared that any further harassment would result in consequences, ensuring that respect would be upheld in her classroom. The classroom fell silent as the new teacher, Mrs. Martinez, addressed the students with a firm tone. Her unexpected defense of Izuku Midoriya caught everyone off guard, leaving them confused. After a moment of stunned silence, she raised her voice, demanding clarity. The students, startled, responded in unison, acknowledging her authority. With the matter settled, Mrs. Martinez resumed her lesson on Japan's involvement in the Second Sino-Japanese War, detailing the motivations behind Japan's expansion into Korea, the events leading to the war's conclusion, and its economic and political ramifications. As she posed questions to the class, Izuku consistently provided the correct answers, much to the annoyance of his classmates. They longed to undermine him and restore their perception of him as a mere nerd. However, the intensity of Mrs. Martinez's gaze kept them in check, as she scrutinized their reactions to Izuku's success. For Izuku, this was a transformative experience. He felt validated for the first time, as his hard work in academics was recognized rather than ridiculed. The absence of mockery from his peers allowed him to believe that someone, at last, saw his potential. In the latter part of the class, Mrs. Martinez instructed the students to take notes on a video about the Japanese Constitution and its role in safeguarding civil liberties and establishing democratic governance. As she circulated the room to observe their note-taking, disappointment washed over her. Most students' notes were disorganized and unclear, suggesting a lack of proper instruction or effort. However, when she reached Izuku's desk, her perspective shifted. His notes were meticulously organized, clearly categorized, and highlighted key points for further review. What surprised her most was that nearly all of his notes were written in English, a rarity in a school where foreign language requirements had been largely eliminated. Intrigued, Mrs. Martinez reflected on Izuku's dedication and looked forward to speaking with him after class. Following a brief discussion where Izuku excelled once more, the school day concluded with the ringing of the bell. As students hurried to gather their belongings, Mrs. Martinez called out to Izuku, asking him to stay behind for a few minutes. A wave of anxiety washed over him, as past experiences had conditioned him to expect reprimands whenever a teacher requested his presence after class. Despite the positive interactions he had with Mrs. Martinez, the echoes of his classmates' whispers lingered in his mind, suggesting that she might be ready to put him back in his place. However, Mrs. Martinez quickly silenced the gossiping students, who fled the classroom, fearing her wrath. With the room now empty, she turned her attention to Izuku, who approached her desk with evident apprehension. When he asked if he was in trouble, Mrs. Martinez was taken aback. She wondered why a student who had performed so well would assume he had done something wrong. To reassure him, she smiled and expressed her admiration for his contributions in class. Izuku's shocked expression revealed a deeper truth. He seemed unaccustomed to receiving praise. This realization troubled Mrs. Martinez, as she recalled the negative comments in his student profile, which labeled him a troublemaker and slacker. It struck her as odd that he was the only quirkless student in the school and the only one without any positive remarks on his record. As she continued to engage with Izuku, she felt a growing determination to support him and help him realize his potential. One thing was abundantly clear to Ryfort: something was not right. Izuku's response only confirmed her suspicions. He seemed genuinely surprised by her acknowledgement of his efforts, which made her reflect on the harsh reality he faced. It appeared that life had repeatedly told him he could not do anything right, and this was evident in how his classmates reacted to his correct answers. They often dismissed him, attributing his success to luck rather than acknowledging his hard work. As Ryfort pondered this, she began to form a concrete theory. This young man had endured much more than mere teasing at school. Ryfort reiterated her seriousness to Izuku, expressing her admiration for the organization of his notes. She requested to borrow his notebook for the night, promising to return it before class the next day. Izuku's expression shifted to one of nervousness and hesitation, a familiar reaction for him. He recalled a troubling incident from his first year at Aldra when a teacher had accused him of cheating after a complaint from Bakugo. The teacher had demanded his notebook as part of an investigation, and when it was returned, all his detailed notes had been ripped out, only to be found in the hands of classmates with flashy quirks. Noticing Izuku's discomfort, Ryfort sought to reassure him. She emphasized that he was not in trouble and that her request was not meant to harm him. In fact, she believed that reviewing his notes would deepen her respect for him as a student. As she spoke, she could see Izuku's expression slowly change, as if he was weighing the decision to trust her. To further ease his worries, she stood up and leaned closer, making eye contact with him. She promised that his notebook would be returned exactly as it was. Izuku observed Ryfort's sincerity and felt a sense of relief. Unlike previous teachers, she had not given him a reason to doubt her intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to trust her and handed over his history notebook. Ryfort smiled appreciatively, assuring him that it would remain intact. As she placed the notebook in her bag, another thought crossed her mind. She asked Izuku if he would be willing to stay after school with her for an hour or two the following day. Izuku took a moment to consider this request. He felt no apprehension about staying after school, especially given Ryfort's demeanor. He had no urgent need to rush home, and staying behind might help him avoid another confrontation with Bakugo. He agreed to stay after school, which brought a smile to Ryfort's face, indicating that he might be starting to trust her. She then inquired about the math quiz he had taken earlier that day, which puzzled Izuku. When he asked why she wanted to know, she assured him that she would explain her reasoning when they met after class. Although he was curious, he saw no immediate cause for concern and agreed to bring the quiz. With their plans set, Ryfort expressed her gratitude for his cooperation and looked forward to seeing him in class the next day. Izuku returned her smile, feeling a sense of camaraderie as he grabbed his backpack and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to exit, Ryfort called out to him with one last question about his aspirations to become a professional hero. Izuku froze at the question, his body trembling with anxiety. He feared this might be the moment when Ryfort would mock him, taking back her earlier compliments and labeling him a delusional fool for dreaming of becoming a hero. In a moment of uncertainty, Izuku found himself contemplating the possibility of losing the one person who had shown him even the slightest kindness in his entire school life. This concern arose when he revealed his aspiration to become a pro-hero, despite lacking a quirk. His mind raced as he sought the best way to evade the question, but when he looked at Ryfort, his anxiety began to dissipate. Instead of disdain, Izuku saw a teacher genuinely curious about his ambitions. Her sincere interest in his life aspirations contrasted sharply with the memories of mockery and harsh treatment he had endured for expressing the same dream. Despite the voice in his head urging him to lie or walk away, the caring expression in Ryfort's eyes encouraged him to lower his defenses. Perhaps, just perhaps, her response would differ from everyone else's. With a nervous heart, Izuku expressed his longing to be a pro-hero and awaited her reaction. What she said next would remain etched in his memory for a long time. Ryfort acknowledged the difficulty of his dream, especially in Japan, but affirmed that it was achievable for someone as hardworking as him. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he truly found someone who believed in his seemingly impossible dream? Tears began to well up, but he hesitated, convinced he might have misheard her. He needed confirmation. He sought reassurance from Ryfort, hoping this was not a cruel joke. To his immense relief, she confirmed her belief in him. Ryfort recounted the achievements of individuals throughout history who had accomplished remarkable feats without quirks. She spoke of the Wright brothers, who defied expectations by inventing the airplane, and climbers who scaled the tallest mountains despite lacking superpowers. She reminded him of the engineers and astronauts who sent a man to the moon, all driven by determination and perseverance in the face of doubt. She had only known him for a short time, yet she saw qualities in him that suggested he could also become a hero. Tears streamed down Izuku's face as he realized he had found someone who genuinely believed in his dream after years of relying solely on his self-belief. He fought to contain his emotions, not wanting to make Ryfort uncomfortable. However, she noticed his struggle and approached him, kneeling to meet his gaze. With open arms, she offered him a hug. In that moment, Izuku's emotional barriers crumbled. He embraced her tightly, allowing his feelings to pour out. Normally, he would have been embarrassed by the physical contact with his teacher, but the overwhelming emotions took precedence. Ryfort felt his warm tears soak into her shirt as she held him, providing comfort as he released his pent-up emotions. After nearly 20 minutes, Izuku gradually composed himself and let go of Ryfort. He looked down, a blush of embarrassment creeping onto his cheeks as he realized he had just hugged his history teacher, whom he had only recently met. He apologized for the prolonged embrace, his face turning a deep shade of red. Ryfort chuckled softly at his adorable response, reassuring him that there was no need to apologize since she had offered the hug and recognized his need for it. Izuku managed a small smile, wiping away the last of his tears. The warmth of their interaction had dispelled any lingering doubts he had about her sincerity. He expressed his gratitude for her kind words, to which she replied that it was no trouble at all, emphasizing the truth of her statement. Before he left, Ryfort rushed to her desk, grabbed a sticky note, and placed it on his forehead. Confused, Izuku removed the note and read the message. It reminded him that the strength of a quirk does not define success in heroism. Rather, it is a combination of hard work, perseverance, studying, sacrifice, and the longing to fight for a better world, one small step at a time. As he read the note, Izuku felt a blush rise when he noticed that Ryfort had used his first name, but he quickly dismissed it, understanding that she intended to emphasize the sincerity of her message. Izuku looked up to see Ryfort smiling down at him. She conveyed an important message, reminding him that if anyone ever doubted him or his dream simply because he was quirkless, he should remember that he was not alone. Understanding the weight of her words, Izuku quickly placed the sticky note she had given him into a small pocket in his backpack to keep it safe and intact. Before leaving the classroom, he expressed his gratitude once more to his new teacher. Ryfort noticed the unmistakable smile on Izuku's face as he thanked her, a stark contrast to the nervous expression he had worn at the beginning of their meeting. This change in his demeanor filled her with joy, knowing that her encouragement had made a difference. She looked forward to their next conversation. As Izuku walked down the hallways of Aldra, he reflected on the past 2 hours. His hard work and dedication had finally been acknowledged. Someone had stood up for him when others had verbally berated him, and he had met someone who believed in his potential to become a pro-hero. With a beaming smile, he strolled through the empty hallways, feeling a sense of hope he had not experienced in years. For the first time, he looked forward to attending school the next day. The following day after Izuku's first class with Ryfort, he found himself packing his backpack after yet another frustrating day in math class. He had received his quiz back from the teacher, and as expected, the grade was barely passing. What troubled him most was the sight of his hard work marred by red ink, as if the teacher wished to erase any evidence that a quirkless boy could succeed in school. This pattern persisted across all his classes at Aldera, except for one. It was the last PRD of the day, and Izuku was filled with anticipation for Japanese history with Mrs. Martinez. He could hardly remember the last time he felt excited about attending a class, but the kindness of this one teacher provided him with a glimmer of hope that all his efforts to sharpen his mind and pursue his dream were not in vain. With every ounce of hope he possessed, he wished that yesterday's class had not been a fluke. He longed to answer questions without fear of ridicule, to take notes without being bombarded by spitballs or trash, and to receive genuine recognition from his teacher for the hours he spent studying. He yearned to look into her eyes and see someone who truly cared for her students, regardless of their quirks. As he exited the math classroom, Izuku chose to head to Mrs. Martinez's classroom early rather than waiting for the bell. He never enjoyed the brief breaks between classes, as they were often filled with whispers and taunts directed at him. Most students used this time to socialize, but no one wanted to associate with the so-called quirkless freak. Rumors circulated about him, discouraging others from approaching him, including one that claimed spending time with him could make someone quirkless. Even in the hallways, he felt dehumanized. Izuku was eager to see Ryfort before class began to retrieve his history notebook. He was still puzzled about why she had borrowed it and why she insisted he bring her his most recent math quiz. The uncertainty surrounding these questions made him a bit anxious about their upcoming interaction. Upon entering the history classroom, he noticed Ryfort writing on the whiteboard for the upcoming lesson. She quickly turned to acknowledge his presence, greeting him with the same warm smile that had left a lasting impression on him during their first meeting. She asked him what brought him to her classroom so early, noting that the bell had not yet rung. Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks, embarrassed that his intentions were so easily discernible. Ryfort chuckled lightly at his reaction and encouraged him to sit at his desk while she retrieved his notebook. As she approached him with the notebook in hand, Izuku noticed that it showed no signs of damage. This was a promising start, but his previous experiences with teachers returning his notebooks left him hesitant to get his hopes up. Ryfort gently placed the notebook on his desk, a stark contrast to the usual treatment he received from other teachers, who often tossed his work carelessly. She expressed her eagerness for him to check his notes, her excitement palpable. Confused by her interest, Izuku opened the notebook and began to skim through it. To his astonishment, all his notes were intact, with no signs of wear or damage. A smile of relief spread across his face as he realized his doubts about Ryfort's integrity were unfounded. As he prepared to close the notebook, he noticed a sticky note peeking out from the last page. Curious, he flipped to the marked page and was taken aback by the message written there. The note praised his notes as the best the teacher had ever seen, suggesting they could rival those of college students. It commended his written English and encouraged him to maintain his hard work ethic, assuring him that a bright future as a hero was within reach. Tears of joy welled in Izuku's eyes as he read the heartfelt message. Before class began, he wiped his face with his sleeve, determined not to appear emotional in front of his classmates. A realization struck him. His teacher recognized that his notes were written in English. Did that mean she spoke English as well? Was that the reason she wanted to see his notebook, to assess his proficiency? He looked at Ryfort, puzzled and ready to express his thoughts, but just then, the school bell rang, signaling it was time for the students to move to their next class. Feeling a sense of defeat, Izuku closed his mouth, missing the opportunity to discuss his notes or thank her for her kind words. Ryfort seemed to have an uncanny ability to understand what was going on in Izuku's mind. She reassured him that he didn't need to thank her for the note. She had simply been speaking the truth when she told him he could become a professional hero. As for her comments about his written English, she promised that he would receive answers during their meeting after class. Before Izuku could respond, other students began to enter the classroom. He nodded in acknowledgement as Ryfort moved to the front, prepared to start the lesson. Izuku's impressive performance in class was not a fluke. His second session with Ryfort was just as successful as the first. The lecture focused on the United States occupation and reconstruction of Japan from 1945 to 1952, examining its military, political, economic, and social impacts. Once again, Izuku excelled in classroom participation, answering every question correctly. The hours he had spent studying paid off, filling him with a sense of confidence he had not felt in years. Despite the disdainful glares from his classmates, who resented the quirkless student outperforming them, Ryfort's cold stare silenced any potential comments. In just 2 classes, history had become Izuku's favorite subject, as it was the only class where he felt he could engage in meaningful discussions like a regular student. As the class ended, Ryfort instructed everyone to complete a written assignment on the importance of the Potsdam Declaration, expecting their work on her desk before the next class. While the other students left, Izuku remained at his desk, aware that he would be meeting with Ryfort again. Once the classroom was empty, Ryfort closed the door and approached Izuku, holding a single sheet of paper. She acknowledged that he might be curious about why she had borrowed his notebook the previous day but wanted to first check if he had brought the graded math quiz he had taken. Izuku retrieved the graded math assessment from his backpack and handed it to her. Ryfort, surprised by his willingness to comply, noted how different this interaction was from what Izuku was used to. He had been accustomed to students and teachers demanding documents in a harsh manner, often resulting in his belongings being taken forcefully. Ryfort's gentle approach intrigued her, prompting her to wonder about the lack of positive social interactions in his life. As she examined the math quiz, Ryfort noticed alarming signs. The paper was marked with an excessive amount of red ink, with no notes or comments explaining the mistakes. It appeared as though someone had intentionally obscured Izuku's correct answers, making it seem as if he was less capable than he truly was. This realization filled her with frustration, which Izuku noticed. Concerned that he had upset her, Izuku asked if he had done something wrong. Unbeknownst to him, his question only added to Ryfort's irritation, though it was not directed at him. She was appalled by the possibility that a teacher might be tampering with Izuku's assessments simply because he was quirkless. The thought that other teachers might be scolding him for something beyond his control was infuriating. Ryfort took a moment to calm herself, knowing that she needed more evidence to support her suspicions. She was glad she had printed out something before class, anticipating that her instincts about Izuku's performance might be correct. To reassure him, she clarified that he had not upset her at all. However, she requested a favor while she took more time to review the assessment. She handed him a blank copy of the quiz he had taken, explaining that she wanted him to retake it so she could evaluate his work herself. She felt that the grade on the original paper did not accurately reflect his abilities. Izuku, still confused, questioned whether she was licensed to teach math. Ryfort confirmed that she was indeed qualified to teach various subjects, including history, science, mathematics, and languages, though she preferred history. To eliminate any doubts, she showed him her teacher's certification. Apologizing for doubting her, Izuku looked down, frustrated with himself for potentially upsetting her. Ryfort noticed his tendency to be hard on himself and resolved to help him see his true potential. Ryfort sat at the desk directly in front of Izuku, ensuring they were at eye level. She spoke to him with a caring tone, asking him to look at her. As Izuku lifted his gaze, a single tear rolled down his cheek, and he found Ryfort's concerned eyes fixed on him. She reassured him that she was not upset by his question regarding her qualifications to teach math, acknowledging that he only knew her as his history teacher. Ryfort understood his confusion about her request for him to retake a math assessment he had completed the day before. She promised him that her intentions were purely to help him succeed. Izuku felt a sense of calm wash over him as Ryfort's sincere demeanor eased his worries. The kindness she exhibited was a stark contrast to his past experiences with teachers, and he decided to trust her. He agreed to retake the quiz, and Ryfort encouraged him to take his time, instructing him to place the completed quiz on her desk when he was finished. As he prepared to start, she expressed her gratitude for his trust and assured him that he would not regret his decision. She also expressed confidence in his abilities, encouraging him to approach the quiz as he had the day before. Despite feeling slightly unsettled by Ryfort's uncanny ability to read his thoughts, Izuku took her encouragement to heart and began working on the assessment, solving the math problems as he had previously. Meanwhile, Ryfort focused on reviewing his first attempt at the assessment, carefully removing the whiteout and red ink from his work with a cotton swab soaked in nail polish remover. She was grateful that she had forgotten to clean out her purse, as it provided her with the necessary tools for the task. As she continued her work, Ryfort noted the meticulousness of Izuku's approach to math problems, which mirrored the care he took with his history notes. It was evident that he had dedicated significant time to practicing various mathematical concepts outside of school. His actual answers on the quiz were markedly different from the incorrect ones marked on his graded paper. Ryfort's thoughts were interrupted when she noticed Izuku walking toward her desk, having completed the quiz. She thanked him for retaking it and informed him that she had another assessment for him. Pulling out her laptop, she opened a website and handed it to him. Izuku looked at the screen and realized it was the homepage for an English proficiency test. He had suspected that Ryfort understood English, given her comments on his notes, but he was puzzled as to why she wanted him to take this test. Ryfort explained that she had noted his English skills from her comments in his history notebook and had borrowed it to gauge his proficiency in written English. Now that she had a general impression, she wanted to assess his verbal English and reading comprehension, especially since he was likely self-taught. Izuku was taken aback, not only by her interest in his English abilities but also by her awareness of his self-taught status. Ryfort clarified that while she was not entirely certain until he mentioned it, she had deduced his self-taught status due to the lack of English classes in Japanese schools and the absence of English tutors in Mizudafu. She assured him that the reason for the proficiency test would be revealed once she reviewed his results. Although confused by her actions, Izuku sensed no malicious intent and accepted her request. He asked if he should go to another room to take the test, concerned that he might disturb her during the speaking portions. Ryfort reassured him that he could take the test in the classroom and that she would enjoy listening to his spoken English while grading his math assessment. With her encouragement in mind, Izuku sat down at his desk, pondering how she seemed to know his thoughts so easily. As he took the test, Ryfort graded his retake of the math quiz. It took her only a short time to finish, as all of Izuku's answers were correct and well supported by his work. A smile spread across her face as she marked a perfect score at the top of his paper. However, her smile faded as she compared his retake with his original SB which had been cleared of whiteout and red ink. As she finished reviewing both papers, her expression shifted to one of disgust and anger, confirming her suspicions about the discrepancies in his work. The work on Izuku's first and second SB was practically identical, yet the grades were significantly different. The math teacher made considerable effort to obscure Izuku's quality work and deliberately assigned a grade that did not reflect his actual performance. Ryfort began to wonder about this situation. She questioned how long Midoriya's grades had been tampered with and whether this intentional sabotage extended to his other classes. It puzzled her why teachers would feel the need to deny him acknowledgement for his hard work and why they would lower his results by such a significant margin. Ryfort recalled how one of Izuku's classmates had claimed that he could never answer a question correctly simply because he lacked a quirk. As Ryfort continued to ponder, she noticed Midoriya approaching her desk with his laptop. He informed her that he had finished taking the proficiency test and placed the closed laptop on her desk. Ryfort expressed her approval and mentioned that she had completed grading the retake of his math quiz. Before sharing his results, she requested a few minutes to review his performance on the proficiency test. She suggested that he could start working on the assignment due for her class while she did that, which he agreed to. For the next 15 minutes, Ryfort examined Izuku's proficiency test results, and she was thoroughly impressed. Izuku had scored C1, advanced in both writing and reading comprehension, a level of proficiency that typically requires over 6 years of professional instruction to achieve. The fact that he reached this level in a non-native language at such a young age astonished her. Izuku was full of surprises and possessed many qualities that could lead him to a bright future, making it all the more infuriating that other students and seemingly teachers refused to recognize his abilities due to his quirklessness. Ryfort then looked at Izuku's listening and verbal communication scores, noting that he had scored B1 intermediate in both categories. She recognized that he had scored slightly lower in these areas, which was expected. Being his own teacher while learning a secondary language made practicing speaking skills and listening to fluent speech patterns challenging without expensive language learning software. After completing her review, Ryfort gathered a few documents, stood up, and walked toward Izuku's desk, having already decided on her next course of action. She sat down in the chair before him and began by stating that his overall score on the proficiency test was exceptional. His results indicated proficiency in both English writing and reading comprehension. Ryfort asked how long he had been learning English, and he replied that it had been just over 2 years since he started trying to learn the language not long into his last year of elementary school. Ryfort was blown away by the fact that he could achieve a C1 level of English writing and reading comprehension in such a short time. Even the most gifted students she had worked with often took 4 years to reach that level. She praised him for his accomplishment, encouraging him to take pride in his achievement. Despite his modesty, Ryfort felt slightly annoyed by his reluctance to accept her compliment. She emphasized that his notes could easily convince someone that English was his primary language and inquired whether he used language learning software or online programs to study English. Izuku shook his head, explaining that the programs were too expensive, so he had relied solely on books from the local library. Ryfort noted that this explained why his listening and speaking scores were lower than his reading comprehension and writing scores. It was indeed difficult to practice speaking English when one was alone and had only written resources. She observed Izuku lowering his head in shame and quickly reassured him that it was incredible he had scored B1 intermediate in listening and speaking in just over 2 years without practicing with another person. She continued to express her admiration for his talent, which made Izuku lift his head and smile at her words. Ryfort acknowledged that what he had achieved in English comprehension in such a short time was remarkable. She explained that with proper instruction, he could become a fluent speaker in no time, which would open many doors for him in his future career as a hero. This led her to her proposition for him. She expressed her longing to continue meeting after school to focus on further developing his proficiency in English together. Izuku was taken aback by her offer and questioned why she would take the time to help him outside of school hours. Ryfort clarified that she genuinely wanted to help him improve his English. It was not an assigned task, Rather, as a teacher, she aimed to assist all her students in reaching their full potential, especially those who showed as much passion and potential as he did. She also mentioned that this proposition was part of a larger goal she had for him. When Izuku inquired about this larger goal, Ryfort explained that she aimed to help improve his self-confidence through their meetings. As Izuku prepared to respond, Ryfort raised her finger, placing it just millimeters from his lips, signaling that she had more to say. Ryfort's action caused Izuku to blush as he looked up at her, hoping for an explanation as to why her finger was nearly touching his lips. In a kind and gentle tone, Ryfort expressed her longing for him to hold off on any questions until she finished discussing her proposition. She wanted to ensure that Izuku felt comfortable and not pressured to be quiet. As the story unfolded, the focus shifted to the intricate dynamics of relationships and the connections that formed around Izuku. Ryfort, along with other characters, began to weave their stories into his life, each bringing their unique perspectives and experiences. The narrative explored the development of these relationships, emphasizing the importance of understanding and mutual respect. Izuku found himself navigating the complexities of friendship and romance, with each character contributing to his growth. The interactions were filled with moments of warmth and camaraderie, highlighting the bonds that were forming. As the plot progressed, the anticipation of eventual confessions and romantic moments created a sense of excitement, making each character's journey feel special and significant. The story continued to evolve, with the potential for new characters to join the mix, each adding their flavor to the overarching narrative. The aim was to ensure that every member of this growing circle had their own story, allowing for a rich tapestry of relationships that would culminate in heartfelt moments and meaningful connections. It had been a couple of months since Izuku's second meeting with Ryfort, and as she had requested, they met every day after her history class. Each meeting lasted around 3 hours and followed a familiar structure. During the first hour, Izuku focused on retaking assessments from his other classes that had been returned to him that day. Ryfort worked diligently at her desk, meticulously removing excess ink and correcting any alterations made to Izuku's original answers. After he completed his retake, she graded it and compared the two documents, consistently uncovering evidence of sabotage in his academic grades. It became clear that all of Izuku's classes, except for hers, were significantly undermining his academic potential. He should have been achieving exemplary grades, but instead, most of his scores were low C's at best. Ryfort often asked to keep his original assessments, believing they accurately represented his abilities. Izuku agreed, unaware that Ryfort was compiling these documents in a cabinet on her desk, organized under a folder labeled JFCR, which stood for Justice for Cinnamon Roll. Initially, she had one folder, but as it filled with evidence, she created multiple folders to accommodate the growing collection, believing that the more evidence she gathered, the better. The next hour was dedicated to improving Izuku's English skills. They reviewed exercises Ryfort had assigned, designed to enhance his writing and reading comprehension. Ryfort encouraged Izuku to practice speaking by engaging in small conversations on various topics, helping him gain confidence in different situations. To further develop his listening comprehension, she often concluded their sessions with a podcast or a documentary segment in English, followed by a series of questions to assess his understanding. At the end of each month, she would have him retake the same English proficiency test to monitor his progress. Izuku appreciated Ryfort's positive reinforcement for his hard work and the improvements he made in English, but his favorite part of their meetings was the final hour. During this time, they would relax in the classroom, playing games or engaging in casual conversations. Ryfort often brought in old Pokemon video games and handheld consoles from garage sales, allowing Izuku to create his own saved files. She found joy in watching him play, especially when his eyes sparkled with excitement as he experienced Pokemon evolutions or defeated gym leaders. Eventually, Izuku encouraged Ryfort to join him in battles, and she happily accepted. They would challenge each other after reaching significant milestones in the game, such as defeating the same gym leader or facing the antagonist. Initially, Ryfort, with her extensive knowledge of Pokemon strengths and weaknesses, won most of their matches. However, Izuku remained undeterred by his losses. Each defeat only fueled his determination to succeed in their next battle. Ryfort often chuckled as he scribbled down potential strategies and move combinations in his notebook, eager to outsmart her. She would always remember the radiant smile on his face when he finally achieved a close victory over her in Pokémon Emerald, using his team against hers. This was the kind of joy she wanted to see from Izuku every day. While they enjoyed gaming, they also cherished their conversations during that last hour, getting to know each other better. Ryfort learned about Izuku's aspiration to become a pro hero, inspired by All Might's ability to save everyone with a smile. She admired his selfless motivation but was concerned about his longing to emulate All Might too closely. Ryfort believed that developing a strong sense of self-identity was crucial for a successful career, and she tried to convey this to Izuku. However, he remained captivated by the idea of being just like his idol, making her advice seem to go over his head. Conversely, Izuku was fascinated by Ryfort's adventures in various countries. He listened intently as she recounted her visits to historical ruins during her time off from teaching. Though she primarily identified as a teacher, Ryfort had a passion for archaeology and paleontology, even discovering artifacts during her explorations. She cherished the sparkle in Izuku's eyes when she shared stories or showed him photos of her finds. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Ryfort was taking further steps to support him beyond their after-school meetings. During school hours, when she was not teaching her class or speaking with Izuku, Ryfort dedicated her time to gathering evidence of the mistreatment Izuku faced from the teachers. She had obtained verbal evidence of this ill treatment over the past few months by engaging in conversations with each of Izuku's teachers, not only from the current year but also from his first year at Aldra. To the casual observer, it appeared that Ryfort was simply introducing herself to her colleagues and getting to know them better. However, her true intention was to hear their thoughts on Izuku directly. She began these discussions with general questions about how their academic semester was progressing and their reasons for working at Aldra, deliberately avoiding any immediate inquiries about Izuku to prevent raising suspicion. After some time, Ryfort would bring up Izuku's questionable behavior, asking if the teachers had noticed similar conduct in their classrooms. This was her baited question, designed to elicit their opinions about Izuku while she discreetly recorded their responses on her phone. Each time, the teachers fell for her trap, revealing their harsh judgments of Izuku. Initially, they echoed the negative remarks Ryfort had seen in Izuku's records, labeling him a slacker who often disrupted his classmates. However, the comments quickly escalated to cruel and mean-spirited insults. They referred to Izuku as a useless waste of space, a stain on the school's reputation, and even suggested that he was not worthy of existence. Ryfort struggled to maintain a neutral expression, fighting the urge to confront these teachers for their hurtful words. Yet, she understood that acting on her anger would jeopardize her mission, so she remained composed. Izuku was still trying to comprehend the situation. Just moments before, he had been on the verge of being struck by Bakugo's powerful punch when Ryfort intervened, stopping the attack mere inches from his face. He could hardly believe that Ryfort had come to his aid and still wanted to be associated with him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he wiped his eyes to prevent tears of joy from spilling over. His mind raced, struggling to form coherent thoughts as he looked at Ryfort's reassuring smile. He could hardly fathom that he would see her warm smile and caring gaze again after her dismissal from Aldra. Izuku had convinced himself that she would want nothing to do with him after losing her job and certification due to their association. His insecurities whispered that he was a burden meant to be forgotten. However, Ryfort was there, willing to help him as she had done for months. Before he could express his gratitude, Bakugo's furious voice interrupted the moment. Bakugo, filled with shock and anger, glared at Ryfort, convinced she was gone from his life forever. Ryfort responded to Bakugo's hostility with a cold demeanor, matching his glare with one of her own. She felt annoyance at his loud and vulgar outburst, advising him to lower his voice for the sake of everyone's ears. Ryfort pointed out that his constant yelling and crude language were unnecessary and needed to be addressed. She explained that she had come to check on Izuku, suspecting that Bakugo, along with his group of friends, would attempt to bully him again after school. Her intuition had proven correct. Bakugo, infuriated by her words, demanded she take back her insults, his anger palpable as he prepared to unleash an explosion. Ryfort remained unfazed, continuing to meet his aggression with a steady gaze. She asserted that she would not retract her statements, as they were merely observations of his behavior. Ryfort emphasized that anyone with a sense of logic could see that Bakugo's treatment of Izuku was inhumane. Her words struck a nerve, and the tension between them escalated, revealing the deep-seated issues that lay beneath the surface of their interactions. Despite being labeled as the most promising student and the next #1 hero, Bakugo was unable to see the cruel monsters staring back at him in the mirror. He was blinded by his own ego, unable to recognize the truth of his character. In a fit of rage, he launched an explosive attack aimed directly at Ryfort, his former history teacher, intending to strike her down. Izuku, worried for his teacher's safety, shouted a warning, hoping to prevent any harm from coming to her. However, Ryfort remained unfazed by Bakugo's sudden assault. With remarkable speed, she caught his hand, which was engulfed in a dark aura, rendering his explosion insignificant. The force of his attack barely registered against her grip, and she showed no signs of discomfort despite the heat radiating from the blast. Bakugo was taken aback. Ryfort had successfully blocked multiple attacks within a short span of time, and now he found himself trapped, unable to free his hands from her firm grasp. As he struggled, he felt his strength waning, his limbs trembling under the pressure. Ryfort maintained her unwavering glare, her grip unyielding as she held him in place. She addressed Bakugo directly, advising him to abandon his violent outburst and walk away. While he might have gotten away with bullying Izuku on school grounds, she warned him of the consequences he could face in public. The presence of onlookers was already drawing attention to their confrontation, and she made it clear that his actions could lead to trouble that even his uncle could not resolve. Tsubasa, one of Bakugo's friends, urged him to forget about Izuku for the day and suggested they head to the arcade instead, hoping to defuse the situation. Nagase echoed this sentiment, emphasizing that Izuku was not worth their time and that they should avoid attracting unwanted attention. Isamu chimed in, boasting about their victory over Izuku, claiming that they would have more chances to confront him later. Ryfort's anger simmered at Isamu's arrogance. His blatant insults towards Izuku and his casual mention of future plans to harm him only fueled her determination to protect the boy. She could not tolerate their bullying, and the thought of them continuing to oppress Izuku without facing consequences was infuriating. Reluctantly, Bakugo agreed to back off for the time being. Ryfort loosened her grip, allowing him to withdraw his hands, though she remained vigilant, her dark aura still present as a precaution against any further attacks. As Bakugo and his friends departed, he made a parting remark, suggesting that Izuku had only been fortunate for the moment and that Ryfort would not always be there to defend him. Once the boys were out of sight, Ryfort took a moment to calm herself, breathing deeply as the dark aura surrounding her hands faded away. With her quirk deactivated, she turned her attention to Izuku, who was still processing the events that had just unfolded. His mind raced with questions about her abilities and her motivations for intervening. Izuku's thoughts spilled out loud, expressing his confusion and concern. He wondered if Ryfort had saved him out of pity, if she would blame him for her job loss, and whether she would still want anything to do with him. Unbeknownst to him, his mutterings were audible, and Ryfort listened intently, understanding the turmoil he was experiencing. Upon hearing the latter half of Izuku's muttering, a frown quickly formed on Ryfort's face. She feared that Izuku was blaming himself for everything. She could not understand how he could think that she would hate or insult him for something that was not his fault. As Izuku continued to mutter, his words came out so rapidly that even Ryfort struggled to comprehend them. If this had been an ordinary after-school meeting, Ryfort might have playfully laughed at Izuku's muttering and complimented his ability to speak so quickly without getting tongue-tied. However, this was not one of their usual meetings. She refused to allow him to continue degrading himself with self-deprecating thoughts. Ryfort extended her right hand and gently rubbed Izuku's head. As soon as she began, he stopped muttering and fell silent for a few seconds, processing her gesture. A large blush formed on his cheeks as he realized what she was doing. Ryfort then bent down to his eye level and placed her left index finger just millimeters away from his lips. She spoke softly, asking him to let her speak for a moment. The closeness of her finger intensified the blush on Izuku's face, making it nearly impossible for him to think straight. He felt overwhelmed, imagining that if their lips made contact, he would surely faint from embarrassment. Ryfort acknowledged that they both had much to say but suggested they find a quieter, more private place to talk. Izuku agreed, realizing that the bustling street was not the best setting for a conversation that might lead to tears. Ryfort assured him she knew just the place. It was peaceful and would provide the privacy they needed. She offered her hand, genuinely concerned that he might still be shaken up after his recent encounter with Bakugo and his friends. She thought he might feel more comfortable if he held hands with someone he trusted. The suggestion caused Izuku's blush to return, and he felt steam rising from his ears at the thought of walking hand in hand with his kind and appealing teacher. He quickly shook his head to clear his thoughts and assured her that he was fine to walk beside her without holding hands. He appreciated her offer but did not want to seem ungrateful. Ryfort smiled slightly, finding his response endearing, and they began their walk. A silence fell between them as they made their way to their destination. The only sounds were the passing cars, pedestrians talking on their phones, and the occasional chirping of birds overhead. Izuku wanted to speak, but Ryfort insisted he hold off on any questions until they arrived. She understood that the conversation would likely lead to an emotional moment for him, and she wanted to ensure they were in a quiet, private setting. After a 10-minute walk, Ryfort stopped in front of a building. She informed Izuku that they had arrived and began searching her purse for something. As he looked at the building, his eyes widened in recognition. Ryfort confirmed that it was the same library where he had checked out the English books for their meetings. She finally found a slightly rusted skeleton key that seemed outdated compared to modern keys, but it made sense for such an old building with historical Japanese architecture. As Ryfort inserted the key into the lock and opened the door, Izuku wondered why she had a key to the library. Ryfort anticipated his curiosity and promised to explain shortly. With the door now open, the teacher and student stepped into the center of the library, ready to have the important conversation they both needed. Despite the library's ancient and somewhat worn-down exterior, the inside was stunning. Ryfort led Izuku to one of the many empty study tables in the library's center and invited him to take a seat. Izuku settled into one of the pristine oak chairs surrounding the table, and Ryfort pulled out another chair, positioning it directly in front of him. She sat down to look at Izuku face to face. Ryfort explained that she had the key to the library due to her recent dismissal from Aldra. She recounted how she had been accused of conspiring against the school and using her quirk on defenseless students, which she believed was entirely unfounded. Izuku hesitated, recalling the previous day's events, and asked if she had used her quirk on Bakugo and the others when she intervened on his behalf. Ryfort confirmed that she had, but reassured him that her quirk did not cause any harm. The boys had merely been rendered unconscious for a short time, and she felt compelled to act to prevent Bakugo from continuing to assault Izuku while he was vulnerable. Ryfort had recorded a video of the boys bullying Izuku before rushing to help him, intending to use it as evidence to prompt the principal to take disciplinary action. However, Bakugo and his friends had managed to access her phone first and presented the recording to the principal. This led to an emergency meeting where Ryfort discovered that the principal was Bakugo's uncle. The revelation shocked Izuku, who had never known this connection. Ryfort explained that the principal harbored a strong dislike for quirkless individuals, and instead of addressing the evidence she had gathered, he dismissed her claims and destroyed her phone and documentation. He deemed her actions as crimes against the school, resulting in her termination and the revocation of her teaching license in Japan. After this unfortunate meeting, Ryfort sought new employment, worried that Izuku would blame himself for her job loss. Fortunately, the former librarian was retiring and needed a replacement. Ryfort had a prior relationship with her, having frequented the library to read and prepare lesson plans. She shared her situation, and the librarian offered her the job without hesitation, partly due to her being the first to express interest in weeks. Ryfort noted that working in a library was often seen as unappealing by students today. As Ryfort finished her story, she noticed Izuku sniffling, tears welling in his eyes. He questioned why she chose to work in Mizudafu instead of pursuing opportunities abroad, expressing concern for her well-being. Ryfort reassured him that while she loved teaching, she also had a passion for books and history, making the librarian position suitable for her. More importantly, she wanted to remain close to Izuku and support him in achieving his dreams. Izuku struggled to understand her unwavering kindness, reflecting on the happiness she had brought him over the past few months compared to the years of hardship he had faced. He felt that his presence only brought misfortune to those around him and urged Ryfort to leave before more trouble found her. Overwhelmed with emotion, he began to cry, fearing that his association with her would lead to further suffering. Ryfort reached out to comfort him with a hug, but to her surprise, Izuku pushed her away, unable to meet her gaze. He turned his head down, grappling with the weight of his feelings and the turmoil he believed he brought to those who cared for him. Tears streamed down Izuku's face, falling onto the hardwood floor beneath him. He felt overwhelmed by his emotions and the weight of his thoughts. He believed he had made life difficult for everyone around him, including Mrs. Martinez, just as he had for his mother. In his mind, he was a burden, a stain on the world, someone unworthy of happiness. Suddenly, Ryfort's voice cut through his despair with a loud and authoritative tone that left him in shock. She stood up from her chair, tears streaming down her own cheeks, and expressed her frustration at his self-deprecating thoughts. Izuku was taken aback by the intensity of her words and could only nod in response, still processing the shift in her demeanor. Ryfort took a deep breath, wiping her tears away, and apologized for her outburst. She explained that it pained her to hear him speak so harshly about himself. She wanted him to understand why she continued to help him, even after no longer being his teacher. She could not bear to watch a kind and wonderful boy suffer alone, especially when he was mistreated for something beyond his control. She knew all too well what it felt like to be treated like a monster and the consequences of enduring such pain without support. Izuku was curious about her past, wondering how she could relate to his struggles. Ryfort took a moment to gather her thoughts, knowing it had been a long time since she had shared her story with anyone. She hoped that by revealing her experiences, Izuku would understand her determination to help him. She began by recalling her origins, revealing that she was not originally from Spain, despite her last name. She had been born in Mizudafu, Japan, to a Japanese father and a Spanish mother. Her father, Blake Harmonia, had fallen in love with her mother, Gita Gallardo, during a business trip to Europe. After their marriage, they returned to Japan, but tragedy struck shortly after Izuku's birth when her mother passed away. Izuku felt a pang of sympathy for Ryfort, regretting that his question had brought up such painful memories. Ryfort reassured him that she had come to terms with her mother's death long ago. However, the loss had deeply affected her father, who struggled with grief and turned to alcohol to cope. As a child, Ryfort had not understood her father's behavior, but she had longed for his happiness, believing that once she discovered her quirk, he would finally smile at her. Izuku listened intently, realizing that Ryfort's experiences mirrored his own in some ways. Her story resonated with him, highlighting the importance of support and understanding in overcoming personal struggles. Ryfort's determination to help him became clearer, and he felt a renewed sense of hope as he absorbed her words. She was aware that she was about to revisit some painful memories, but she reassured herself that this journey through her past was essential for Izuku to comprehend her determination to support him. After taking a few deep breaths, the minor trembling subsided. Izuku expressed his confusion about her statement regarding her life taking a downturn, noting that she possessed a quirk that seemed both unique and powerful. He did not fully grasp the implications of her story. Ryfort decided it was time to clarify what her quirk entailed, suggesting that it might help him understand her struggles after its revelation. She expressed surprise that he had not inquired about her quirk earlier, considering his meticulous notes on the strengths and weaknesses of various quirks. Izuku's eyes widened in shock at her words, and beads of nervous sweat trickled down his face. He was uncertain how Ryfort had discovered his quirk profiles, and he hoped she would not think of him as creepy or strange, as many others had when they learned of his hobby. He attempted to deny writing quirk profiles, feeling his gaze drift away from her in his discomfort. Ryfort reassured him that there was no need for deception, revealing that she had found some profiles tucked in the back of his history notebook during a review before their second after-school meeting. Izuku's face drained of color as horror and embarrassment washed over him. He quickly retrieved his history notebook from his backpack and flipped through the pages, only to realize that she was indeed correct. In the back were 3 quirk profiles detailing the abilities of 3 recent UA graduates who were on their way to becoming independent pro-heroes: Death Arms, Kamui Wood, and MT Lady. He pondered how these profiles had ended up in his history notebook instead of one of his quirk analysis notebooks at home. The realization struck him. He remembered watching those heroes in action during the UA Sports Festival and had rushed to grab his quirk analysis notebook, mistakenly taking his history notebook instead due to their similar covers. Izuku stuttered, uncertain of how to respond. His favorite teacher had just uncovered his hobby, which others deemed odd, and he felt a wave of fear that Ryfort would share their sentiments. Ryfort noticed his fear and reassured him that she would not criticize him for the profiles. She found the detail and organization impressive and suggested that if he ever chose not to pursue a career as a pro-hero, he could excel as a strategic analyst. Izuku was taken aback by her response, surprised that someone would view his hobby positively. He expressed his concern about how others at school had labeled him a weirdo for his interests, fearing that Ryfort might feel the same way. Ryfort, however, clarified that she did not share the negative views of his peers. Instead, she saw his hobby as a unique gift that showcased his analytical mind. She encouraged him to write a quirk profile on her while she explained her quirk, leaving Izuku stunned by her willingness to share. She offered him one of her favorite mechanical pencils to use for the profile, retrieving it from her purse. The pencil featured faded artwork of Pikachu, which delighted Izuku. He flipped to a blank page in his history notebook, ready to document information about his favorite teacher's quirk. Ryfort smiled at the excitement on Izuku's face as he prepared to take notes. She genuinely enjoyed seeing him happy, especially after the events of the previous day. However, she sensed that his smile might fade soon. As she closed her eyes to recall the memory of witnessing Izuku being bullied by Bakugo and others, a mix of sadness and anger filled her. The dark aura that Izuku had seen earlier began to form around her hands as she took deep breaths to maintain control. When she opened her eyes, she found Izuku gazing at her in wonder, and he immediately began to jot down notes in his notebook, captivated by the dark energy surrounding her hands. Ryfort felt a sense of surprise at Izuku's reaction to her quirk. It had been a long time since anyone, especially in Japan, had looked at her abilities with such childlike wonder rather than fear or disgust. After placing his textbooks and school supplies in his backpack, Izuku was in the kitchen preparing his lunch for school. As he wrapped his katsu sando in aluminum foil and placed it in his lunch bag, a small smile lingered on his face as he reminisced about his time with Ryfort Martinez over the past year. He often found it hard to believe that the purple-haired woman made it her priority to support and comfort him emotionally every school day, helping him navigate the challenges of middle school. She also trained him mentally and physically, preparing him for the next step in his journey to become a hero. Izuku cherished every bit of kindness Ryfort showed him, valuing it as if it were the most precious treasure. His thoughts were interrupted when a car pulled up in front of the apartment complex. He rushed to the window, and his smile broadened as he recognized the mail truck. It may have seemed silly, but after the events of the previous summer, seeing the mail truck arrive had become his favorite part of the morning. Izuku hurried out of his family's apartment and ran down the stairs toward the mailbox, grabbing a paper plate wrapped in foil from the kitchen on his way. The mailwoman, who was organizing the mail for the various tenants, noticed the green-haired boy moving excitedly toward her vehicle. Her smile widened at his enthusiasm. It was refreshing to see someone so eager about receiving mail. As he reached the side window of the vehicle, he greeted the mailwoman warmly. She smiled back, though she gently reminded him to call her by her first name, Amaya, instead of Mrs. Tokage, as it made her feel older than she was. Izuku blushed slightly, embarrassed by his mistake, which amused Amaya. She inquired if he was hoping to receive a letter from his friend, and Izuku's embarrassment deepened as he acknowledged her observation. Amaya explained that she had been his mailwoman for 2 years and had noticed his excitement whenever he received letters from Texas. She found it sweet that he and his friend communicated through letters, especially in an age where most kids relied on phones. After searching through the mail, Amaya found a letter with a postage stamp featuring a wild horse. She handed it to Izuku, who was overjoyed to receive it. He thanked her, and as she prepared to leave, he suddenly remembered the plate he had brought with him. He offered it to her, and she curiously accepted it, only to be greeted by the delightful scent of freshly baked cookies. Amaya was surprised to learn that the cookies were a birthday gift for her. Izuku had remembered her mentioning that she would be working on her birthday, and he wanted to do something special for her. Amaya was touched by his thoughtfulness, recalling how she had expressed her disappointment about not being able to take the day off to celebrate with her family. The realization that Izuku had paid attention to her feelings moved her deeply. As a tear rolled down her cheek, she reassured him that she was not upset but rather overwhelmed with happiness. No one outside her family had ever shown her such kindness on her birthday, and she expressed her gratitude for his heartfelt gesture. Amaya asked Izuku if he minded her sharing the cookies he had given her with her younger sister and parents. Izuku smiled brightly and assured her that he didn't mind at all, as long as she saved a couple for herself. Grateful for his kindness, Amaya expressed her appreciation for the thoughtful gift but mentioned her tight schedule, indicating that she needed to leave. Izuku wished her a wonderful birthday, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. As Amaya drove away from the apartment complex, she glanced in her side view mirror and saw Izuku climbing the stairs back to his apartment. The smile he had inspired in her remained on her face. She thought to herself about how sweet and kind he was, and she found him quite cute as well. Amaya entertained the idea of introducing her sister, Setsuna, to him, giggling at the thought of a potential relationship between them. Once inside his apartment, Izuku set the pile of mail he had collected on the kitchen table, ensuring his mother would see it when she returned home. He picked up a letter from the top of the pile and smiled upon recognizing it as a correspondence from a friend he had met the previous summer. This friend had become one of the few people, alongside Ryfort, who believed in his dream of becoming a pro hero. Flashbacks took Izuku back to the summer after his second year at Aldra Junior High. It had been 2 months since Ryfort was let go from her teaching position, but that did not hinder their meetings. They continued to meet regularly, although their schedule had changed due to Ryfort's new job. Without her position at Aldra, she could no longer provide him with blank copies of past quizzes and tests for him to retake. However, she still helped him by removing errors from sabotaged assessments and confirming that his work was nearly always correct. Ryfort also continued to create digital copies of these assessments, building a collection of evidence she hoped to use against Aldra Junior High one day. Previously, their meetings had only taken place during the school week, but now that Ryfort worked every day, she suggested they meet on weekends as well. Izuku was open to the idea, as his mother was often busy with housework and preparations for the week on Saturdays and Sundays, leaving him with little social interaction. Although he worried that Ryfort might be sacrificing her own time to help him, she reassured him that she genuinely enjoyed their meetings. Thus, they began meeting every day of the week. Their weekend meetings mirrored their after-school sessions, spending about an hour practicing English concepts and another hour engaging in casual activities, like playing Pokemon games. However, since Izuku often had no assessments for Ryfort to review on weekends, the first hour shifted to tutoring on subjects she believed would be vital for aspiring heroes but were not part of the middle school curriculum in Mizudafu. On Saturdays, Ryfort focused on teaching him psychology, while Sundays were dedicated to wilderness survival and first aid techniques she had learned during her archaeological expeditions. About a month into Ryfort's new role as a librarian, Izuku completed his second year at Aldra Junior High. They agreed to continue their meetings over the summer, as Izuku had no plans and enjoyed spending time with Ryfort. The prospect of having a social summer for the first time in years felt surreal to him. Consequently, their meeting schedule adapted to the summer months. The first hour was now devoted to practicing English, while the second hour involved physical fitness training and basic self-defense techniques. When Ryfort suggested that Izuku focus on building muscle to prepare for the demanding life of a hero course student, He recounted his past attempts to bulk up, which had been thwarted by bullying from Bakugo and his friends. They had targeted him whenever they perceived him as trying to be stronger than them. As a result, he had abandoned his efforts to gain muscle during his first year at Aldra. Ryfort then proposed that instead of bulking up, he could aim for a more toned physique, which would be easier to conceal under his clothes. This suggestion puzzled Izuku, as he had always associated strength with the large, muscular heroes depicted in the media, particularly All Might. Ryfort's insight prompted a moment of realization for Izuku, leading him to reconsider his approach to fitness and strength. Once again, it seemed that the green-haired boy's obsession with emulating the symbol of peace was doing him more harm than good. From that day forward, Ryfort and Izuku dedicated half an hour during each summer meeting to intense exercises aimed at developing toned muscles, followed by lessons in self-defense methods. Ryfort even researched and provided Izuku with exercise routines and nutritious meal recipes that he could easily prepare at home, all designed to promote muscle growth. It was the first day of July, 1 month into the summer break, and Izuku was on his way from his family's apartment to the library for his next meeting with Ryfort. He was only about a 5-minute walk from the library entrance. The area near Ryfort's new workplace was typically bustling with people due to the popular local businesses, but at that moment, the usually lively streets were eerily quiet. No cars were visible on the road, and no pedestrians accompanied Izuku as he walked down the sidewalk. He wondered why this normally vibrant commercial district resembled a ghost town. On the opposite side of Mizudafu, the two largest private economic industries in the city, Yaoyorozu and Intelli Industries, were hosting competing public fundraisers. To attract media attention, these economic powerhouses had invited various hero celebrities to the events. Some of the heroes included Ryukyu, Ingenium, Crust, Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, Wash, and Death Arms, among others. With no ticket requirement for these fundraisers, many citizens rushed to the events in hopes of getting close to the pro heroes, leaving many areas of the city feeling abandoned. Izuku felt indifferent about missing the opportunity to meet and potentially get autographs from so many heroes. In fact, Ryfort had suggested the day before that they could cancel their meetings so Izuku could attend the fundraisers and try to get some autographs. She was well aware of his interest in quirks and heroes. To her surprise, Izuku had immediately declined the offer. He chuckled to himself as he recalled that moment from yesterday. He thought about how, if he could go back in time a year and tell his past self that he would choose training, studying, and spending time with a former teacher over meeting numerous pro heroes, his past self would likely think he was crazy. Izuku found immense joy in hanging out with Ryfort, regardless of whether they were studying, exercising, or even playing Pokemon together. Spending time with the purple-haired young woman at the library had become the highlight of his mornings. The only downside to these meetings for Izuku was the occasional awkward thoughts he had regarding his relationship with Ryfort. He sometimes imagined them holding hands and walking around the city, hugging more often, or her giving him congratulatory kisses on the cheek after he completed a tough training session or won a Pokemon battle. On rare occasions, he even envisioned those congratulatory kisses landing on his lips instead of his cheek. Just thinking about these moments caused a blush to creep onto his face, and he felt frustrated with himself for having such thoughts during their meetings. He tried to push these feelings aside, reasoning that they were simply a mix of being a hormonal teenager and the fact that Ryfort was the first girl to treat him with such kindness and care since his quirkless diagnosis. Izuku hoped these thoughts would fade over time and eventually disappear from his mind. His contemplation was interrupted when he heard 3 voices arguing ahead. The commotion came from a construction site for a new hero merchandise store. As he approached, he recognized the voices of Tsubasa, Nagase, and Isamu, 3 of his significant tormentors from Aldra Junior High. Realizing who was involved in the dispute, Izuku initially intended to ignore them and continue toward the library, hoping they wouldn't notice him. However, his plan changed when he glanced to the side and saw more than just the 3 boys arguing. Sitting on the ground next to them was a girl with large Prussian blue eyes and long, thick blonde hair that cascaded down her back. The most striking features about her were the large lyre-shaped pale tan horns on her head and her brown hooves instead of feet. For a moment, Izuku wondered why the girl was sitting there while the boys argued. But as he listened to their exclamations, the situation became clearer. Isamu insisted that the girl would obviously want to go out with him, while Nagase countered that she would choose him instead, especially after Isamu had shocked her and caused her to fall. Tsubasa chimed in, expressing his frustration at not getting a chance to date anyone, especially since Isamu and Bakugo always seemed to attract the most attention from girls. From what Izuku gathered, the three boys were squabbling over who would take the blonde-haired girl on a date. Izuku observed the girl standing before him, her silence filled with fear. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and her body trembled as if she were desperately trying to escape the situation but found herself unable to move. It became clear to Izuku that she was not interested in the three boys who had cornered her at the construction site. Instead, she seemed to be trapped, likely due to Isamu's quirk, which had left her in a state of temporary paralysis. As he looked closer, Izuku noticed the English text on her shirt and a patch of the United States flag sewn onto her backpack lying on the ground. This led him to conclude that she was not from Japan and likely struggled with the language, making her predicament even more daunting. Feeling a surge of empathy for the terrified girl, Izuku sprinted toward the group of boys, driven by an instinct to protect her. He had no concrete plan, but his determination to ensure her safety overshadowed any hesitation. He positioned himself between the girl and her tormentors, ready to confront them. Isamu, the leader of the group, expressed his irritation at Izuku's sudden appearance. The other boys mocked Izuku, misinterpreting his intentions as a misguided attempt to impress the girl. They ridiculed him, recalling how he had never been popular with girls, especially compared to their more confident peers. Isamu, fueled by a longing to prove his strength, charged up electricity in his hand, intending to demonstrate his power by attacking Izuku. He believed that by defeating the quirkless loser, he would impress the girl and win her admiration, just as he had with others in the past. As Isamu prepared to strike, Izuku noticed the girl's terrified expression. She attempted to communicate her fear in broken Japanese, pleading for help. Despite the language barrier, Izuku understood her distress and felt a sense of responsibility to protect her. He offered her reassurance, promising that he would save her, which surprised the girl. It was the first time she had encountered someone in Japan who spoke fluent English. Isamu, dismissive of Izuku's resolve, taunted him, urging the girl to abandon hope and flee. But Izuku remained steadfast, unwilling to back down. When Isamu charged at him, Izuku quickly devised a strategy. He recognized that he could not overpower Isamu in a direct confrontation, so he decided to use his opponent's momentum against him. As Isamu swung his fist, Izuku deftly dodged and seized Isamu's arm, using the force of the attack to throw him off balance. Isamu stumbled and fell face-first into the dirt, leaving his friends in disbelief at Izuku's unexpected agility. Isamu's anger boiled over as he realized he had been outmaneuvered by someone he considered inferior. He brushed himself off and charged at Izuku again, but the outcome was the same. Izuku continued to evade Isamu's attacks, using his opponent's energy to toss him aside, leaving Isamu frustrated and humiliated. With each failed attempt, Isamu grew more enraged, while Izuku remained composed, showing no signs of fatigue. The contrast between the two was striking. Izuku stood firm and unscathed, while Isamu struggled to catch his breath, dirted from his repeated falls. As the confrontation continued, the girl watched in awe, realizing that Izuku was not only brave but also skilled in defending her. The fight unfolded with Izuku maintaining his calm demeanor, while Isamu's anger and desperation only grew, culminating in a tense standoff that showcased the stark differences between them. He was filled with frustration that the quirkless boy, who had never stood up for himself at Aldera, had now chosen to fight back and humiliate him in front of her appealing girl. It had been about a week since Pony, Izuku, and Ryfort had their picnic at the park. As they had agreed at the end of that gathering, Izuku began tutoring the blonde-haired girl in Japanese every day. Similar to how Ryfort had assessed Izuku's proficiency in English during their second after-school meeting at Aldera, Izuku asked Pony to take a Japanese proficiency test using one of the computers in the library to gauge her current proficiency level in the 4 significant skills of Japanese: speaking, listening, reading, and writing. Upon reviewing the results, Izuku discovered that Pony was at an intermediate level in listening, which she attributed to her habit of watching dubbed anime with Japanese subtitles. However, she was at a beginner level in all other skills. Noticing that a common source of error in the proficiency exam was incorrect vocabulary usage, Izuku decided it would be best to focus on expanding Pony's knowledge of basic Japanese vocabulary and her comprehension of how to use those words in spoken Japanese before addressing her other skills. During the first week, Izuku concentrated on helping Pony increase her Japanese vocabulary. He taught her common words used in everyday situations for teenagers in Japan, such as shopping, talking at school, or buying tickets at a train or bus station. After learning the vocabulary, Izuku guided Pony in practicing speaking and writing the words to help reinforce them in her long-term memory. After about 3 hours of vocabulary practice, Pony and Izuku took an hour-long lunch break, during which they spoke in English to get to know each other better. Following lunch, they spent another hour reviewing the vocabulary words from that day to assess which ones Pony understood well and which ones she struggled with. For any words she found challenging, Izuku noted them down to revisit during their next session. By the end of that hour, it was time for Ryfort's lunch break. She would take Pony back to the train station so she could return to her living arrangement. After driving Pony to the station, Ryfort would return to eat her lunch, and then it was time for her and Izuku to meet again. This routine continued for the rest of the week. On Sunday, the final day of their first week of tutoring, Izuku asked Pony to take a vocabulary proficiency exam to see if her level had improved since they began their sessions. He did not expect much progress, as she had only studied under him for a week. His low expectations stemmed more from his lack of confidence in his teaching abilities than from any doubt about Pony's learning capabilities. To his surprise, Pony's proficiency level in Japanese vocabulary had increased from N1 to N2 since the last test. Ryfort entered the meeting room, curious about what had caused Pony to be so jubilant. Upon hearing about Pony's remarkable improvement in her Japanese vocabulary in just under a week, Ryfort smiled at Izuku and remarked that she had told him he would be a great tutor. This compliment made Izuku scratch the back of his head, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks as he processed how quickly Pony had learned under his guidance. Ryfort mentioned that she would finish her work responsibilities for the day and suggested that the three of them go somewhere fun to celebrate Pony's achievement, an idea that both Izuku and Pony enthusiastically embraced. When Izuku asked Pony if there was a particular place she wanted to go to celebrate, she immediately responded with excitement. Kyoshi Ward Shopping Mall. Unbeknownst to the trio, a significant event that would lead to Pony learning more about her green-haired tutor's past was about to unfold at that very mall. After a 20-minute drive to the shopping mall, Izuku, Pony, and Ryfort stood at the entrance of Kyoshi Ward Shopping Mall, briefly discussing their plans for the visit. Ryfort explained that she needed to do some shopping and suggested that the two of them explore the mall together, perhaps grabbing a bite to eat at the food court before meeting her back at her car in roughly 2 hours. Pony was thrilled by the plan and eagerly grabbed Izuku's hand, pulling him into the shopping mall with great enthusiasm. Izuku found himself blushing at the sudden hand-holding initiated by his blonde-haired friend. Ryfort chuckled softly as she watched them enter the mall, feeling confident that the two would have a wonderful time together. However, as she observed Pony holding Izuku's hand and the blush on his face, Ryfort felt a slight pain in her chest and stomach, reminiscent of the feeling she had experienced when Pony had kissed Izuku on the cheek after their picnic. This time, the sensation was a bit more intense. Thinking that hunger might be the cause of her discomfort, Ryfort decided to head to the food court for lunch before doing her shopping. Meanwhile, Pony and Izuku had just reached the center of the shopping mall. Pony looked around, contemplating what their first activity would be during their 2 hours together. Pony energetically surveyed the mall, eager to find the most exciting store or area to explore with her green-haired friend, Izuku. Unbeknownst to her, she was still holding his hand, which caused Izuku to blush. He hesitated, wanting to suggest they do something else first, but Pony's enthusiasm was infectious. She spotted an arcade and immediately declared they should go there, dragging Izuku along as she raced toward the entrance. As they approached, Izuku's heart sank at the sight of the arcade's name, a sense of dread creeping in. Upon entering, Pony released Izuku's hand and gazed around in awe at the variety of games available. Her excitement was palpable as she noted the air hockey table, claw machines, mini bowling, racing games, skee-ball, and fighting games. She marveled at how this arcade had far more options than the small one she frequented back in Solation Town, expressing her delight at the potential for fun. Izuku, however, was distracted. He scanned the room, hoping to avoid a certain ash-blonde-haired boy and his friends who often frequented the same arcade. Pony noticed the concern etched on Izuku's face, a look she had never seen before in such a lively place. Before she could inquire about his worries, a voice called out to Izuku, startling both of them. A tall young man approached, his shaggy black hair and brown eyes easily recognizable. He wore a dark blue polo shirt with the arcade's logo, khaki breathes, and black shoes, standing out due to his impressive height. The young man greeted Izuku warmly, recalling their past visits to the arcade with mutual friends. He reminisced about how Izuku had stopped coming nearly a decade ago, which piqued Pony's interest. She remembered the names of the boys Izuku had saved her from the day they met but was unfamiliar with the name Katsuki. The revelation that something had caused their friendship to fade intrigued her, and she speculated that it might have coincided with Izuku's diagnosis of being quirkless. Izuku, feeling the weight of the conversation, explained that he had been busy training for hero schools. Pony found his response puzzling, wondering why he would lie about having a quirk. The young man, however, reassured Izuku, expressing his happiness at seeing him again after so long. As the conversation continued, the young man inquired about Pony, mistakenly assuming she was Izuku's girlfriend. Both Izuku and Pony blushed deeply at the suggestion, their faces turning crimson. Izuku quickly clarified that Pony was merely a friend visiting Japan for the summer, trying to show her around. Despite his attempts to correct the misunderstanding, the young man remained unconvinced, teasing Izuku about their apparent chemistry. To further complicate matters, he offered Izuku a generous amount of arcade tokens, insisting they were on the house. Izuku protested, concerned about the implications of accepting such a gift, but the young man revealed he was now the arcade's manager, having taken over from the previous one. With that revelation, Izuku reluctantly accepted the tokens, realizing that this unexpected reunion had turned into a memorable day at the arcade, filled with nostalgia and new experiences for both him and Pony. Dai explained that he had work responsibilities to attend to and encouraged Pony and Izuku to enjoy themselves. As he walked away, he turned back with a mischievous smile and warned them not to kiss behind the arcade machines. This comment caused both Pony and Izuku to blush heavily, prompting Izuku to insist that it was not like that. Dai only laughed as he continued on his way. Izuku felt the need to apologize for Dai's misunderstanding, but Pony reassured him that it was okay. Trying to ease the awkwardness, she suggested they use the free tokens they had. Izuku agreed, feeling a bit nervous about potentially running into a certain explosive quirk user, but since that person was not around, he thought they could enjoy some arcade games together. For the next 45 minutes, Izuku and Pony played various arcade games. Despite not having visited an arcade in about 10 years, Izuku quickly regained his skills. He won 2 out of 3 games of air hockey and took first place in 2 out of 3 races in the popular game All Might and Heroes All-Star Racing. However, Pony was no slouch either. She had frequently visited the local arcade in Solation, Texas, and was skilled at many games. She triumphed over Izuku in all 3 rounds of skee-ball and outscored him in the Big Buck Hunter shooting game. Yet, there was one game that had eluded Pony despite her years of experience on Earth, the claw machine. After failing to secure the unicorn plushie she desired for the 5th time, she expressed her frustration and began to suspect that the claw games were rigged. Unbeknownst to her, her pout was adorable enough to make Izuku blush slightly. Pony then suggested that Izuku give the claw machine a try. Although he hesitated, thinking he would likely fail, she encouraged him to take a shot. Eventually, he agreed and inserted a token, carefully maneuvering the claw. Remembering how Pony had aimed for the center, he decided to approach it from an angle. To both their surprise, the claw successfully grabbed the plushie. Pony was ecstatic, exclaiming her disbelief that Izuku had won on his first try. He retrieved the plushie and handed it to her, which surprised her even more. As a blush crept onto her cheeks, she asked if he was really giving it to her. Izuku confirmed that it was the unicorn plushie she wanted, and he felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of winning the wrong one. Pony expressed her gratitude, and Izuku smiled, saying that seeing her happy brightened his day. As Pony's heart raced, she felt the earlier awkwardness return. To distract herself, she pointed to another game across the arcade and suggested they try it next. Izuku agreed and they made their way over. Pony, curious about the game, asked if he had played it before. Izuku explained that it was called All Might's Final Fight, a beat-them-up game where players defeat villains until they run out of health. He reminisced about playing it before his 4th birthday. Pony was intrigued and imagined a young Izuku standing on a box to reach the controls, which made her think he was cute. She then suggested they use their next token on that game, wanting to see how good he was. However, Izuku insisted they should choose a game they could play together. Pony was eager to witness his skills, especially after hearing about his childhood obsession with the game. Pony expressed her excitement for Izuku to achieve the top score in the game. Although Izuku felt a bit confused by her preference to watch him play rather than join in with their remaining tokens, he decided to give it his all. 15 minutes into the game, Izuku had impressively maintained his health and accumulated nearly 1 million points. He faced a daunting horde of over 40 enemies, fully aware that a single hit could end his game. With Pony cheering him on, he felt a surge of determination. He furiously pressed the buttons on the arcade console, executing a series of incredible combos and defeating enemies left and right. However, after a few intense minutes, an enemy finally landed a hit, and his game ended. When Izuku glanced at his final score, his eyes widened in disbelief. He had achieved a total of 1,100,000 points. Pony celebrated his accomplishment, confirming that he had surpassed the 1 million point mark and claimed the top spot on the scoreboard. As he looked at the scoreboard, he saw his name at the top but noticed another familiar name right below it, causing him to feel a wave of anxiety. Izuku Midoriya, 1,100,000 points. Katsuki Bakugo, 800,000 points. Izuku Midoriya, 799,999 points. He thought about how Bakugo would not be pleased that he had beaten his score. Pony then asked what game they should play next, assuring him that she wouldn't try to beat his score. Before Izuku could respond, he heard Bakugo's loud voice coming from the arcade entrance. Bakugo, along with Nagase and Tsubasa, was conversing just outside. Tsubasa teased Bakugo, suggesting that someone might eventually beat his score, even Izuku. Bakugo dismissed the idea with arrogance, insisting that Izuku would never surpass him. Nagase reminded Bakugo that he had only recently beaten Izuku's previous score, which had been set when Izuku was much younger. Bakugo scoffed, threatening that Izuku should not even think about challenging him. As Izuku realized the boys were about to enter the arcade, he quickly turned to Pony, grabbing her hand and causing her to blush slightly. He urged her to leave, claiming they needed to find something else to do at the mall since they had limited time before meeting Mrs. Martinez. Thankfully, the 3 boys were too engrossed in their conversation to notice their departure. Izuku led Pony frantically through the arcade until they reached the food court. He felt relieved to stop there, but he noticed Pony's slight frown, realizing she was upset about leaving the arcade before using all their tokens. He wanted to cheer her up but was unaware that she had overheard the boys' conversation and had concerns about Izuku's well-being. Pony connected the dots, recognizing that the boy with the explosion quirk was the same Katsuki mentioned by the arcade manager. She recalled his threatening words and the explosions he had created, leading her to worry about Izuku's safety. Izuku, eager to change the subject, suggested they get ice cream from a nearby cart. Although Pony wanted to ask about his sudden fear in the arcade, she decided to wait until he felt more at ease. She playfully teased him about preferring dessert before lunch, to which Izuku responded with a hint of guilt for pulling her away so abruptly. Pony smiled gently, which made Izuku feel a bit better. They walked toward the ice cream cart together. As they approached, Pony pointed out something unusual about the cart's exterior, which featured photos of famous landmarks like the Eiffel Tower and the Champ de Mars. The ice cream cart resembled something one might find in Paris, France, rather than in Mizutofu, Japan. Unbeknownst to Izuku, he was not entirely mistaken. The owner of the cart, André, had once lived in Paris, where he served his renowned ice cream to the people, particularly couples, for many years. His life took a turn when he met and fell in love with a Japanese woman who was pursuing her graduate studies at the American University of Paris. 3 years later, after she completed her studies, André proposed to her and decided to move with her to her hometown of Mizutofu, Japan. Now, 2 years into their life together, he was happily settled in Mizutofu with his appealing wife, serving his famous ice cream from the same cart that had once delighted the people of Paris. When André noticed Pony and Izuku approaching his cart, a radiant smile spread across his face, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt blessed to see a young couple choosing to enjoy ice cream from his stand. His assumption that Pony and Izuku were a couple caused both teenagers to blush. Izuku was puzzled by the repeated misunderstandings about their relationship, wondering why people kept thinking he and Pony were dating. André, with his keen eye for romance, prepared the perfect combination of ice cream flavors for the two. He scooped lemon ice cream, reminiscent of Pony's long blonde hair, and blueberry, reflecting her bright eyes, for Izuku. For Pony, he selected mint, mirroring Izuku's eyes, and coconut, echoing his cheerful smile. He offered the double-scooped cones to the blushing teenagers, insisting they were free of charge and encouraging them to let their love be eternalized. Throughout his years as an ice cream vendor, André had developed a soft spot for serving ice cream to young lovers or those who were not yet a couple but needed a little encouragement to take the next step in their relationship. He had a unique gift for sensing the romantic dynamics between pairs who visited his cart, a talent that had never failed him. As Izuku began to speak, intending to clarify their relationship, Pony interjected, thanking André in her first verbal expression of Japanese since their arrival at the shopping center. She took the 2 cones and started walking toward the seating area of the food court, her cheeks still flushed. Izuku, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, watched as she moved away from him. He quickly ran to catch up with her, calling out her name. André smiled as he observed the green-haired boy hastily making his way to Pony, pleased to witness the unfolding connection between the 2 teenagers. André observed a pink aura radiating from Pony and Izuku, a sign of their budding connection. He had encountered this particular hue before, often associated with happy couples or friends who shared unacknowledged romantic feelings. As he waited eagerly for his next customer, he felt confident in his gift. Meanwhile, Izuku and Pony found themselves seated at one of the tables in the bustling food court. Their earlier blushes had faded, and they were now enjoying their ice cream. Izuku felt a twinge of confusion about the earlier interaction with the ice cream vendor. He wondered why Pony hadn't allowed him to clarify their relationship status. Pony, savoring her treat, suggested that they simply enjoy the free ice cream resulting from the misunderstanding. Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that she had sidestepped his question. Internally, he wrestled with his thoughts, questioning why Pony had chosen not to let him explain their friendship. The atmosphere had shifted, and he sensed an awkward tension returning between them. Pony, too, felt the weight of the moment. She reflected on her own actions, realizing that she had instinctively spoken without thinking. The discomfort lingered, prompting her to seek a way to lighten the mood. She recalled a conversation with her roommate from the previous night and decided to bring up a different topic. She turned to Izuku and mentioned a recent robbery that had occurred nearby, hoping to divert their attention from the tension that had settled between them. This new subject seemed to offer a fresh start, allowing them to engage in a different conversation and ease the awkwardness that had crept in. 2 nights prior, Pony and Izuku discussed an incident that had occurred at an electronics store in Mizutofu. Pony explained that the police report indicated the perpetrator had likely gained entry by freezing and shattering one of the front glass windows. Once inside, the robbers stole several micro-security cameras, each about the size of a thumbtack, capable of recording over a year's worth of footage. Additionally, the thief took a recently engineered voice scrambler, a device typically reserved for high-ranking government agents and unavailable to the average citizen. Izuku was curious about whether any money had been taken. Pony informed him that not a single yen was stolen. What was even more astonishing was that the robber had left behind a gold coin. This coin was a relic from British currency used hundreds of years ago, and its value was sufficient to cover the costs of repairing the damage caused during the break-in, as well as replacing the stolen items. Izuku expressed his surprise at the unusual nature of the robbery, noting that he had never heard of a thief leaving something behind to compensate for their actions. He then asked if any security cameras had captured footage of the perpetrator. Pony explained that the police report stated the robber had frozen the fuse box, cutting power to the entire building before breaking in. This action was the reason no alarm had sounded after the window was shattered and why there was no security footage of the crime. Whoever committed the robbery was organized and well prepared, Pony thought as she and Izuku discussed the situation. Izuku reflected on how not all robbers think or act the same, and Pony agreed with him. However, before they could delve deeper into their conversation, both teens were interrupted by the loud growling of their stomachs, causing them to blush slightly in embarrassment. Izuku remarked that their stomachs were clearly telling them it was time for lunch, and Pony chuckled, acknowledging that 2 scoops of ice cream did not constitute a balanced meal. They made their way to the food court, where Izuku ordered a bowl of katsudon while Pony opted for a bowl of udon. As they began to eat, Pony initiated a conversation about the differences in layout and organization between malls in Japan and those in the United States. She shared stories of the malls she had visited with her family, and Izuku found himself smiling. It was a refreshing and pleasant experience for him to have someone his age genuinely enjoy talking to him. Their lunch was interrupted by a familiar voice that blared across the food court. Bakugo expressed his frustration over a video game score, while Tsubasa attempted to calm him down by suggesting they get some spicy ramen. Nagase chimed in, agreeing that his stomach had been growling for quite some time. Bakugo's anger was palpable as he vented about a certain quirkless loser who had beaten his score, vowing to make sure that Izuku remembered his place. Both Tsubasa and Nagase noted that Bakugo seemed oblivious to their presence. Meanwhile, Pony's attention was drawn back to Izuku, who was visibly shaken by the presence of Bakugo and his friends. She instinctively checked on him and noticed that he was breathing heavily, his face pale, and he was starting to tremble. Izuku suddenly stood up, insisting they needed to leave. Pony was confused and tried to reason with him, but he explained that they had limited time left before meeting Mrs. Martinez in the parking lot and suggested they use the time to explore some shops. Pony, concerned for her friend, hurried to catch up with him as he walked away from the food court. Pony couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. This was the second time Izuku had become fear-stricken in the presence of those boys, and she was determined to find out what was troubling him. A few minutes later, after Izuku's abrupt departure from the food court, Pony managed to catch up with him. They walked through the clothing district of the mall, where Izuku tried to distract himself and Pony by suggesting they check out a store with summer clothes. However, Pony abruptly stopped him by grabbing his wrist, causing him to halt in confusion. She expressed her concern about his panic attacks, noting that they seemed to coincide with the arrival of the 3 boys. Pony asked if something had happened between him and them, but Izuku hesitated, not wanting to discuss it. He requested that they simply enjoy their time at the mall, but Pony sensed that something significant was troubling him. Her concern deepened, especially after witnessing his behavior around those boys. She wanted to help him, but just as she was about to speak, a woman accidentally collided with Izuku, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Pony rushed to Izuku's side, asking if he was okay. He assured her he was fine, though he was still trying to process what had just happened. The woman who had bumped into him quickly apologized and offered her hand to help him up. Izuku declined her assistance, brushing off the dirt from his shorts and reassuring her that he was all right. The woman continued to apologize, explaining that she had been in a hurry to grab a popular skirt before it sold out. As she noticed an older woman in the store carrying the skirt she wanted, anxiety washed over her, prompting her to rush off in pursuit of it. A young woman hurriedly entered a clothing store, apologizing for bumping into a boy named Izuku. He looked up at the store's sign, curious about the brand. It was called Shimmering Emerald, a name he had never encountered before. A nearby friend, Pony, explained that Shimmering Emerald was a clothing brand that had started in Mizudafu, Japan, about 9 years ago. Initially, it was an online-only store, but due to its growing popularity, it had recently opened a physical location in the mall. The brand was known for its stylish and comfortable women's clothing, but what intrigued Pony most was the story behind its founders. The founders had once worked in retail but decided to leave their jobs after a friend was unjustly fired. They had a passion for fashion and had previously designed clothes for special occasions, so they took the leap to start their own business. Now, they were on a quest to find their former colleague, hoping to invite her to join their leadership team. Had chosen to keep her identity a secret to avoid putting pressure on her. Izuku expressed surprise at the founder's dedication and asked Pony how she knew so much about the brand. She revealed that her sister was a fan of international fashion and had been trying to find a specific dress from shimmering emerald that had been sold out online. Pony had come to the mall to check if it was available while visiting Muzutafu, but she also wanted to spend time with Izuku. As they talked, Izuku suggested that Pony check the store for the dress while he ran a quick errand. He assured her that he was fine after an earlier incident at the food court, though Pony remained concerned about him. She watched him walk away toward a hero merchandise store, feeling uneasy about leaving him alone, especially after their earlier encounter with some boys who had unsettled him. Pony pondered whether Izuku would feel more comfortable discussing his past experiences in a quieter setting, away from the bustling mall. Meanwhile, just a few feet away, a group of journalists surrounded a woman with pink hair tied in a low ponytail. This woman was Hana Ishido, one of the founders of Shimmering Emerald. The journalists bombarded her with questions about the store's success, upcoming product lines, and recent critiques. Hana felt overwhelmed by the attention and longed for a moment of peace. Spotting Pony lost in thought, she seized the opportunity to escape the media frenzy. Hana approached Pony and asked if she was looking for something specific. Pony hesitated, feeling nervous as it was her first time shopping independently since arriving in Japan. However, she recalled Izuku's encouragement and the progress she had made in practicing her conversational skills. With determination, she prepared to respond to Hana's inquiry, ready to embrace this new experience. Pony thought about the time she had spent being tutored by Izuku and how she could put it to good use. She was searching for a yellow floral print summer dress and had a photo of it on her cell phone, which she showed to Hana, the store clerk. Hana recognized the dress immediately, noting that it had been one of their most popular items in recent months. She confirmed that they had one more in stock, and when Pony inquired about the size, Hana happily informed her that it was indeed a large. Hana invited Pony to follow her to the back of the store to retrieve the dress, and Pony felt a sense of relief and gratitude for Izuku's help in this endeavor. Meanwhile, Izuku was inside Hero Stop, a store specializing in pro-hero merchandise. He typically visited such places to add to his All Might collection, but today was different. He was frustrated with himself for not being able to help Pony enjoy their day at the mall, especially since it was meant to celebrate her progress in learning Japanese. He scolded himself for letting his past with Kaken interfere with their outing, feeling that he had failed her not once, but twice. He realized he needed to get her a gift as an apology for ruining her fun. However, he felt uncertain about what to choose, having never shopped for a gift for a girl his age before. As he wandered the store, he couldn't shake the memory of Pony's concerned expression when she had asked him what was wrong after he abruptly left the food court. Her kindness had touched him deeply, especially considering how she had reacted when he revealed his quirkless status. She had expressed admiration for him, something he had never experienced from someone his age after disclosing his struggles. He hoped that she would still want to be friends even if she learned about the bullying he faced at school from Kaken and others. Izuku's fears about revealing his past were irrational, especially given Pony's supportive behavior over the past week. However, nearly a decade of bullying had instilled deep-seated insecurities in him, making him wary of how others might perceive him. His thoughts were interrupted when he spotted a sweater that made his eyes widen in surprise. It was designed after All Might's Bronze Age hero costume, a rarity he had never seen before. A sign above it announced a limited edition release to celebrate All Might's record-breaking streak as the #1 hero. Izuku noticed that only one sweater remained, and while he would usually seize the opportunity to buy it for himself, this time he had a different intention. He decided to purchase the sweater as an apology gift for Pony, reasoning that girls liked clothes and everyone adored All Might. He imagined that it could get chilly in Texas sometimes, making the sweater a thoughtful choice. As he approached the checkout area, a chubby boy with a buzz cut entered the clothing section, searching for the same sweater. He had been sent to retrieve it for his friend, an ash blonde-haired boy known for his explosive quirk. The boy, Tsubasa, was dismayed to find that the sweater was no longer available and realized that Katsuki would be displeased to hear about it. He returned to the comic book section to inform his friend about who had snagged the last sweater. At the checkout, Izuku caught the attention of Maya Shiozaki, a familiar cashier who recognized him as a frequent customer. She greeted him warmly and inquired if he had found something he wanted to purchase. Izuku placed the Bronze Age All Might sweater on the counter, and Maya chuckled, expressing her surprise that he had managed to find the last one. She noted his talent for discovering rare All Might merchandise and asked if he intended to add it to his collection. Izuku blushed slightly and clarified that he was actually buying the sweater as a gift for a friend. Izuku imagined Pony's bright and joyful smile upon receiving the gift he had chosen for her. Maya, the shopkeeper, noticed the blush creeping across his cheeks and playfully inquired if the gift was for a girl. Izuku, slightly confused, confirmed that it was indeed for a girl, which only deepened Maya's smirk. She then asked if this girl was his girlfriend, prompting a flustered denial from Izuku, whose blush intensified. He insisted that she was just a friend and that he wanted to make her happy with a thoughtful present. Maya teased him further, suggesting that he was trying to win her heart with the gift. Izuku vehemently denied this, but Maya's playful imagination ran wild, picturing a scenario where Pony would be so touched by his gesture that she would tackle him and shower him with affection. The thought sent Izuku into a deeper blush, and he felt overwhelmed by the idea of Pony confessing her feelings for him. As Maya finally relented and processed the purchase, she informed him of the total cost. Izuku retrieved the money from his All Might-themed wallet and handed it over, grateful for her assistance. Maya expressed her confidence that Pony would love the gift, and Izuku left the store, clutching the bag tightly as he made his way to the parking lot. In the bustling parking lot, Izuku felt a sense of unease. Despite the crowd of vehicles, it seemed oddly deserted. He noticed a flyer underfoot and picked it up, reading about an autograph event featuring new pro heroes. The realization struck him. This was why the parking lot was so empty. Although he had once been eager to attend such events, he felt it would be inconsiderate to ask Pony and Ryfort to wait for him while he stood in line. He decided to continue toward Ryfort's car instead. Just as he approached the vehicle, a loud voice called out to him. Before he could react, an explosion hit him squarely in the back, sending him crashing into a lamp post. Dazed, he rubbed his head, which throbbed painfully from the impact. A familiar burning sensation in his back made him dreadfully aware of who had attacked him. Katsuki Bakugo stood over him, seething with anger. He accused Izuku of beating his score in a video game and claimed that he had no right to take a limited edition All Might sweater. Izuku realized that Bakugo had been in the store while he was there, but he had not noticed him. Bakugo's intimidation tactics were well known, and he demanded the sweater, threatening a harsher punishment if Izuku refused. This kind of confrontation was not new for Izuku. Bakugo often bullied him over possessions, believing that Izuku, being quirkless, did not deserve nice things. Izuku had learned to avoid conflict, knowing that standing up to Bakugo would only provoke him further. However, this time felt different. The sweater was not for him, it was a gift for a friend. Despite his fear of Bakugo's reaction, Izuku felt a surge of determination to protect his thoughtful gesture. Izuku was determined not to easily hand over the gift meant for his horned friend to Bakugo. He stood up slowly, clutching the bag containing the limited edition sweater in his left hand. Taking a few steps forward, he positioned himself just inches away from Bakugo, who wore a proud smirk, believing that Izuku had finally recognized his rightful place and was about to surrender the merchandise. Izuku looked Bakugo straight in the eyes, his nervousness evident as sweat dripped down his face. He firmly stated that he would not give in. The moment he expressed his refusal, Bakugo's smirk transformed into an angry scowl, shocking their friends Tsubasa and Nagase, who were unaccustomed to seeing Izuku stand up to Bakugo. Bakugo growled in disbelief, demanding to know who gave Izuku the right to talk back. Izuku stammered that he had bought the merchandise for a friend, but before he could finish, Bakugo retaliated with a small explosion aimed at Izuku's stomach. The blast burned through Izuku's shirt, causing him to collapse to his knees in pain. As he looked up, he saw Bakugo's furious expression. Bakugo shouted at Izuku, berating him for not knowing his place after nearly 10 years of teaching the same lesson. He raged about Izuku being worthless and quirkless, a weakling he could easily crush. Just as Bakugo prepared to strike Izuku again, Tsubasa and Nagase warned him of an incoming attack. Bakugo turned to see two lyre-shaped horns flying toward him. He quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the projectiles. Pony Tsunotori rushed in, positioning herself protectively in front of Izuku, demanding that Bakugo leave him alone. Izuku's heart sank at the sight of Pony trying to shield him, knowing that Bakugo's anger could easily turn toward her. Despite Izuku's pleas for Pony to step away, she refused to abandon him. Bakugo, taken aback, recognized Pony as the girl he and his friends had tried to ask out the previous week. He mocked her for associating with Izuku, calling him a quirkless loser. Tsubasa and Nagase echoed Bakugo's sentiments, urging Pony to distance herself from Izuku. Pony, however, stood her ground, insisting she would not leave Izuku. Bakugo, growing increasingly furious, threatened Pony, trying to intimidate her with explosions in his palm. But Pony remained resolute, declaring that Bakugo would not harm Izuku. Bakugo's rage escalated as he charged at Pony, ready to unleash his quirk. In a split second, Izuku stepped in front of her, taking the full force of the explosion himself. The blast knocked him down, and as the smoke cleared, Pony gasped in horror at the sight of Izuku's scarred back, the burns resembling the fresh wound he had just received. Izuku, apologizing to Pony, expressed his determination to protect her, raising his fists in a defensive stance against Bakugo. Despite his brave front, Izuku trembled with fear, a fact not lost on Pony. She wondered what had happened to him, realizing that he seemed even more anxious facing Bakugo than he had been against others. Bakugo, furious at Izuku's defiance, accused him of trying to humiliate him by taking the attack. He vowed to show Izuku the consequences of his actions. But before Bakugo could make a move, he was unexpectedly kicked in the head, crashing to the ground. Tsubasa and Nagase recognized the newcomer immediately, their dread palpable. Pony and Izuku both exclaimed in unison, acknowledging Mrs. Martinez, who had just arrived on the scene. She apologized for being late, ready to intervene in the escalating conflict. The checkout line at the last store had felt endless. Ryfort turned to Bakugo, who had just recovered from being knocked to the ground. As he realized Ryfort was the one responsible for his fall, anger surged within him. He stood up and approached her, glaring fiercely, but Ryfort remained unfazed. Bakugo's frustration boiled over as he expressed his disdain for Ryfort, feeling that she was an obstacle in his path to confront Izuku. Ryfort, however, calmly reminded him that his aggressive behavior had not changed since their last encounter. She reiterated a point she had made before. While Bakugo and his friends might have gotten away with bullying Izuku at Aldera, she would not allow any further harm to come to him outside of that environment. If Bakugo wanted to continue his aggression, he would have to go through her first. Bakugo, undeterred, accepted the challenge with a smirk, ready to unleash his explosive quirk. However, Nagase intervened, grabbing Bakugo's shoulder and urging him to reconsider. He pointed out the potential consequences of a fight in the parking lot, warning that damaging a car could lead to serious trouble. Ryfort seized the moment to emphasize the risks involved, explaining that any damage would likely be attributed to Bakugo, given his reputation and the nature of his quirk. Tsubasa joined in, suggesting that Bakugo should let the matter go for now, as he would have another opportunity to confront Izuku once school resumed. Nagase added that they needed to get in line for an autograph event before it became too crowded. Reluctantly, Bakugo relented, deactivating his quirk and storming off, vowing to make Izuku pay when they returned to school. Ryfort, taking a deep breath to calm herself, turned to Izuku and insisted they return to the library immediately so she could treat his burns. Izuku, trying to downplay his injuries, reassured her that he would be fine. However, Pony, visibly upset, pointed out the severity of Izuku's condition, noting the blast scars on his chest and abdomen. Despite Izuku's attempts to minimize the situation, Pony was determined to have a serious conversation once they returned to the library. She picked up the shopping bag containing the summer dress she had dropped earlier and headed to Ryfort's car, tears streaming down her face. 40 minutes later, after a silent car ride, the trio arrived at the library. Ryfort spent time applying petroleum jelly to Izuku's burns and covering them with gauze bandages, providing him with a fresh t-shirt she had kept on hand for emergencies. Pony's concern deepened as she realized how often Izuku needed such care. Now seated in a private study room, Ryfort positioned herself between Izuku and Pony, intending to facilitate the conversation while remaining a supportive presence. She understood the importance of honesty in helping Izuku and Pony connect, especially given the toxic nature of Izuku's relationship with Bakugo. Izuku felt anxious about the impending discussion, especially since Pony had not spoken to him since they left the shopping center. When he glanced across the table, he saw Pony's distressed expression. He attempted to speak, but Pony interrupted him, requesting to express her thoughts first. Izuku fell silent, bracing himself for the conversation ahead. This was the most serious the blonde-haired girl had been since she met him. She had many questions swirling in her mind after the incident at the mall, and she needed answers. She understood that the topics might be difficult for him to discuss, especially if her suspicions about the scars on his body were correct. She promised that no matter what was revealed during their conversation, she would remain his friend and support him through whatever he was dealing with. All she asked was for him to answer honestly. He felt a mix of apprehension and relief at her words. When she mentioned his scars, he realized what she would ask him about. He had hoped she would never learn about his past, fearing her reaction. However, her reassurance helped quell his irrational fear that she would no longer want to associate with him after learning the truth. After taking a deep breath, she asked her first question. She had noticed during the confrontation with a boy named Katsuki in the mall parking lot that many of the scars on his back resembled fresh blast burns from the boy's quirk. She needed to know if Katsuki was abusing him. Watching him closely, she noted how he hesitated. He finally admitted that Katsuki did indeed hurt him but insisted that Katsuki was not a bad person. He just had his reasons. However, she could see his discomfort as he avoided her gaze, looking down at the floor. Tears began to fall from her eyes, hitting the carpet of the study room. She felt a sense of confirmation wash over her. There had been many signs that Katsuki had been abusing him. She recalled how he seemed to shake and become visibly nervous whenever Katsuki was nearby. The boy's loud threats of violence towards him felt normal to Katsuki, and the state of his upper body looked as if he had walked through a minefield. She was furious, expressing her anger by kicking the study room wall, surprising both him and another friend who was present. After ensuring she hadn't damaged the wall, she turned her attention back to him, ready to ask her next question. She had seen some scars that looked very old, and she remembered hearing Katsuki mention that he had been teaching him a lesson for almost 10 years. Before she could finish her question, he interjected, asking if she understood what Katsuki had said. She clarified that while she didn't catch everything, she understood enough to grasp the situation. She pressed him for details about when the abuse had started. He revealed that it began not long after he was diagnosed as quirkless, about 10 years ago. She was shocked to learn that Katsuki abused him because of his lack of a quirk. He explained that Katsuki had always been praised for his abilities, and when he expressed a longing to become a hero without a quirk, Katsuki felt offended. This led to a downward spiral where Katsuki's ego grew, and he began to belittle him, insisting he was worthless and would never amount to anything. She struggled to contain her anger, realizing that Katsuki's fragile ego and inferiority complex were the driving forces behind the abuse. It was unbelievable to her that someone could be so cruel. She recalled the nickname Katsuki used for him, which meant useless, and asked if that was the origin of the name Deku. He confirmed that the nickname had been given before his diagnosis, as Katsuki believed whatever quirk he might have would be inferior to his own. She reflected on how other boys had also referred to him as Deku and how they had spoken to him aggressively while he was protecting her. She wondered if those boys, Isamu, Nagase, and Tsubasa, also abused him. He admitted that while they did not hurt him as severely as Katsuki did, they still contributed to his pain. Nagase and Tsubasa's quirks were less aggressive than Katsuki's, which often led them to follow his lead and obey his orders. Frequently, they would hold Izuku down while Katsuki landed his punches. The bullying began for Izuku during his second year of junior high when he started outperforming Isamu in history class. One particular word in Izuku's response caught Pony's attention: school. Initially, when she speculated that the boys were mistreating Izuku after his 2 breakdowns at the mall, she assumed the abuse occurred outside of school. However, Izuku's admission and Katsuki's threat to punish him for humiliating him changed her perspective. Pony felt a surge of anger and disbelief as she processed Izuku's words. The realization that Katsuki and the others had been getting away with bullying him at school for years was infuriating. She questioned whether the teachers were aware of the situation and why they did nothing to intervene. Izuku explained that the teachers either ignored or even encouraged the bullying, believing he would not succeed due to his lack of a quirk. They even sabotaged his grades to fit their perception of him. As Pony ran her fingers through her long blonde hair, frustration mounted within her. She began to understand why Izuku had lied to Dai at the arcade about having a quirk. He feared being judged and mistreated upon revealing his quirklessness. Pony's concern deepened as she learned about the extent of Izuku's struggles. He had endured years of bullying, neglect from teachers, and manipulated grades solely because of something beyond his control. She wondered if his mother was aware of the torment he faced at school. Izuku revealed that he intended to keep his mother in the dark for as long as possible, which shocked Pony. When she pressed him about why he would hide such a significant issue from his mother, he explained that his father had died in a conflict overseas, and his mother's life had been drastically affected by his quirklessness. She had lost her job and now worked 2 jobs, leaving little time for anything else. The stress had taken a toll on her health and social life, and Izuku felt that adding to her burdens would only worsen their situation. Pony empathized with Izuku's reasoning, recalling how she might react in a similar situation. She took a moment to process everything he had shared, but one detail stood out. Izuku referred to Katsuki as Kaken, a nickname that seemed inappropriate given their relationship. Pony questioned why Izuku would use a friendly nickname for someone who treated him so poorly. Just as Izuku hesitated to answer, Ryfort interjected, stating that Izuku still saw Katsuki as a friend. This revelation shocked Pony, who struggled to comprehend how someone could maintain a friendship with their abuser. Izuku remained silent, looking down at the floor, which only deepened Pony's disbelief. She confronted him, demanding to understand how he could still view Katsuki as a friend after years of abuse. Izuku explained that they had been friends since preschool, sharing dreams of becoming heroes like All Might. Despite the harsh treatment he received since his quirkless diagnosis, he held on to the hope that Katsuki would return to being the friend he once knew when they entered hero school. Izuku believed in second chances, but Pony was frustrated by his perspective. She pointed out that Katsuki's abuse was not a one-time occurrence but a consistent pattern over the years. The conversation left Pony grappling with the complexities of friendship, loyalty, and the harsh realities of their world. Izuku felt a deep sense of confusion and frustration as he listened to Pony express her concerns about Katsuki Bakugo. Pony firmly believed that Bakugo did not deserve a second chance, emphasizing that if he truly considered Izuku a friend, he would have stopped tormenting him long ago. The pain that Bakugo inflicted on Izuku was evident, and Pony could see the satisfaction Bakugo derived from it. She urged Izuku to recognize that their relationship was toxic and that he needed to focus on himself before things escalated further. Izuku, however, struggled to accept this reality. He believed that Bakugo's harsh treatment stemmed from the pressure of being praised for his quirk, and he could not fathom that Bakugo would ever say something as hurtful as telling him to end his life. Pony's passionate outburst highlighted the severity of the situation, as she pointed out that a true friend would never belittle or harm someone they cared about. She made it clear that Bakugo was not a friend but rather a bully and an abuser. In a moment of anger, Izuku stood up and shouted at Pony, realizing too late how harshly he had reacted. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he fled the room, needing time to process the conversation. Pony felt a wave of guilt wash over her, regretting her outburst and the way she had confronted Izuku about his relationship with Bakugo. Ryfort, sensing the tension, placed a reassuring hand on Pony's shoulder, encouraging her to give Izuku space to gather his thoughts. Pony was anxious about the possibility of losing Izuku's friendship due to her reaction. Ryfort reassured her that Izuku was likely more upset with himself for yelling than he was with her. She reminded Pony that she was only the second person to tell Izuku the truth about Bakugo, who had been trapped in a false reality for nearly a decade. Izuku's few positive memories of Bakugo were overshadowed by years of pain, and he had not experienced a true friendship since his quirkless diagnosis until he met Pony. As Pony reflected on Ryfort's words, she began to understand the gravity of the situation. Ryfort revealed that she had been the first person to recognize Izuku's struggles and had tried to help him see that Bakugo was not a friend. Her experience as a teacher had made her aware of the bullying Izuku faced, and she had taken it upon herself to support him. Pony realized that the journey ahead would be challenging, but she was determined to stand by Izuku's side and help him break free from the cycle of abuse. Together, they would work towards healing and building a true friendship based on trust and support, free from the shadows of the past. For several months, Ryfort dedicated herself to gathering evidence of Izuku's neglect and mistreatment by the school teachers. She aimed to present her findings to the principal, hoping to have the teachers who mistreated Izuku removed from their positions. During this time, she met with Izuku almost every day after school to help him build confidence in his academics. She revealed to him how much his grades had been manipulated, proving that his hard work was paying off. Ryfort also assisted him in improving his English proficiency, engaged him in casual conversations, and played video games with him, all in an effort to provide him with positive social interactions amidst his challenging school life. Ryfort eventually reported her findings to the principal, but the outcome was far from what she had anticipated. On that same day, she discovered that Izuku was being physically abused by his classmates, particularly by Katsuki Bakugo. She witnessed Bakugo, Isamu, Nagase, and Tsubasa using their quirks to bully Izuku after school. Ryfort intervened, managing to save Izuku and recording the incident to present to the principal. However, while she was treating Izuku's injuries in the nurse's office, the bullies seized her phone and falsely reported that she had attacked them without provocation. When Ryfort tried to present her evidence of Izuku's mistreatment to the principal, she was met with disbelief. The principal dismissed her claims, stating that the teachers and students had done nothing wrong and that those without quirks deserved to be treated poorly. As a result, Ryfort lost her teaching position at Aldra, and her teaching license was revoked. Fortunately, she found a job at the local library, which allowed her to continue meeting with Izuku after school. Despite her dismissal, she remained committed to helping him maintain his confidence and to challenge the misconception that Bakugo was his friend. However, she felt that her progress was limited due to the significant age gap between her and Izuku. She suspected that he viewed her more as a mentor than a friend. Ryfort had invited Pony to join her and Izuku for a picnic, hoping that Pony could become a true friend to Izuku, someone his own age. She believed that Pony could help Izuku see through the illusion that Bakugo was a supportive friend. Despite feeling that she had not succeeded in this task, Pony was determined to try harder. She expressed her gratitude for Izuku's help in tutoring her in Japanese and planned to take him on various adventures around Mizudafu, using a travel guidebook to explore fun locations together. Pony suggested that they could continue their tutoring sessions on weekdays while spending weekends engaging in enjoyable activities around the town. She hoped that by the time she returned to the States, Izuku would have created enough positive memories with both her and Ryfort to finally recognize the truth about Bakugo. Ryfort acknowledged the challenge of changing Izuku's perception of Bakugo, given how long he had lived under that illusion. Nevertheless, Pony remained resolute in her belief that they must help Izuku understand the nature of true friendship. As they shared their plans, the study room door opened, and Izuku returned. A moment of silence passed between the two teens until they both simultaneously expressed their apologies. Izuku acknowledged that Pony had yelled at him out of concern for his relationship with Katsuki, and he appreciated her worry for his safety. He felt that despite the challenges, he could not give up on Katsuki, believing that his old friend still existed beneath the surface. Pony understood Izuku's perspective but emphasized that his outburst did not justify his behavior. She reassured him that she still wanted to hang out and continue their tutoring sessions, dismissing any notion that she disliked him. Izuku, feeling the need to apologize further, briefly stepped out of the study room and returned with a shopping bag. He offered it to Pony as a gesture of apology for the earlier incident and for the disruption caused by Katsuki and the others. Pony accepted the bag, eager to see what was inside, grateful for Izuku's thoughtfulness despite the challenges they faced. Izuku was taken aback when he discovered the contents of the package. Inside was a limited edition All Might sweater. He felt a mix of excitement and anxiety, unsure if Pony would appreciate the gift. He had bought it as a gesture of apology after their day at the mall had been disrupted due to his conflict with Katsuki. Despite the chaos, he had wanted to do something nice for her. Pony expressed her delight at the sweater, assuring Izuku that he didn't need to buy her anything. She had enjoyed their time together at the mall, even with the interruptions. However, Izuku insisted that she keep the sweater, believing it would make him happy. With a smile, she decided to wear it immediately, spinning around to show him how it looked. Izuku admired her, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, which made Pony blush with appreciation for his compliment. Just then, Ryfort entered the scene, reminding Izuku that it was time for their scheduled meeting. Izuku glanced at his watch, realizing she was right. He began to express his regret about having to leave Pony, but Ryfort interrupted him. She suggested that instead of their usual meeting, they could all hang out together for a few hours, given the emotional roller coaster they had experienced that afternoon. Pony hesitated, feeling like she might be intruding on their time together, but Ryfort reassured her that her presence was welcome. She mentioned that there were old board games and video game consoles stored in the library's basement, which could provide a fun distraction for everyone. The idea of playing games together sounded appealing to Pony, though she still felt uncertain about joining them. Izuku quickly encouraged her to join, assuring her that it would be enjoyable. With his warm smile, Pony felt her apprehension fade away, and she agreed to play some games. They spent the next 3 hours immersed in multiplayer games on an old Nintendo 64, laughing and enjoying each other's company. The gaming session provided a much-needed break from the emotional discussions earlier, and they all relished the joy of the moment. Eventually, it was time for Izuku to head home for dinner with his mother. Unbeknownst to him, after he left, Pony and Ryfort spent the next hour discussing plans for a special event they were organizing for him, set to take place on July 15th. A week later, on July 15th, Izuku made his way to the library for a rescheduled tutoring session with Pony. She had informed him the day before that she would be arriving later than usual due to helping her roommate with some furniture moving. Izuku had no objections as he had no other plans for the day. As he approached the library, he noticed a closed sign on the door, which puzzled him since it was not a holiday. A second sign explained that a temporary power outage had caused the library to close for the day. Disappointment washed over him as he realized this meant his tutoring session with Pony would be cancelled. Just as he was about to leave, he heard some rustling from inside the library. Curiosity piqued, he wondered if Ryfort was inside trying to fix the power. He decided to check and found the door surprisingly unlocked. When Izuku entered the library, he found the main study eerily quiet and completely dark, which puzzled him. He thought he heard something, but before he could finish his thought, the lights suddenly flickered on, revealing two familiar faces. Ryfort and Pony greeted him with enthusiastic shouts, causing Izuku to stumble backward and land on the hardwood floor. Their playful surprise earned a light chuckle from both girls. Ryfort remarked on how they had definitely startled him, while Pony checked to see if he was okay. Izuku assured them he was fine, though he secretly noted a potential bruise forming. As he stood up and surveyed the room, he noticed the decorations. Green balloons floated around, and a appealing cake sat on one of the study tables, surrounded by several gifts. Curiosity filled him as he wondered what the occasion was. Pony, with a bright smile, revealed that it was a celebration for his birthday. Izuku was taken aback, realizing this was the first time anyone other than his mother had celebrated his birthday since he was diagnosed as quirkless. He questioned whether the furniture moving and the power outage were part of a ruse, and Ryfort confirmed that they had orchestrated the surprise party without interruptions. Overwhelmed with emotion, Izuku felt tears welling up in his eyes as he realized the effort they had put into making his day special. It was a moment he had longed for, a moment where he felt cared for beyond his mother's love. Ryfort smiled warmly at his reaction, reminded of her own surprise party back in Spain. Pony, filled with excitement, urged Izuku to join them in the fun activities they had planned. They began with classic video games, hooking up old consoles to the library's projector. Laughter filled the room as they played Mario Kart Wii, with Ryfort expressing her frustration at Pony's strategic banana placements that caused her character to slip repeatedly. Pony, determined to win, declared her intention to become the undisputed champion of Coconut Mall. However, as fate would have it, a blue shell struck her character, allowing Izuku to pass her and claim first place, much to Ryfort's amusement. After several rounds of video games, they moved on to making homemade pizza in the library kitchen. Izuku was impressed to learn that Ryfort had made the dough herself. She instructed them on how to toss the dough properly, emphasizing the importance of technique. With encouragement from Pony, Izuku nervously attempted to toss the dough. Unfortunately, he miscalculated, and the dough flew off course, landing on Pony's head, where it settled comically. Instead of being upset, Pony looked at her reflection in the kitchen mirror and burst into laughter, delighting in her unexpected pizza hat. Izuku was surprised but relieved to see her enjoying the moment. The atmosphere was filled with joy and camaraderie as they continued their birthday celebration, creating memories that Izuku would cherish for years to come. Pony proudly showcased her pizza sun hat, holding the floppy edges of the dough above her head, creating the illusion of a whimsical crown. She spun around, eager to display her unique accessory to Izuku, who looked on with a mix of confusion and admiration. He acknowledged that the hat suited her well, and Pony beamed with delight. She then turned to Mrs. Martinez, asking her to take a photo of the two of them with her phone while she wore her one-of-a-kind hat. Mrs. Martinez agreed and prepared to capture the moment, asking when they were ready. Pony stood beside Izuku, still sporting her doughy headpiece, and they both readied themselves for the picture. Just as Mrs. Martinez counted down, Izuku had an idea. He grabbed a mound of pizza dough that Pony had intended to toss, stretched it out, and placed it atop his head, allowing his green hair to poke through the center. Now, he too looked like he was wearing a pizza sun hat. Pony was impressed and complimented Izuku on his newfound style. The two erupted into laughter, enjoying the silliness of the situation. After a moment, they stood side by side again, ready for their photo. Mrs. Martinez captured several images of the two teens, both wearing their pizza dough hats, before they helped each other remove the dough from their heads. Mrs. Martinez reflected on the fun they had, noting how happy Izuku looked in the pictures. She felt that the light-hearted antics were worth the 2 mounds of pizza dough they had used. Despite the playful chaos, they managed to prepare a homemade pepperoni pizza for lunch, which they enjoyed together. After lunch, it was time for dessert. Izuku savored a slice of cake and expressed his delight at its unique flavor, curious about what made it so special. Pony explained that it was a hummingbird cake, a popular treat from her home in the States, made with a combination of banana, cinnamon, and crushed pineapple. Intrigued, Izuku asked where they had found such a delicious cake. Mrs. Martinez revealed that they had made the cake together as a surprise for his birthday. Pony shared how she had spent the previous night at Mrs. Martinez's apartment, where they prepared the cake. She provided the recipe while Mrs. Martinez handled the batter and layers, and Pony decorated it once it had cooled. Izuku was astonished by Pony's decorating skills, remarking on how professional the cake looked. Pony explained that her father was a head baker at a local bakery, and she had learned a lot about baking and decorating cakes during her summers working there. Izuku admired her talent and complimented both Pony and Mrs. Martinez, suggesting that whoever they married in the future would be incredibly lucky. Pony's mind wandered at Izuku's words, imagining a future where they were married, sharing an anniversary cake together in a serene countryside setting. A blush crept across her cheeks as she thanked him for the kind words. Meanwhile, Mrs. Martinez felt a warm flush at Izuku's compliment, surprised by his thoughtful expression. As the party continued, it was time for Izuku to open his birthday gifts. His excitement was palpable when he unveiled a Bronze Age All Might sweater from Mrs. Martinez, the same one she had purchased as an apology gift for Pony. She explained that her absence from their shopping trip was due to her birthday shopping for him, and she had spotted the limited edition sweater at the Hero Stop store, knowing it would resonate with his passion for All Might. While Mrs. Martinez had mixed feelings about the gift, recognizing Izuku's near obsession with the symbol of peace, she understood that role models were important for young people. However, she also believed that relying too heavily on a single figure could be problematic, recalling historical examples of instability when societies placed too much faith in one person. Despite her reservations, she hoped that the gift would bring Izuku joy on his special day. If that one keystone is removed, the bridge or civilization collapses. Unlike most of Japan, Ryfort understood that the symbol of peace was a mortal who would eventually step down from hero duty. She genuinely worried about how Japan would react when their god left the hero world. Despite her somewhat negative opinion regarding the symbol of peace, when she saw the limited edition sweater, she envisioned the bright and beaming smile that Izuku would have upon receiving such a rare piece of All Might merchandise. The thought of Izuku smiling joyfully was enough for Ryfort to set aside her reservations about his excessive fondness for the symbol of peace and purchase the sweater for her favorite student. Once she discovered that Izuku had also bought Pony the same sweater, Ryfort came up with an idea for a cute moment at Izuku's birthday party that would make it even more memorable. She suggested that Izuku try on the sweater, and he quickly put it on. The sweater fit perfectly and was incredibly comfortable, which made him express his gratitude with a beaming smile, causing Ryfort to smile in return. However, when Izuku noticed that Pony was not in the main study with them, he asked Ryfort if she knew where she had gone. Ryfort speculated that Pony might have gone to use the restroom and assured Izuku that she would be back shortly. Just then, Pony appeared, wearing her own Bronze Age All Might sweater, which Izuku had bought for her a few days earlier. Excitedly, she pointed out that they matched. Pony had brought her sweater with her, anticipating that Izuku would receive one from Ryfort. She suggested taking a picture together in their matching sweaters, which thrilled Izuku. Pony handed her cell phone to Ryfort, who prepared to take the photo. As she counted to 3, both Izuku and Pony exclaimed, "Twinsies," capturing a joyful moment of friendship. Afterward, Pony eagerly looked through the photos and expressed her intention to print one for Izuku, along with another photo from earlier in the day. She wanted him to have a tangible memory of their fun time together, especially during tough days. Izuku was grateful for the gesture and looked forward to receiving the copies. Pony then excitedly presented Izuku with one of her gifts, urging him to open it first. As he removed the green tissue paper from the small gift bag, he was astonished to find a copy of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet. His reaction delighted Pony, who had anticipated his surprise. Ryfort, witnessing the exchange, was equally shocked at the thoughtful gift. Pony explained how she had learned about Izuku's interest in Pokémon during a lunch break after one of her tutoring sessions. She had asked him about their activities together, which led her to discover that he was missing these 2 games from his collection. Although Pony had never played Pokémon herself, she thought the games would provide more fun for Izuku during their time together. Curious about how Pony managed to find the games, Izuku learned that her grandfather had been a passionate gamer and had kept his old games in the attic. When she asked him about Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, he surprised her by offering both copies, having deleted his old saved files so they were like new. Izuku expressed his gratitude, feeling touched by Pony's efforts to make his birthday special, especially since he had not had a proper celebration in years. Pony reassured him that it had been no trouble at all, and she wanted to ensure that his 14th birthday was memorable. Overwhelmed with emotion, Izuku felt tears welling in his eyes as he appreciated the kindness of both Pony and Ryfort. As the moment continued, Ryfort encouraged Izuku to share one of the games with her, emphasizing the bond they all shared in this special celebration. Pony wanted to capture a moment with her friends, so she asked Mrs. Martinez if she could use her phone to take a picture of the two Pokémon fans. Mrs. Martinez agreed, and Pony stepped back to frame the shot perfectly. Izuku and Ryfort held their respective games, Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet, in their right hands. With a cheerful count, Pony prompted them to say, "Poke Pals," and both friends beamed with bright smiles as the camera clicked. After the photo, Izuku eagerly unwrapped the rest of his gifts from Pony and Ryfort. Along with a Bronze Age All Might sweater, he received a Pokémon-themed composition notebook, a new set of workout clothes, and a pair of red walking shoes from Ryfort. Pony gifted him some dumbbells for training at home, a scarf inspired by All Might's Golden Age costume, and a new set of drawing pencils and Premier color pencils. As the party began to wind down, Izuku prepared to head back to his family's apartment, carrying 2 bags filled with gifts and Tupperware containing leftover birthday cake. He expressed his gratitude to Pony and Mrs. Martinez, sharing how this birthday was the most enjoyable he had experienced since his quirkless diagnosis nearly a decade ago. He felt incredibly fortunate to have such kind and wonderful people in his life. Mrs. Martinez reassured him that it was no trouble at all, emphasizing that she and Pony felt lucky to know such a gentle and compassionate boy. Pony then mentioned that she hoped Izuku was not too tired from the party because they had plans to visit the Mizutofu Zoo the next morning. Izuku was surprised and concerned about Pony's tutoring schedule, wondering if it would interfere with their plans. Pony explained that she and Mrs. Martinez had discussed canceling her weekend tutoring sessions for the remainder of her stay in Japan. She clarified that this decision had nothing to do with the quality of Izuku's tutoring, which she found exceptional. Instead, she wanted to explore Mizutofu more and thought it would be much more enjoyable with Izuku by her side. Mrs. Martinez supported Pony's idea, suggesting that taking breaks from tutoring could enhance focus and productivity for their sessions during the week. Pony reassured Izuku that their weekend adventures would not interfere with his regular commitments, as they would return in time for his library meetings. She also noted that the activities they planned were either free or inexpensive, ensuring he wouldn't spend all his allowance. Izuku contemplated Pony's proposal, realizing it had been a long time since he had the chance to enjoy outings with a friend his age. He imagined Pony smiling brightly as they explored Mizutofu together, and that vision helped him make his decision. He agreed to the plan, excited about the prospect of spending more time together. From that point on, Pony and Izuku continued to meet during weekday mornings for tutoring, while weekends were dedicated to exploring various locations around Mizutofu. With Izuku by her side, Pony felt comfortable navigating the city, and he took the opportunity to teach her common Japanese phrases and words relevant to their adventures. Their weekends were filled with enjoyable activities, including visits to the Mizutofu Zoo, the Mizutofu Museum of Professional Heroics, watching action movies at the local theater, hiking in the nearby forests, and biking around town. Each experience created cherished memories for both of them, but one particular day stood out as the most memorable. On the last full day of Pony's summer stay in Mizutofu, Izuku waited outside the Mizutofu train station, pondering what Pony had planned for their final hangout before she returned to the States to prepare for the upcoming school year. He had enjoyed so many fun activities with her that each had left a lasting impression. However, he was uncertain about what the day would hold. Pony had instructed him to wear comfortable summer clothes, so he donned a thin green hoodie, a black t-shirt, shorts, and his iconic red shoes, ready for whatever adventure awaited them. Pony made her presence known to her green-haired best friend, complimenting him on how great he looked. Izuku, caught off guard by Pony's appearance, returned the compliment, feeling a familiar flutter of admiration for his cute friend. Excitedly, Pony announced their plans for a fun-filled day at the beach, revealing that she had always wanted to visit Takoba Municipal Beach Park. She had seen a photo of the beach online and thought it would be perfect to experience it for the first time with Izuku. When she asked if he had ever been there, Izuku admitted that it had been a long time since his last visit, which had occurred before he learned he was quirkless. Pony insisted that this outing would be a wonderful opportunity to create new memories together. She picked up the large beach bag she had brought and urged Izuku to hurry, noting that the beach would likely be crowded. As they began walking, Izuku suddenly expressed concern about whether Pony knew the way. Confidently, she assured him that she had memorized the directions from the train station to the beach park. Izuku then realized he had not prepared for the beach, lacking a swimsuit, towel, and other essentials. Pony explained that she had kept the trip a surprise and had packed everything they would need in her beach bag, including towels, sunscreen, a portable umbrella, water bottles, sports gear, and freshly made food. She also informed him that swimming would not be possible due to strong rip currents and high tides, which was why she hadn't asked him to bring a swimsuit. Despite his initial embarrassment, Izuku's thoughts drifted to the beach's condition. He had heard from others that Takoba Municipal Beach Park had become littered with waste. Although he knew the government had announced plans for a cleanup, he still felt uneasy about Pony's expectations for a perfect day at the beach. Upon arriving, Pony was stunned to find not an appealing beach but a scene resembling a dump. Garbage littered the sands, making it nearly impossible to walk without stepping on trash. Upset, she exclaimed her disbelief at the stark contrast between the current state of the beach and the pristine photo she had seen online. Curious, Izuku asked to see the photo, and Pony quickly retrieved her phone to show him the promotional image. As Izuku scrolled through the webpage, he discovered that the last update had been over 10 years ago. Realizing the implications, he shared his findings with Pony, who was shocked to learn that the beach had been neglected for years. She expressed her frustration at the lack of action taken to address the issue. While Izuku spoke about a recent news report regarding a cleanup initiative, he noticed several large mobile dumpsters along the back wall of the beach. Intrigued, he ran over to one of the dumpsters and read the attached note. It revealed that a planned cleanup effort had been cancelled after another government division deemed it a waste of funding. The disappointment of the day weighed heavily on both of them as they stood amidst the debris, realizing that their hopes for a joyful beach outing had been dashed by the neglect of the park. The mobile dumpsters had been left at the beach for months, much to Izuku's dismay. He noticed the disappointment on his blonde-haired friend's face as she realized that the beach she had eagerly anticipated was nothing more than a dumping ground for the city. Determined to lift her spirits, Izuku scanned the area and spotted a smaller pile of trash amidst the larger heaps. He rushed over, picked up a piece, and headed toward one of the dumpsters to dispose of it properly. Pony watched him with curiosity, wondering what he was doing. Izuku explained that he was cleaning up the small pile of garbage so they could have a clean spot to lay down their beach towels and set up the umbrella. Despite Pony's suggestion to find another location, Izuku was resolute. He believed they should make the most of the day they had planned, and he was not going to let their efforts go to waste. As Izuku's determination began to change Pony's frown into a smile, she decided to join him in cleaning up. Together, they worked for about 30 minutes, clearing the small pile of trash and placing it in the dumpster. With the area now tidy, they set up their beach umbrella and laid out their towels. Pony settled onto her towel while Izuku stood, surveying the beach as if searching for something. He was looking for a place to play beach volleyball, having noticed that Pony had brought a volleyball along. When Pony pointed out that it would be difficult to find a volleyball net amidst the garbage, Izuku clarified that he wasn't looking for a net at all. He had found a large pile of trash that could serve as a makeshift net and was eager to tidy up the sand around it. Pony was touched by Izuku's resourcefulness and willingness to make the best of their situation. As he prepared to play, he playfully challenged her, and she eagerly accepted, ready to receive his serve. However, when Izuku tossed the volleyball into the air and attempted to hit it, he completely missed and fell back onto the sand. Concerned, Pony rushed over to check on him. Izuku assured her he was fine, though he sheepishly admitted that he had never actually played volleyball before, only watched others from the sidelines. Pony chuckled and decided to teach him how to serve and receive the ball. Izuku was eager to learn, and with her guidance, he quickly picked up the basics. For the next 30 minutes, they practiced together, and soon Izuku was able to serve and return the volleyball over the pile of trash. However, despite his newfound skills, he lost his first official match against Pony by a significant margin. Surprisingly, he felt no disappointment. Instead, he was thrilled to have scored a point against her. Pony initially thought Izuku might want to SWH activities after such a tough loss, but to her surprise, he asked for another game, his smile unwavering. They continued to play their improvised version of beach volleyball for the next hour, with Pony winning the subsequent matches as well. Despite the scores, Izuku felt a sense of achievement as he managed to score more points with each game. What mattered most to him was the joy he saw on Pony's face throughout their time together. After their volleyball matches, Izuku suggested they toss a frisbee around, eager to keep the fun going. Pony felt a sense of confusion as she surveyed the beach, littered with piles of garbage, and wondered how they could possibly play a fun game of frisbee in such a setting. However, Izuku had a solution that intrigued her. He explained the rules of the game, which involved the heroes, represented by them, trying to keep the frisbee, referred to as the parcel, from being caught by the villains, symbolized by the trash. The objective was to pass the frisbee back and forth without hitting any garbage. If the frisbee struck a pile of trash, the thrower would earn a point, and the first to reach 10 points would lose. They had to maintain a distance of at least 12 feet from each other, and the recipient had only 5 seconds to throw the frisbee after catching it, or they would also earn a point. Pony understood the rules and eagerly ran about 12 feet away from Izuku, positioning herself with 3 separate piles of garbage between them. She bent down, ready to catch Izuku's throw. With a swift motion, Izuku launched the frisbee, but it immediately veered to the left and struck a pile of trash. Pony observed Izuku and guessed that he had never thrown a frisbee before. He admitted that he had not, and she smiled slightly, understanding that his lack of experience stemmed from not having friends to engage in outdoor activities with for years. Pony decided to step in and help him learn how to throw the frisbee. After about 15 minutes of practice, Izuku quickly grasped the mechanics and technique, much like when he had learned to strike a volleyball. However, despite his progress, he found himself outmatched by Pony's frisbee skills. They played 3 games of Catch the Parcel, with Izuku losing each one, the scores being 10-1, 10-3, and 10. Yet, he was not disheartened by his losses. Instead, he felt a sense of joy in learning a new skill and improving with each game. After roughly an hour and a half of play, their stomachs began to growl, prompting them to sit down near their towels and umbrella for lunch. Izuku complimented Pony on her homemade chicken spaghetti, expressing his delight in the dish. Pony felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, surprised that someone outside her family appreciated her cooking. Izuku reassured her that her parents were not overly generous with their compliments, emphasizing how much he enjoyed the seasoning in her meal. He felt a twinge of guilt for not bringing a dish to share, but Pony quickly dismissed his concern, reminding him that she had wanted to surprise him with their beach plans. She acknowledged that he had made more effort to ensure she enjoyed their day than she had. Pony reflected on how she had envisioned a perfect day at the beach, but instead, Izuku had been the one working hard to make sure she was having fun despite the trash surrounding them. She felt that he had been so focused on her enjoyment that he had not fully enjoyed the day himself. Izuku, however, insisted that he was having a great time, appreciating the private coaching he received from the best coach in Texas. He then shared that what truly made him happy that day was seeing her smile while they played games together. Pony felt touched by his words, and a warm blush spread across her cheeks as she gazed at him, captivated by his kindness. After a moment of silence, Izuku noticed her reddened face and asked if she had applied sunscreen recently. Pony, feeling embarrassed for having been lost in her thoughts, lied and said she had, quickly applying another layer of sunscreen to her face. To ease the awkwardness, she asked Izuku if he thought the beach would ever be cleaned up. Izuku replied that he was unsure, mentioning that the Hero Public Safety Commission had recently received more funding from the Japanese government for hero-related infrastructure projects. He speculated that there might not be enough funding for a large cleanup project anytime soon. Pony agreed, acknowledging that the pro-hero industry dominated conversations about Japan at school, which explained the allocation of funds towards such projects. It was disheartening to see such an appealing beach littered with trash, but at least it provided an opportunity for Pony and Izuku to enjoy activities like volleyball and frisbee without the hassle of crowds. Pony managed a slight smile, though Izuku sensed that it was not entirely genuine. He understood fake smiles better than anyone, having worn one himself until he met Ryfort the previous year. Despite their fun day at the beach, Izuku could feel Pony's longing to return on a day when the beach would be clean. He imagined how wonderful it would be to hunt for shells, search for sand dollars, bask in the sun, or run along the shore without worrying about stepping on garbage. An idea sparked in his mind, an exciting and delightful idea. Izuku decided he would clean the beach. His enthusiasm caught Pony off guard, and she looked at him in shock, nearly spitting out her soda in surprise. The thought of him taking on such a task seemed outrageous to her. Izuku explained that since Pony would not be back in Japan until the UA entrance exam over a year later, he could dedicate a few hours each day to cleaning the beach. He believed he could have it all cleaned up before the exam, and perhaps they could celebrate their success on a pristine beach. The thought of spending time together in such a setting made Pony blush. Pony was taken aback by the realization that part of Izuku's motivation to clean the beach was to create more happy memories together. She felt deeply touched by his kindness. Izuku reassured her that her friendship meant a lot to him, as she was the first person his age to treat him so kindly in a long time. His heartfelt words left Pony speechless, and she reflected on how someone who had faced so much adversity could still be so kind-hearted. As memories flooded her mind, Pony recalled moments when Izuku had shown his kindness. He had saved her from trouble despite lacking a quirk, carried her back after she fell and hurt her ankle, and believed in her dreams of becoming a top heroine in Japan. He had dedicated his summer to help her learn Japanese without expecting anything in return, won her a unicorn plushie at the arcade, and even bought her a sweater as an apology gift. He had gone out of his way to make their day at the beach enjoyable, despite the trash that marred its beauty. With each memory, Pony's heart raced, and she felt butterflies in her stomach. The blush on her face deepened, reminiscent of the vibrant colors of a Galarian Moltres. She recalled how others had mistaken them for a couple during their visit to the shopping mall, and while she had felt embarrassed, the primary emotion was happiness. The idea of being with Izuku filled her with joy. As she reflected on her feelings for Izuku, she realized that she was happy to have someone like him in her life. However, she also felt nervous about how this realization would affect their relationship once she shared her feelings with him. The excitement of the possibility of creating many meaningful memories together filled her with hope. Pony concluded that she had indeed fallen for Izuku Midoriya. Just then, Izuku expressed concern for her well-being, noting her silence and flushed face. He wondered if she might be suffering from heatstroke. Pony reassured him that she was fine, grateful for his caring nature. Though Pony felt warm, she decided to reposition herself beneath the umbrella, scooting closer to Izuku until their shoulders were just millimeters apart. She expressed her relief at the cooler sensation, and Izuku, slightly blushing at their proximity, stuttered his agreement. Pony, with a hint of nervousness in her voice, mentioned that they only had about 30 minutes left before they needed to return to the train station. She asked if she could choose how they spent that time. Izuku readily agreed, curious about her plans. Pony leaned her head on Izuku's left shoulder, careful not to let her horns poke him. She expressed her longing to spend the rest of their time at the beach simply sitting together, enjoying the view and sounds of the ocean. Izuku was surprised by her request, expecting her to suggest a game or sport instead. However, seeing the glimmer in her Prussian blue eyes, he realized how much this meant to her. The warmth of her head on his shoulder made his heartbeat quicken, yet it also brought him a sense of comfort and happiness. He agreed to her wish, a light blush on his cheeks. For the next 30 minutes, they sat closely together, taking in the ocean view and the skyline. The two teenagers hardly spoke, instead cherishing each other's presence, aware that by this time tomorrow, they would be separated for an entire year. As they traveled toward the Mizutofu Regional Airport in Ryfort's car, a heavy silence filled the vehicle. Pony and Izuku sat in the back seat, exchanging only occasional glances and gentle smiles that quickly faded. The thought of their impending separation loomed over them, making it difficult to maintain any lightheartedness. Ryfort, observing the tension through the rearview mirror, sighed and attempted to lighten the mood by turning on the radio. She hoped for a cheerful song, but instead, a news announcer's voice filled the car. The announcement revealed a break-in at Aldra Junior High, which startled Ryfort slightly, though neither Pony nor Izuku noticed her reaction. The news broke the silence, and Pony inquired if that was Izuku's school. He confirmed it, puzzled as to why someone would target a school during the summer, as it was not known for valuable possessions. The news report detailed how bystanders had seen the front door shattered, with police suggesting that the intruder had used an ice-related quirk to freeze and break in. The report continued, explaining that the classroom doors had also been frozen and shattered, yet nothing valuable appeared to have been taken, leaving law enforcement baffled. Ryfort, feeling the somber atmosphere, turned off the radio, apologizing for not finding something more uplifting. Both Izuku and Pony remained lost in thought about the break-in, pondering its implications. Pony asked Izuku if he thought this incident was connected to a previous break-in at an electronics store. Izuku considered the similarities, noting that while both involved ice-related quirks, the methods differed significantly. He mentioned that the electronics store intruder had left compensation for the damage, while this new perpetrator had not. He concluded that it was possible they were different individuals, despite the shared quirk. Pony accepted his reasoning but took a deep breath before nervously asking if he would consider asking his mother about getting a cell phone. She noticed his confused expression and clarified that she wanted to keep in touch with him while she was back in the States. The time spent together was filled with joy and discovery. They explored Mizudafu, delved into the intricacies of the Japanese language, and enjoyed each other's company. Pony felt a deep connection with Izuku and wanted to maintain that bond even after returning to Texas. She expressed her longing to stay in touch, sharing her life back home while also offering her support as a friend. Tears welled in her eyes as she conveyed her wish for Izuku to reach out whenever he faced difficult days, emphasizing her commitment to being there for him. Izuku, however, felt the sense of hopelessness. He doubted his ability to communicate reliably, fearing that even if he managed to get a phone, it would likely be destroyed by his classmates. This realization weighed heavily on Pony, as it highlighted Izuku's ongoing struggle with his past experiences, particularly with Bakugo, who had tormented him for so long. The facade of their friendship was beginning to crack, and Pony felt a growing urgency to help Izuku understand the true nature of friendship. In an attempt to find a solution, Izuku suggested using email to stay connected. However, Pony explained that her home in Solation Town lacked reliable internet access, making consistent communication impossible. Both felt the weight of their situation, realizing that they might not be able to talk for a long time. Just then, Izuku's gaze fell upon a magazine cover depicting a colonial-era ship captain writing in his quarters. This sparked an idea in his mind. He proposed the idea of writing letters to each other. Pony was surprised but intrigued by the thought of communicating through letters, something she had only done for thank-you notes to her grandparents. Izuku explained that while they wouldn't be able to talk daily, letters would allow them to share their lives. He reassured her that if she was uncomfortable sharing her address, he could send letters to a nearby post office. Pony agreed, excited about the prospect of writing letters. She imagined it like a fantasy novel where a noble knight and a brave princess communicated across great distances. Although their letters wouldn't be about love, the thought of receiving heartfelt words from Izuku made her blush. Ryfort, their teacher, suggested that they use this opportunity to practice their language skills. Izuku would write in English, while Pony would write in Japanese. Pony enthusiastically embraced the idea, eager to improve her Japanese and motivated by the thought of writing to Izuku. She expressed her commitment to practicing daily and requested that Izuku provide feedback on her writing. Izuku hesitated but ultimately supported her decision. Pony's determination shone through as she assured him of her commitment to the task. Her enthusiasm brought a smile to Izuku's face, and in that moment, they both felt a renewed sense of hope for their friendship, even across the miles that would soon separate them. How could he say no to that smile, which radiated positivity and warmth? Izuku decided that from that day forward, until they met again for the UA entrance exam, he and Pony would be pen pals. He felt a brilliant smile spread across his face as he made this promise. Pony, filled with joy at the thought of being able to communicate with her green-haired crush before the exam, celebrated their new connection with a hug. The sudden embrace caused Izuku to blush, and despite feeling a bit flustered by the unexpected physical contact, he welcomed it and hugged her back. Pony, too, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she reveled in the warmth of their shared moment. They stood there, silently enjoying each other's company, savoring the closeness before they would be separated for over a year. Unbeknownst to them, Ryfort, who was driving, couldn't help but notice the two teens through the rearview mirror. As she watched them embrace, a wave of emotions washed over her, causing her stomach to twist with unease. Thoughts raced through her mind, questioning the bond between them and her own past interactions with Izuku. Suddenly, Izuku's voice broke through Ryfort's thoughts, alerting her to the fact that they were about to miss their exit for the airport. She quickly merged into the adjacent lane, causing the two teens to jolt against the car's interior. Apologizing for her distraction, Ryfort asked if they were okay, her focus still on the road. Izuku assured her he was fine, but he froze when he realized the awkward position he and Pony were in. He found himself lying on his back with Pony on top of him, and a bright blush spread across his face as he felt her close proximity. Pony, having just regained her composure, opened her eyes to the realization of their position, her heart racing as she blushed in response. Before she could gather her thoughts, Ryfort urged them to return to their seats and buckle up, warning them that the last part of the drive might be chaotic. They quickly complied, their cheeks still flushed as they settled back into their seats. After a few minutes of navigating through traffic, they arrived at the departure terminal. Standing on the sidewalk, Pony felt a wave of sadness wash over her as she faced the reality of their separation. She tried to hold back tears, expressing her reluctance to leave Izuku. He reassured her that they would communicate again soon, trying to lift her spirits. Pony promised to write her first letter as soon as she got home, determined to ensure it arrived before his new school year began. They playfully debated who would send the first letter, laughter filling the air until they both realized something important. Pony asked if she had given Izuku her address, and he responded that he hadn't given her his either. In a moment of realization, they both exclaimed that they had almost forgotten to exchange addresses, prompting Ryfort to lightly facepalm at their oversight. As she retrieved a pen and sticky notes from the glove compartment, she handed them to the teens so they could write down their addresses. After exchanging the information, Pony took a deep breath, preparing to ask Izuku a question that had been on her mind since their day at the beach. However, her moment was interrupted by an impatient driver behind them, urging them to hurry up. Ryfort defended the moment, annoyed by the interruption, while Pony decided to hold off on her question, opting to wait until they could meet again in person. She expressed her gratitude to Ryfort for all the kindness she had shown during the trip, especially for driving her to the library for tutoring sessions. With a heavy heart, Pony prepared to leave, knowing that their friendship would continue through letters until they could reunite once more. Pony expressed her hope to meet Izuku again soon after her entrance exam, and Ryfort echoed that sentiment, wishing to see her again as well. After a brief pause, Pony gathered her thoughts and shared how much she cherished the time they spent together over the summer. She reflected on their adventures exploring the town, celebrating Izuku's birthday, playing games on the beach, and the hours he dedicated to teaching her Japanese. Pony felt genuinely grateful to have met someone as fun and wonderful as Izuku. Even though she would not be there to support him during his last year of middle school, she promised to be the best friend she could be through her letters, reminding him of how amazing and special he was. As Pony spoke, Izuku felt tears welling up in his eyes, touched by her heartfelt words. However, before he could respond, an impatient man interrupted them, threatening to call airport security if they did not finish up soon. Ryfort shot the man a glare, frustrated by his constant interruptions and lack of patience. Pony realized it was time to leave and said her goodbyes to Izuku and Ryfort. As she walked toward the airport entrance, she paused for a moment, then ran back to Izuku and kissed him on the cheek, just as she had done after their first meeting a little over a month ago. After the kiss, she stepped back and assured Izuku that she would see him again before he knew it, flashing him a playful smile before disappearing through the automatic doors with her luggage. Izuku's face turned a deep shade of red as he processed the moment, while Ryfort stood in shock, her thoughts racing. She noticed how flustered Izuku was, and despite feeling a pang of jealousy, she was unable to dwell on it as the same impatient man yelled again, threatening to call security and have their vehicle towed. Ryfort snapped back at him, asserting that they were leaving immediately. She tapped Izuku on the shoulder, urging him to get back in the car. However, he remained in a daze, still caught up in the surprise of Pony's kiss. When he finally managed to stutter out his thoughts, Ryfort reassured him that they needed to go. They climbed back into Ryfort's vehicle and prepared to leave the airport, with Ryfort giving the rude man a gesture as they drove away from his desired parking spot. Not long after Pony's departure back to the States, Izuku's third and final year at Aldera Junior High began. His life at school was tumultuous, perhaps even more so than in the previous 2 years. The teachers continued to ignore the physical and verbal abuse he faced from other students and sabotaged his grades, making them more fitting for a quirkless student. The bullying persisted, with students belittling him at every opportunity, whether in the library, gym, auditorium, cafeteria, or classroom. This cruel behavior seemed to be a twisted way for them to feel better about themselves. To Izuku's disbelief, Bakugo's behavior worsened. The explosive blonde's insults became more frequent and dehumanizing, and the physical confrontations escalated as Izuku steadfastly refused to abandon his dream of becoming a hero. Unfortunately, the bullying from Isamu also intensified, as he sought to outshine Bakugo by targeting Izuku, who had no prior association with him before becoming quirkless. Although Isamu's bullying did not leave as deep a wound as Bakugo's, it still added to Izuku's struggles. Nagase and Tsubasa continued their pattern of following Bakugo around, mimicking his actions in hopes of gaining popularity. Their mindset revolved around the belief that by imitating the most popular student, they would also achieve attention and acclaim. Despite the challenges Izuku faced at Aldera, one significant aspect improved his year. He had 2 people who believed in his dream and consistently reminded him of that. Ryfort and Izuku met at the library almost every day for about 3 hours throughout his final year at the school. Their meetings combined elements of their previous formats. In the first hour, they reviewed graded homework assignments, tests, or quizzes together, with Ryfort providing sincere and constructive feedback on the exercises or problems that Izuku genuinely struggled with. Since Izuku had become fluent in English, the pair no longer dedicated an entire hour to practicing various language concepts. Instead, every other day, they conducted their academic reviews in English to help Izuku maintain his speaking and listening skills. During the second hour of their meetings, Ryfort and Izuku engaged in light physical conditioning and practiced self-defense techniques. However, much of this time was often spent tending to the injuries Izuku sustained at school. Despite his attempts to conceal his wounds, Izuku could not hide them from Ryfort, who always seemed to know exactly where he was hurt. She had the necessary first aid supplies ready before each session. When Izuku inquired about her uncanny ability to detect his injuries, Ryfort explained that she had experience in hiding her own injuries and recognized the typical behaviors of children trying to mask their pain. The remaining hour of their meetings resembled their time together during Izuku's second year at Aldera, filled with relaxation and Pokemon games. By the end of summer, having progressed through 3/4 of the academic year, they had completed 7 main series Pokemon games together. After reaching significant milestones in each game, they would engage in battles, culminating in a final showdown after defeating the champion for the first time. In their battles, Ryfort consistently emerged victorious. In Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, Izuku's final team included Charizard, Raichu, Snorlax, Vaporeon, Nidoking, and Hitmonchan, while Ryfort's team comprised Venusaur, Pidgeot, Mr. Mime, Jolteon, Lapras, and Machamp. Ryfort won the champion battle, making her the overall winner with 12 victories to Izuku's 1 loss. In Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Izuku's team consisted of Meganium, Ampharos, Pinsir, Dodrio, Cloyster, and Espeon, while Ryfort's team featured Feraligatr, Gengar, Scizor, Donphan, Honchkrow, and Miltank. Again, Ryfort won the champion battle, leading to an overall record of 16 wins and 4 losses. The trend continued in Pokemon Black and White, where Izuku's team included Emboar, Braviary, Seismitoad, Excelgar, Haxorus, and Crocodile against Ryfort's Samurott, Lilligant, Sigilyph, Escavalier, Chandelure, and Mincheo. Ryfort claimed victory once more, with an overall record of 11 wins and 2 losses. In Pokemon Black and White 2, Izuku's team featured Samurott, Arcanine, Swoobat, Jolteon, Heracross, and Flygon, while Ryfort's team included Superior, Magmortar, Starmie, Zoroark, Crobat, and Mamoswine. Ryfort triumphed again, maintaining an overall record of 8 wins and 2 losses. The pattern persisted in Pokémon X and Y, where Izuku's team of Greninja, Flareon, Heliolisk, Mega Medicam, Sylveon, and Noivern faced Ryfort's Chestnut, Talonflame, Aegislash, Whiscash, Mega Gardevoir, and Vanillux. Ryfort won, with an overall record of 7 wins and 4 losses. In Pokémon Sun and Moon, Izuku's team included Incineroar, Midnight Lycanroc, Golisopod, Leafeon, Lantern, and Dragonite, while Ryfort's team consisted of Primarina, Serena, Magnezone, Midday Lycanroc, Magmortar, and Frostless. Ryfort emerged victorious once again, with a record of 7 wins and 4 losses. Finally, in Pokémon Sword and Shield, Izuku's team featured Cinderace, Corviknight, Surfetch'd, Dracovish, Gigantamax Toxtricity, and Umbreon, while Ryfort's team included Inteleon, Centiskorch, Bisharp, Gigantamax Hatterene, Dracozolt, and Runerigus. Ryfort won the champion battle, resulting in an overall record of 6 wins and 5 losses. With all these losses to Ryfort during their champion battles, Izuku began to wonder if she had gone easy on him during his one victory against her in Pokémon Emerald or if he had simply gotten lucky with the timing of critical hits. Nevertheless, he recognized that his win-to-loss record was improving, which he viewed as a sign of growth in his strategic abilities and effective use of move combinations. He held hope that perhaps in Pokémon Legends, Arceus, he would finally achieve overall victory. Unbeknownst to Izuku, all the experience he gained from playing Pokémon would prove beneficial later on. Meanwhile, Pony remained a significant influence on his belief that his dream of becoming a hero could become a reality, even though he would not see her physically during his final year at Aldera. Just as Pony had declared during her departure at Mizutofu Airport, her first letter to Izuku arrived right before the start of his final year. Despite occasional errors in her Japanese, Izuku felt emotional as he read her encouraging words. He quickly wrote back to her after dinner, eager to send his letter the next day. Due to international postal services, it took about a week for their letters to reach each other, but this did not hinder their communication. Twice a month, they eagerly anticipated receiving letters from one another, which became a highlight of their days. They sometimes coordinated their letters to ensure they arrived by specific dates, particularly during holidays like Halloween, Christmas, New Year's Day, and Valentine's Day, which made them both nervous. Pony's letters were filled with uplifting messages that helped Izuku maintain his spirit in the face of challenges at school. She often shared humorous anecdotes from her life, her training for the UA entrance exam, and amusing moments at her school. To reassure Izuku of her commitment to learning Japanese, she described her studies and progress in mastering the language. Each letter she sent was written in Japanese. Izuku's responses typically began with expressions of gratitude for her previous letter. Initially, he hesitated to discuss his school life, wanting to keep the tone positive. However, after reading a particularly heartfelt letter from Pony encouraging him to share his experiences, he began to open up about his struggles at Aldera. Many of his letters bore the marks of his emotions, reflecting the bond they shared through their correspondence. Izuku often wrote about cheerful topics in his letters, sharing humorous moments from his encounters with Ryfort and detailing the progress he was making in his training for the UA entrance exam. In addition to his training, he was committed to a project he had started with Pony, cleaning up the litter from Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Since Pony had left, Izuku dedicated at least 2 hours each morning to clearing waste and loading it into abandoned mobile dumpsters. He had asked Ryfort to take pictures of the beach while he worked, so he could send them to Pony, a request Ryfort was eager to fulfill. Ryfort offered to assist Izuku with the beach cleanup before her shifts at the library, but Izuku, being stubborn, declined her help. Nevertheless, she still arrived at the beach around the same time as him. Instead of helping with the cleanup, she focused on ensuring Izuku stayed hydrated and safe while also engaging in her own cardiovascular exercises and yoga. On the beach, Izuku maintained this morning routine for over 6 months until one day, everything changed. Ryfort was driving to Takoba Municipal Beach Park in a state of panic. Earlier that morning, she had been doing core strengthening exercises on the beach, keeping an eye on Izuku as he lifted heavy objects and moved them into a dumpster. He was close to finishing the cleanup, and Ryfort was confident that he would have the beach cleared of litter within 4 days. However, when she realized that he was late for their usual meeting at the library, concern set in. Knowing that it was a school holiday and that he wouldn't be held up by school, she feared the worst, that he might have collapsed from heat exhaustion or injury while working alone on the beach. With those troubling thoughts in mind, Ryfort quickly closed the library, grabbed a first aid kit and some electrolyte-rich drinks, and rushed to the park. Fortunately, the drive was short, and she parked her car without turning it off. As she hurried toward the beach, she stopped in her tracks at the sight before her. The once litter-strewn Takoba Municipal Beach Park was now immaculate, with not a single piece of trash in sight. In that moment, Ryfort understood why Izuku was late. He had likely spent the entire day fulfilling his promise to Pony and finishing the beach cleanup. Yet, a new worry arose in her mind. Was Izuku all right? Just as she began to search for him, she heard a loud scream. Turning toward the sound, she spotted a shirtless Izuku Midoriya standing atop a large pile of trash in one of the filled dumpsters, yelling with pure joy. Ryfort couldn't help but smile as she listened to Izuku's exuberant shout. It was a cry of triumph, not pain or distress. He had accomplished his goal, and Ryfort felt immense pride for her green-haired student. However, her smile faded as she noticed that Izuku appeared dizzy, likely from exhaustion or dehydration, and was on the verge of falling off the dumpster. Without hesitation, she dropped the first aid kit and drinks and rushed to catch him. As she reached him just in time, Izuku looked up, momentarily confused, before his eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing Ryfort. She greeted him with a light-hearted acknowledgement of his achievement, and Izuku responded with a shy smile that quickly turned to embarrassment when he realized she was holding him in a way that made him uncomfortable. Ryfort, realizing the situation, gently set him down on the steps leading back to the parking lot. However, Izuku didn't stay seated for long. He stood up and walked to the center of the beach, taking in the fruits of his LBR with a satisfied gaze. Ryfort, concerned for his well-being after such an exhausting day, urged him to drink one of the energy drinks she had brought along to prevent dehydration. Izuku accepted the drink and quickly consumed it, feeling the refreshing relief wash over him. With his energy replenished, he finally acknowledged how late it had become, realizing just how much time had passed during his dedicated cleanup effort. Izuku glanced at his All Might-themed watch, realizing he had been out for over an hour, well past the time for his daily meeting with Ryfort at the library. It quickly dawned on him why she was currently at the beach. Regret washed over him as he acknowledged his tardiness and expressed his apologies to Mrs. Martinez, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. Ryfort reassured him that it was all right and that she was just glad he was safe. As Izuku straightened up, she couldn't help but notice the effects of his physical training. The sun and sweat highlighted his toned upper body, showcasing well-defined muscles that she had never seen so clearly before. For a few moments, she found herself captivated, her heart racing and a blush creeping onto her cheeks. When Izuku noticed her silence, he called out to her, concerned that she seemed lost in thought. Ryfort snapped back to reality, realizing she had been staring at him. Embarrassment flooded her face, turning it a deep crimson. Izuku, unaware of the effect he had on her, suggested that she might be thirsty after being in the heat for a while. Ryfort acknowledged her thirst and quickly opened an energy drink, trying to shake off the strange feelings that had washed over her moments earlier. Just as she began to collect her thoughts, Izuku asked if she could take a picture of him in front of the beach to send to his friend Pony. Ryfort agreed but suggested he put his shirt back on first, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the thought of him sending a shirtless photo. Izuku suddenly realized he had been shirtless during their conversation and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hurried to his bag to put on his t-shirt, apologizing for not realizing sooner. Ryfort reassured him that there was no need to apologize as she prepared to take the picture, moving to a spot that would capture the beach beautifully. Once Izuku was dressed, he returned to his position on the shore, ready for the photo. Ryfort instructed him to say, "Gotta catch them all," and he smiled as the camera clicked, capturing the moment. Weeks later, Izuku chuckled to himself as he recalled that day at the beach with Ryfort. He had included a photo of himself and the news of his successful cleanup of Takoba Municipal Beach Park in his latest letter to Pony. He was eager to see her reaction, along with updates about his application to UA and inquiries about her own application to the prestigious Hero School. With a joyful smile, Izuku opened the envelope containing his 18th letter from Pony and began to read. She congratulated him on finishing the beach cleanup, expressing how impressed she was with his determination. She recounted a bet she had made with her father about whether he could clean the beach before UA started, and she proudly announced her victory, now a proud owner of a Nintendo Switch. Pony also mentioned her longing to spend a fun day at the beach with him upon her return to Japan, encouraging him to practice his volleyball and frisbee skills. She concluded her letter by sharing that she had submitted her own application to UA as well, leaving Izuku excited for their future adventures together. Many students at Izuku's school thought he was crazy for aspiring to attend a prestigious hero academy in another country, but he remained determined to pursue his dream, just as his friend Pony Tsunatori encouraged him to do. She often reminded him that the opinions of bullies should not deter them from their goals. Pony had expressed her excitement about taking the entrance exam together, eager to embark on their journeys to become heroes. She even sent her regards to Mrs. Martinez, which always brought a smile to Izuku's face. As he read Pony's letters, Izuku felt a sense of pride in her progress with the Japanese language. Her writing had improved significantly since they began corresponding months ago. Although she still made occasional grammar mistakes, they were far fewer than in her earlier letters. Izuku took the time to underline any errors so he could help her in his next response. He carefully folded her letter and placed it in his pen pal journal, a special collection of all the correspondence he received from her, except for one particular letter he kept in his academic notebook. This letter, along with a sticky note from Ryfort, served as a source of comfort during difficult days at school, reminding him that he had people who believed in him. While folding the letter, Izuku noticed a photo taped to the back. A short message accompanied it, teasing him about what was to come. His face flushed with warmth at the affectionate nickname Pony used for him. Curiosity got the better of him, and he turned the photo over. Upon seeing the image, Izuku's blush deepened, and he instinctively covered his nose, though a drop of blood still escaped. The photograph featured Pony in beachwear, showcasing her well-developed figure. Izuku was left wondering why she had included such a photo in her letter, unaware that Pony had no intention of sending it. Meanwhile, in Texas, Pony was immersed in her studies at the dining room table of her family's ranch. Books on Japanese vocabulary and grammar surrounded her, along with a nearly completed exercise book. Flashcards filled with common phrases were scattered across the table as she dedicated herself to learning the language. Each day after dinner, she spent at least 2 hours studying, determined to master a deck of 100 flashcards without making a mistake. The challenge was daunting, especially since there were no Japanese tutors available in her small town, and the nearest one was hours away. Even if she found a tutor, she doubted they could match the kindness and patience of Izuku. Next to her study materials lay a photo of Izuku, the same one she had recently sent him. Whenever she felt frustrated with her progress, she would look at his encouraging letters or gaze at his picture, which always reignited her motivation. Pony often found herself lost in thought while admiring the photo, captivated by Izuku's emerald eyes, fluffy green hair, and contagious smile. Even in a baggy shirt, she could see the results of his physical training, which inspired her to keep pushing through her studies. Despite her determination, Pony struggled to achieve more than 75 correct answers when reviewing her flashcards. Frustrated, she rested her head on the table, causing Izuku's photo to slip to the floor. She quickly picked it up, not wanting it to be damaged. Looking at the smiling Izuku, she reminded herself that if he could clear a massive pile of garbage in just a few hours, she could conquer her own pile of flashcards. Yet, instead of returning to her studies, she found herself once again captivated by his image, drawing strength from the connection they shared. For a brief moment, Pony's thoughts wandered as she considered what other muscles might be hidden beneath the white t-shirt of the boy she admired, causing a blush to rise on her cheeks. However, a sudden and familiar voice interrupted her daydreaming. It was her older sister, Belle Tutoring, known as the pro-heroine Cow Lady. Belle had taken some time off from her hero work after the crime rate in Houston, where her agency was located, had dropped significantly. Belle casually remarked on Pony's studying habits, teasing her about how well she was doing. Pony sighed, recognizing the playful tone in her sister's voice. She felt the need to defend herself, insisting that she was indeed studying, even if she had momentarily lost focus. Belle's teasing continued, suggesting that Pony was more interested in a picture of her crush than in her studies. Despite Pony's denial, Belle pointed out the many signs of her sister's affection for the green-haired boy, Izuku. Pony felt a mix of emotions, betrayed that her parents had shared her feelings with Belle and embarrassed that her sister had picked up on her crush. Unable to find a convincing argument to deny her feelings, Pony resorted to a desperate plea for silence, hoping to end the conversation. Her annoyed huff only elicited a playful laugh from Belle, who continued to engage her in conversation. Belle then inquired about whether Izuku had received Pony's latest letter. Pony explained that she had asked their mother to send it since she had to leave early for school. However, Belle revealed that their mother had been unable to mail it due to an emergency meeting, but she had taken care of it herself. Pony's initial shock turned to relief when Belle assured her that the letter had been sent. Curiosity piqued, Belle mentioned a surprise she had added to the letter, which made Pony anxious. When Belle revealed that she had included a photo of Pony, the younger sister's face filled with horror. The photo was from a family trip to Delray Beach, capturing a moment when Pony had been playfully pushed into the water by a younger cousin. Embarrassment washed over her as she confronted Belle, demanding to know why she had included such a photo in her letter to Izuku. Despite her frustration, the playful nature of their sisterly bond lingered in the air. Belle was trying to encourage her younger sister, Pony, to take the next step in her relationship with Izuku when they returned to take the UA entrance exam in a few months. However, Pony felt uncomfortable with the idea that her sister's actions might make Izuku think she wanted to date him when he likely only saw her as a friend. A single tear rolled down her cheek at the thought of losing their friendship. Belle pointed out that Pony clearly had feelings for Izuku, and the signs were evident. She reminded Pony of the time Izuku blushed when she kissed him on the cheek, a story their mother had shared. Belle also mentioned how Izuku had cleaned up an entire beach for their upcoming trip, and sent Pony pictures of his progress, which indicated he was doing it for her enjoyment. Additionally, he had baked and shipped her a homemade cake for her birthday and another for Valentine's Day. Belle noted that Pony was blushing intensely as she listed these gestures. Pony hesitated but acknowledged that if Izuku did have romantic feelings for her, she wondered how sending him a picture of herself in beachwear would help. Belle, drawing from her own experiences with boys during her hero school days, explained that many boys struggled to express their emotions and were often driven by their hormones. She believed that by sending Izuku a photo, Pony could ignite or strengthen his attraction towards her. Belle emphasized that Izuku already liked Pony for her personality, and the photo would help him realize the depth of his feelings, especially knowing that a girl like her would be popular among other boys. Pony took a moment to consider her sister's words. She envisioned a romantic confession from Izuku, perhaps during a sunset at the beach or a picnic in a secluded garden. However, she was also aware of Izuku's struggles with social interactions and his shyness, which might prevent him from admitting his feelings. Belle suggested that if Izuku was too shy to confess, Pony should take the initiative and confess her feelings to him. The thought made Pony blush deeply, and she was taken aback by the suggestion. Belle insisted that if Pony wanted to avoid losing Izuku to another girl, she needed to act decisively. Pony was hesitant, worrying about the possibility of rejection. But Belle reassured her that if Izuku was too shy to make the first move, it was up to Pony to show him that he was lucky to have her interested in being his girlfriend. Belle advised her to confess early in the school year, suggesting it would be better for them to be officially together before Pony's first Heat CYCL began. Pony was confused by the mention of a Heat CYCL, prompting Belle to explain that many mutant quirk users experience hormonal changes at 16 that trigger strong desires for romantic connections. The realization left Pony blushing, overwhelmed by the implications of growing up and the changes that lay ahead. Earlier in the year, Pony had taken an introductory human biology class, which had made her aware of certain biological concepts. She learned that a horse's heat cycle typically begins between April and October. If a horse mates during this time, the cycle would cease until the following year. This information left her feeling somewhat panicked, especially when she considered the implications for herself. Pony was informed that early in the heat cycle, her instincts would guide her toward a potential mate, which, in her case, was Izuku. However, if she did not satisfy this instinct early on, the urge could become overwhelming, leading her to act impulsively. To avoid any awkward situations, it was suggested that she and Izuku should solidify their relationship sooner rather than later. As Pony contemplated these revelations, her thoughts turned to Izuku. He was in a field surrounded by cherry blossom trees, waiting for her. They had been dating for about 6 months, and she had invited him for a break from studying for their final exams. Izuku wore a black button-down shirt, blue jeans, and his signature red shoes. Suddenly, the sound of galloping caught his attention. Pony charged toward him and tackled him to the ground, her pink shirt adorned with floral patterns contrasting with her blue jeans. As she landed on top of him, Izuku found himself lying in a field of flowers, with Pony hovering over him. Her cheeks were flushed, her Prussian blue eyes appeared glassy, and she was breathing heavily. Izuku noticed her licking her lips, which added to the intensity of the moment. Before he could voice his concern, Pony expressed her feelings with urgency. She wanted him to claim her, revealing her deep desires and dreams of intimacy. She spoke of wanting to become one with him, sharing passionate moments that would resonate with the world. Her nervousness was palpable, but Izuku's response was reassuring, and he leaned in close to her. As the atmosphere grew charged, Pony instinctively began to unbutton Izuku's shirt, revealing his well-defined physique. The sight left her blushing even more, and she couldn't help but drool slightly. Izuku complimented her appearance, noting that a photo of her in beachwear did not do her justice. However, Pony was captivated by the sight of his growing excitement. Just as the moment escalated in her imagination, Pony was abruptly brought back to reality by her sister's voice calling her name. Belle had been trying to get her attention, and Pony's face was so flushed that it seemed like steam might escape from her head. Belle teased her about her apparent daydream, suggesting that she had been thinking about some NTMT moments with Izuku. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Pony struggled to respond, feeling a mix of fluster and shame for her thoughts. She quickly decided to escape the conversation, dashing up the stairs to her bedroom and shutting the door behind her, her cheeks still bright red. Belle chuckled at her sister's reaction, thinking about how quickly Pony was growing up. She returned to her own preparations for a date with her boyfriend, a rising star in the pro-hero rankings known as the Leakin Hero, Chikyu, or Seth, as she affectionately called him. About 30 minutes later, a knock on the door made Belle smile with anticipation. She rushed downstairs, wearing a floral summer dress that Pony had gifted her, eager to greet her date. Belle was greeted by the sight of Seth, who wore blue jeans, a black shirt, boots, and a white jacket. She admired him, feeling a rush of affection as she noted his handsome appearance. Seth smiled slightly, rolling his eyes at her playful demeanor. He expressed his happiness at seeing her and asked if she was ready for their date in Houston. However, Belle did not respond verbally. Instead, she pouted at him, which made Seth chuckle, knowing exactly why she was upset. Belle felt a mix of frustration and affection. She had expected more enthusiasm in his greeting, especially after calling him handsome. In a playful moment, Seth pulled her close, kissing her unexpectedly. Caught off guard, Belle quickly melted into the kiss, wrapping her arms around his neck. After a minute of shared warmth, Seth playfully deepened the kiss, surprising Belle once more and eliciting a soft sound of delight from her. When they finally broke apart, Seth looked at her with a playful smirk, while Belle remained dazed from the unexpected kiss. He complimented her beauty as he always did, causing her cheeks to flush with color. After a moment, Belle, regaining her composure, suggested they skip their dinner plans and go to her old room for some fun. Seth found the suggestion tempting but reminded her that he had made reservations at the restaurant weeks ago and didn't want to waste them. He also pointed out that her younger sister was at her apartment, making it less than ideal for their plans. Belle pouted again, feeling disappointed. Seth urged her to get into the car, noting that they had a reservation to make. However, Belle expressed her reluctance to take his car to Houston, hinting at an alternative mode of transportation. Seth quickly understood her implication and rubbed his forehead in exasperation, questioning why he always drove if she preferred this method. He reminded her that transforming into his wolf form would attract more attention, but Belle was unfazed. She pointed out that their relationship was already public knowledge and that she wanted to show others that he was hers. Realizing he wouldn't win this debate in time to make their reservation, Seth relented. A bluish light enveloped him as he transformed into a large wolf-like creature, towering beside Belle. Once transformed, he lowered himself to the ground, inviting her to climb on. Belle's face lit up with excitement as she settled onto his furry back. She playfully encouraged him to start moving, knowing he was not fond of her teasing. As he took off toward Houston, a playful smile remained on Belle's face, enjoying the thrill of their adventure together. Meanwhile, Izuku sat on the couch in his family's apartment, staring at a flirtatious note from Pony. He was puzzled by the photo she had sent him, depicting her in beachwear. It seemed out of character for her to send such a picture without context, and he felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks at the thought. He turned the photo upside down, not wanting to risk another embarrassing moment. As he contemplated the situation, he noticed something odd about the handwriting on the note. It didn't match Pony's usual style, suggesting someone had tried to imitate her penmanship. This led him to recall Pony mentioning her older sister during a picnic months ago. The possibility that her sister had sent him the photo crossed his mind, but he found it unlikely that her parents would send such a picture to a boy they had never met. Izuku pondered the implications of the note and photo, wondering why Pony's sister would send him such a message. His thoughts raced as he tried to make sense of the situation, caught between curiosity and confusion. Izuku's alarm, themed after his idol All Might, blared insistently, pulling him from his thoughts. He glanced at the watch and realized he had only about 20 minutes left before school started. Panic surged through him as he recognized he was running late. He quickly grabbed a letter and a photo, dashing to his room. The letter found its place in his notebook, where he kept all correspondence. From a certain blonde-haired girl. The photo, however, was hastily shoved into a random hero journal, as he didn't have time to ponder its significance. Just as he was about to leave his bedroom, he remembered something important. He rushed back to his desk and snatched up a small package wrapped in Pokeball-themed paper, complete with a neat green bow. Attached to the bow was a gift tag that read, "Happy birthday, Mrs. Martinez. From Izuku Midoriya." With the package securely in hand, he dashed downstairs and placed it gently in his backpack, ensuring it was zipped up tight to prevent any damage during his hurried journey to Aldra Junior High School. On his way, he sprinted past a bus stop where boys his age were glued to a breaking news report about a villain attack occurring just outside Mizudafu. Though he longed to learn more about the unfolding situation, he knew he had to keep moving. The headline blared ominously about a villain named Biohazard attacking an oil tanker off the Miyako Islands. Meanwhile, the usually serene Providence Reef, known for its stunning coral formations, had transformed into a chaotic scene of rescue operations. A tanker, laden with oil from the Middle East, had come to a sudden halt. The crew, initially believing they had hit a reef, was horrified to see black, gooey tendrils creeping up the hull of their ship. Panic ensued as crew members were thrown overboard, leading to a desperate struggle for survival. A rescue vessel patrolling the area spotted the attack. The ship was helmed by Selkie, a sea rescue hero, who quickly recognized the assailant as Biohazard, one of Japan's most wanted pirates. Biohazard's quirk, oil spill, allowed him to manipulate crude oil, making him a formidable opponent. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Selkie called for reinforcements from the Mizudafu Coast Guard. Within minutes, several Coast Guard vessels arrived, including one carrying two pro-heroes, Snatch, the Sand Hero, and Empty Lady, the Miniyama Hero. The plan was for Selkie and his crew to rescue the crew members thrown overboard while Empty Lady would remove the oily tendrils from the tanker and transport it to shore. Snatch would assist in getting the remaining crew members safely onto the Coast Guard boats. Initially, the operation went smoothly. Empty Lady effectively cleared the tendrils from the tanker, and Selkie's team made significant progress in rescuing the overboard crew. Just as Empty Lady was about to lift the tanker, she was struck by a massive fist made of oil, sending her crashing into the water. As she surfaced, she saw a colossal figure formed entirely of oil rising from the depths. The heroes quickly realized that their plan needed a major adjustment. Snatch decided to create a sand slide from the bow of the tanker to transport the remaining crew members to safety. Meanwhile, Lady engaged the oil creature to draw its attention away from the tanker. However, Snatch struggled to maintain the sand slide as the waterlogged sand and crashing waves hindered his efforts. He urged Empty Lady to move the battle away from the tanker. In response, Empty Lady hurled the oil monster into the largest coral group of Providence Reef, where the two began to brawl atop the pristine reef. Frustration bubbled over as Empty Lady expressed her discontent about the state of her hero costume, which was now stained with oil. Snatch, on the other hand, remained focused on the mission, noting that the operation had not gone as planned. As the battle raged on, the stakes grew higher, and the heroes were determined to save the crew and thwart Biohazard's malicious intentions, even as they faced unexpected challenges. Though the heroine was not concerned about the hazardous oil polluting the reef, she was more focused on the fact that the last attack had nearly ruined her hair. Empty Lady was determined that the oil villain would not ruin her hair as well as her hero costume. With a powerful punch fueled by every muscle in her left arm, she struck the oil giant, declaring her attack as she connected. Her fist went right through the head of the villain, who remained motionless after the impact. Instead, his body fell apart, large clumps of oil splattering into the surrounding reef. Lady smiled proudly, but her moment of victory was interrupted by Snatch's voice. He had finished loading all crew members from the tanker onto the Coast Guard ships and was now on Selkie's rescue vessel. Snatch congratulated her but reminded everyone that they still needed to locate the villain amidst the oil and apprehend him. He asked Selkie if he could use his echolocation to find the villain's unconscious body. Selkie agreed but mentioned that he needed to put on his hazmat suit to avoid being poisoned by the oil. Just as he was about to retrieve the suit, a giant hand made of oil suddenly tossed his boat into the air, capsizing it. Before Lady could react to the capsized boat, another giant hand of oil grabbed her by her blonde hair and pulled hard, causing her to grunt in pain and fall backward into the water, crushing numerous coral colonies beneath her weight. As Snatch, Selkie, and the members of Selkie's crew managed to escape the capsized vessel and climb onto the exposed hull, they were shocked to see the villain's oil giant form re-emerge from the water, a smug grin on his face. Snatch expressed his confusion, believing Empty Lady had incapacitated the villain. Selkie explained that Biohazard could shift his natural body within his oil giant form at any time, likely moving it just before Empty Lady's attack landed. Concerned for Lady, Snatch asked if she was okay. She did not respond verbally but stood up, quickly recovering from being pulled into the reef. Snatch sighed in relief, noting that she did not appear to have sustained any significant injuries, but he quickly noticed her breathing. She was taking short, loud breaths while glaring at the oil villain, her hair now stained black from the villain's attack. Lady's anger boiled over as she declared that he had ruined her hair. With a fierce determination, she performed a flying kick in her giant form, sending the oil villain crashing into the reef. The villain had no time to recover from the impact as Empty Lady picked him up and executed a pile driver, crashing his head into a seamount. The onslaught continued as she delivered punch after punch, giving the villain no chance to stand or fight back. Each punch sent oil blots flying off his body and into the ocean, generating massive waves that surged toward Mizudafu. Among these waves was an item that had once been lodged inside one of the coral mounds in Providence Reef until it was dislodged by the destruction caused by the confrontation. The object was square-shaped and blue, blending perfectly with the ocean water. The wave carrying this strange object was heading toward Tacoba Municipal Beach Park. Meanwhile, Izuku Midoriya was running as fast as he could, urging his legs to move faster to make it to school on time. He wanted to avoid punishment that would prevent him from seeing Ryfort, especially since it was her birthday. As he turned a corner, he expected another relatively empty road, only to find a large crowd blocking the entire route. Trying to stop himself to avoid crashing into someone, he was unsuccessful and collided with a middle-aged man wearing a simple white t-shirt and blue jeans. The man was bald, with 3 star-shaped projections of skin on his head. Izuku stumbled backward after colliding with the man, quickly adjusting his fall to land on his shoulder and right arm instead of his backpack. Despite his efforts, several items tumbled out, including a wrapped box intended as a birthday gift for Ryfort. The man, initially frustrated, paused when he noticed that Izuku was not focused on him. Instead, the green-haired boy was hurriedly gathering the fallen items and returning them to his bag. He picked up the wrapped box, shook it gently, and sighed in relief when he realized it had not broken. The man, concerned, asked if Izuku was okay. Startled, Izuku acknowledged the man's presence and apologized for the accident as he stood up. The man reassured him that there was no harm done and expressed curiosity about the box Izuku had just placed back in his backpack. He inquired if it was a gift for someone special. Izuku confirmed that it was a birthday gift for someone who meant a lot to him. The man, intrigued, asked if the special person was his girlfriend. Izuku, flustered, quickly denied it, insisting that he did not have a girlfriend. The man chuckled at Izuku's embarrassment and then asked if the gift was for one of his parents. Izuku clarified that it was for a teacher he greatly admired. The man expressed his appreciation for Izuku's thoughtfulness, sharing that he had a daughter who was an elementary school teacher in Tokyo and often complained about the lack of respect from her students. Curious about the gift, the man asked what Izuku had chosen for his teacher. Izuku proudly mentioned that he had selected a piece of glass art, which surprised the man, who had never heard of such a unique gift before. Izuku reflected on the effort he had put into finding the perfect present for Ryfort, recalling how much she had supported him over the past year. She had tutored him, helped with his physical training, and even made time to play video games and chat with him. He felt it was important to give her something memorable for her upcoming birthday, especially after the kindness she had shown him on his own birthday. However, Izuku faced a dilemma. He had no idea what to get Ryfort. His shopping experience had mostly revolved around buying essentials like clothes and first aid supplies, and he knew that typical gifts related to professional heroes would not suit her interests. After hours of searching online, he stumbled upon a photo of himself and Ryfort from his 14th birthday, which sparked an idea. He decided to get her a Pokemon-themed gift. The challenge was finding Pokemon merchandise in Yuzudafu, as most stores did not carry such items. After some searching, he discovered a glassmith shop near the library where Ryfort worked. Excited about the possibility of a custom gift, he stood outside the shop, hoping the owner would accommodate his request. As he waited, he noticed that no one was at the checkout counter. Checking his watch, he realized it was around 1 p.m., likely the end of the lunch break for the staff. Just then, the back door opened, revealing a tall man with wavy pink hair, dressed casually in blue jeans and a gray t-shirt. He was on the phone, and Izuku felt a surge of hope that he might finally be able to make his special request for Ryfort's birthday gift. The man was engaged in a phone conversation, seemingly oblivious to the customer in his shop. He expressed his concerns about his daughter, Toru, dating a boy she had only recently met. Although he acknowledged that his own relationship had begun similarly, he felt uneasy about any boy dating their daughter without his prior approval. He recalled a troubling incident from a month prior when another boy had asked Toru out only to use her to provoke jealousy in his ex-girlfriend. The man's wife, Ayaka, attempted to reason with him, pointing out that Toru's friend Mina had suggested the boy would be a good match for her. However, the man remained skeptical, fearing that this new boy might have ulterior motives and could potentially hurt their daughter. As the conversation escalated, the man finally noticed Izuku standing at the front door, waiting to ask a question. He ended the call with a promise to continue the discussion later and shifted his focus to Izuku, apologizing for the family drama he had just been caught in. Izuku shyly inquired if the man was Ran Hagakure, the owner and head glassmith of the shop. Ran confirmed his identity and asked what had brought Izuku to his store. Izuku explained that he was looking for a birthday gift for a very special teacher. When Ran asked about his budget, Izuku mentioned he had saved about 30,000 yen, which surprised Ran. He admired the boy's thoughtfulness in choosing to spend his savings on a gift for someone else rather than himself. Ran encouraged Izuku to explore the shop, noting that his budget would allow him to purchase any of the small or medium glass art pieces available. However, Izuku expressed his longing to submit a request for a custom-made piece, having seen an advertisement for custom designs in the shop. Ran inquired if Izuku had a design in mind and was relieved when the boy produced a printed photo from his pocket. As Izuku searched for the photo, Ran silently hoped it would not be another request for a glass model of a pro hero, a common request that had become tiresome for him. To his surprise, the image Izuku presented was not of a hero, and he could not immediately identify what it depicted. Ran politely asked for clarification about the image, and Izuku explained that it was an item from his teacher's favorite video game franchise. Ran was taken aback, as this was the first time someone had asked him to create glass art based on a video game object. He asked about the desired size, and Izuku specified it should be about 3 inches in diameter. Ran assured Izuku that he could complete the piece within 2 days and that the cost would still leave him with some money left over. He requested to keep the picture as a reference, to which Izuku readily agreed. Ran promised to put his utmost effort into creating a perfect piece for Izuku's teacher. 2 days later, Izuku returned to the shop to collect his order. Ran presented him with a stunning stained glass replica of a cherish ball, a special item from the Pokemon games often used to commemorate significant occasions. As Izuku admired the gift, a bystander in the shop interrupted, excitedly pointing out that Kamui Woods was about to use his ultimate move in a nearby event. Intrigued, Izuku glanced up, realizing the commotion outside was due to the crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. One of the most popular rising stars among pro heroes, Kamui Woods, found himself engaged in a fierce battle with a villain possessing an enlargement quirk on some elevated train tracks. He declared the villain's actions, including robbery, assault, and illegal quirk use during rush hour, to be the epitome of scum, and he was determined to take the criminal down. With a commanding presence reminiscent of an actor in a cheesy action movie, he unleashed his signature move, Lacquered Chain Prison. Stretching out one of his wooden arms, he broke it into a dozen smaller tendrils, wrapping them around the large villain in an attempt to immobilize him. However, to Kamui's shock, the villain effortlessly broke free from his restraints. The hero was taken aback, realizing that his ultimate move had been countered so easily. The villain taunted him, dismissing the wooden tendrils as mere twigs and preparing to launch a punch at Kamui. Just then, a large gray scale-coated tail struck the villain, sending him flying into a nearby vacant construction site, where the structure collapsed on top of him. Fortunately, the site was far from the crowd of spectators. To Kamui's surprise, Ryukyu, the dragon heroine, appeared in her dragon form. She acknowledged Kamui's predicament and offered her assistance. Despite his initial reluctance, Kamui insisted he could handle the situation alone. Before he could elaborate, a large piece of debris from the collapsed construction site was hurled toward them. Both heroes dodged the concrete and turned to see the villain had climbed back onto the elevated train tracks, visibly enraged. Ryukyu quickly devised a plan, instructing Kamui to use his wooden tendrils to distract the villain while she aimed for a knockout blow. Kamui was about to voice his objections when the villain charged at them. Ryukyu charged forward to meet the threat head-on, leaving Kamui with no choice but to rejoin the fray. Frustration brewed within him as he recalled how another hero had stolen his moment during a previous encounter. He grumbled to himself, resigned to the fact that he had to participate in the fight. Meanwhile, a young boy named Izuku, who had been watching the battle with excitement, suddenly realized he was running out of time before school started. He panicked at the thought of being late and quickly scanned his surroundings for an alternative route. Spotting an alleyway nearby, he dashed through the crowd, accidentally bumping into a girl at the edge of the throng. He apologized hurriedly as he continued on his way, unaware that the girl had not even noticed the encounter. She was too engrossed in the unfolding battle. The girl, around Izuku's age, had long blonde hair and gray eyes. Her outfit consisted of a black tank top, black leggings, a fur ruff around her neck, and a blue overcoat that was slightly askew from her earlier running. She had first aid tape wrapped around her palms. Unlike the other spectators who watched the heroes with awe, she observed the scene with a sense of disappointment. Later, Cynthia Tasuma, a soon-to-be 15-year-old, wandered through a popular music store in Mizudafu, savoring a bite of udon noodles she had picked up after school. As she explored the aisles, she searched for a specific item. After a brief search, she spotted exactly what she needed: brand new middle C and B piano keys. She added them to her black shopping basket and was about to head to the cash register when a familiar voice called out to her. The store owner, a slender woman in her late 30s with dark purple hair and glasses, recognized Cynthia immediately. She had been Cynthia's piano teacher for nearly 7 years, and their connection was evident as they exchanged light-hearted banter. It had been a while since Cynthia had last seen Mika, her former piano instructor. The dark purple-haired woman chuckled softly at the blonde-haired teen's continued use of the honorific title. Although it had been over a year since their last lesson, Mika reminded Cynthia that she could simply call her by her first name now that their formal teacher-student relationship had ended. Mika had decided to stop teaching Cynthia not because the girl had become difficult or because her family could no longer afford the lessons, but because she felt that Cynthia had surpassed her in skill. By the age of 10, Cynthia had already mastered advanced pieces typically played by professionals. By 13, she was composing her own music. Mika recognized that Cynthia had become more skilled than she was, and thus, there was no longer a need for lessons. Mika had a favor to ask of Cynthia, though she wished it were just a casual visit. She explained that a married couple was considering purchasing a grand piano similar to the one Cynthia had at home. The wife was eager to learn to play, but the husband was skeptical, worried that the piano would create unpleasant sounds and take up space. Mika hoped that if Cynthia could play a piece for them, it might help convince the husband of the beauty that could come from the piano with practice. Cynthia raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled by her former teacher's request. Mika admitted that while she had initially thought of playing for the couple herself, she believed it would be more effective for someone younger, like Cynthia, to demonstrate the piano's potential. Additionally, Mika had not performed in front of customers for some time and feared she might make a mistake. She offered Cynthia a tempting incentive: if she agreed to help, she could take her selected piano keys home for free. After some contemplation, Cynthia felt compelled to assist Mika, not just for the free items but because she valued their long-standing relationship. She agreed to play, prompting a bright smile from Mika. They made their way to the front of the store, where the pianos were displayed. As they walked, Cynthia considered which piece she would perform. She quickly decided on a piece from an old sheet music book that had belonged to a beloved family member. This book contained various piano pieces from video games spanning several decades. Cynthia had played this particular piece countless times, to the point where she could perform it without needing to look at the sheet music. Although she did not know the title, as the text had faded over time, the music brought her a sense of peace and relaxation. It reminded her of the original owner's signature piece, which he had often played for her when she sat beside him at the piano. The melody resonated with her inner self and ambitions, making it the perfect choice to help Mika with the sale. Meanwhile, just outside the music store, Izuku hurried down the city block. He was nearly 2 hours late for his usual meeting with Ryfort, who worked at the library. His mind was split between racing to the library and ensuring that the 2 packs on his shoulders remained secure, preventing their contents from spilling onto the ground or into the street, where they could be damaged. Izuku Midoriya was a 14-year-old boy with striking green eyes and white hair that faded to green at the ends. He stood at 5 feet 7 inches tall and had a blood type of O. Izuku was fluent in both English and Japanese, and he had a variety of skills that set him apart from his peers. He was an exceptional cook, particularly in Japanese cuisine, and had extensive experience in martial arts, holding the equivalent of a red belt in both karate and taekwondo. His high intelligence quotient and strong Pokemon battle instincts complemented his exceptional ability in quirk analysis. Despite his remarkable skills, Izuku did not possess a quirk of his own. Instead, he had a unique power known as multitype. This ability allowed him to perform various attacks or techniques associated with 18 different elemental types. To utilize a specific elemental attack, Izuku needed to find and absorb a corresponding plate. Upon activating a plate, he would transform into the elemental type linked to it, altering both his offensive and defensive capabilities. As Izuku embarked on his journey, he began to unlock techniques associated with his power. Among these was seismic toss, where he would grab his opponent, spin them around, and then release them, sending them flying through the air. Another powerful technique was judgment. When he activated this move, a symbol on his stomach would glow brightly, and an orange orb would materialize in his hand. He would then launch this orb into the sky, where it would explode, releasing a barrage of pink meteors that would rain down upon his opponent. The color and properties of these meteors would vary depending on the plate he was using at the time. However, this technique came at a cost, since Izuku had not yet become a complete incarnation of Arceus. Using judgment would completely drain his energy, leaving him unable to fight for a PRD afterward. As he continued to search for more plates, Izuku anticipated unlocking additional techniques, such as cosmic power, which would enhance his abilities even further. His journey was just beginning, and with each new discovery, he moved closer to realizing his potential. Toru Hagakure, Ibara Shiozaki, Setsuna Tokage, and Cynthia Tatsuma were all part of a unique journey that revolved around the discovery of special plates, each granting extraordinary abilities to the one who found them. Among them, Izuku Midoriya was particularly focused on the splash plate, which transformed him into a water-type hero. Upon acquiring the splash plate, Izuku gained the elemental type of water, along with specific resistances and weaknesses. He became immune to damage from any water-based attacks, whether they came from allies or enemies. Instead of suffering harm, he would absorb the water energy, allowing him to heal and recover. However, he could not use his own water-type moves on himself to activate this ability. In addition to his primary ability, Water Absorb, Izuku also developed the skill of aquatic respiration, enabling him to breathe underwater while in his water-type form. This transformation opened up a range of powerful moves for him to utilize in battle. Izuku could unleash a water gun, blasting a stream of water at his opponents, or launch a bubble beam, sending a spray of bubbles that could potentially slow down his adversaries. He could summon dark rain clouds with Rain Dance, enhancing his water-type moves while diminishing the effectiveness of fire-based attacks against him. With Water Pulse, he created a ball of energy that exploded into a wave of water upon impact, possibly confusing his foes. Riding on a massive wave, he could execute Surf, or summon a geyser-like column of water with Waterfall to launch his opponent skyward. The dive move allowed him to build momentum underwater before striking with a powerful punch. Izuku could also create whirlpools, either on land or underwater, trapping enemies in a swirling vortex. His brine move released a powerful stream of water that dealt increased damage to already weakened opponents. He could shoot boiling water with Scald, potentially inflicting burns, or unleash a spiral of murky water with Muddy Water to lower an opponent's accuracy. With Liquidation, he formed a sword of water to slash at his target, while Chilling Water weakened an opponent's physical attacks. The Water Pledge move trapped foes in a sphere of water, dealing significant damage when combined with Fire Pledge or Grass Pledge. He could escape battles quickly using Flip Turn, and with Hydro Pump and Hydro Cannon, he unleashed mighty jets of water, though these powerful moves required training to MSTR fully. Alongside Izuku was his loyal Pokemon, Eevee. This male Pokemon had a quirky nature and a love for food, making him an endearing companion. Eevee possessed a variety of moves, including Sand Attack, which decreased an opponent's accuracy, and Bite, which had a chance to make foes flinch. Quick Attack allowed him to dash at high speed, leaving a trail of energy, while Tail WHP lowered the defense of his adversaries. Together, Izuku and Eevee navigated their challenges, growing stronger with each encounter and discovering new plates that would enhance their abilities even further. Their journey was one of friendship, growth, and the pursuit of becoming the best heroes they could be. Ryfort Martinez, a 26-year-old with striking purple hair and gray eyes, stood at 5 feet 10 inches tall. She possessed a remarkable array of skills, including fluency in Spanish, English, and Japanese, exceptional culinary abilities, and mastery in martial arts, holding a 10th degree black belt in both karate and taekwondo. Additionally, she was a master of kenjutsu and skilled in parkour, boasting a high IQ and an exceptional understanding of Pokemon battles. Ryfort's quirk, known as Ruination, was an emitter-type ability that allowed her to release a dark aura. This aura was activated by intense negative emotions such as anger, hatred, sadness, fear, jealousy, and envy. In its basic form, the dark aura caused anyone exposed to it to experience a significant drop in energy, and prolonged exposure could render them unconscious. Furthermore, it temporarily weakened the quirks of transformation or emitter-type users, although it had no effect on mutant quirks. Ryfort herself was immune to the effects of her own aura. Through rigorous training, she learned to manipulate the properties of her dark aura to develop various techniques. One of her techniques was Dark Pulse, where she compressed the dark aura in her hands and released it as a beam of purple rings. While this attack lacked the energy-draining and quirk-weakening effects of her quirk's base form, it could cause opponents to flinch, leaving them vulnerable for a brief moment. Another technique, Throat Chop, involved surrounding her hand with the dark aura and striking her target in the throat, which could incapacitate them by preventing the use of ORL-based quirks and rendering them unable to speak for several minutes. Snarl was another technique where Ryfort channeled her aura through her vocal cords, releasing sound waves that disrupted her opponent's sense of balance, making it difficult for them to launch accurate long-distance attacks. During her college years, Ryfort uncovered a set of ancient treasures during an archaeological dig. These treasures included a pair of rusted saber swords, stone tablets, a small vessel, and necklace beads. Initially appearing as mere artifacts, Ryfort discovered that exposure to her quirk's aura transformed these items, granting her elemental abilities and enhancing her Ruination quirk. However, the true nature of these treasures remained a mystery. The Swords of Ruin, when activated by emotions such as anger, resentment, or hatred, transformed from rusted blades into formidable weapons with dark blue hilts and indestructible ice-coated blades. Ryfort could perform various techniques with these swords. Excalibur allowed her to freeze a target solid within seconds of being cut. Snow's Cape created heavy snowfall, while Hail summoned an intense hailstorm. Icy Wind launched a chilling beam that slowed down opponents, and Ruinous Slash released a dark aura that could disable defensive quirks for a limited time, also causing freezing effects similar to Excalibur. The Tablets of Ruin, Vessel of Ruin, and Beads of Ruin held classified techniques and activation emotions, their full potential yet to be revealed. Ryfort's journey was just beginning, and with each discovery, she would uncover more about herself and the treasures she had unearthed. Ryfort's Pokemon was a Hisuian Zorua, a female creature with the ability known as Illusion. This unique ability allowed her to take on the appearance of any creature, enabling her to communicate in the language of the organism she was mimicking. While projecting this illusion, she could move, pick up objects, and engage in battles. However, the illusion would disappear if she sustained any damage. Her nature was timid, and she was always alert to sounds around her. She had a particular fondness for sweet foods and a strong aversion to anything spicy. Her moveset included several interesting abilities. With Scratch, she would leave a white trail of energy as she scratched her opponent with one of her front paws. Using Leer, she could glare at her opponent, her eyes glowing light blue, which would intimidate them and lower their defense. Shadow Sneak allowed her to create a shadow of herself on the ground that would extend past her opponent, attacking them as a priority move. Additionally, with Torment, she could stomp her paws on the ground and yell at her opponent, preventing them from using the same move consecutively. As the story unfolded, the narrative shifted to Izuku Midoriya and his journey as the multi-type hero. His bond with his partner Pokemon, a male Eevee, was central to his character development. The community engaged in discussions about potential nicknames for both Izuku's Eevee and Ryfort's Hisuian Zorua, sharing their thoughts and preferences. The names suggested for Izuku's Eevee included Okumikai, Evo, Izanshi, Sky, Varian, Kimura, while Ryfort's Hisuian Zorua was considered for names like Mizuki, Hikaru, Komai, Katomi, Hineu, and Raven. In a twist of fate, it was revealed that Izuku's blood, when mixed with sludge from the sludge villain, had inadvertently created a new Pokémon, sparking curiosity among the community about its identity. Speculations arose regarding whether the Pokémon was a Cantonian Grimer, a shiny Cantonian Grimer, an Alolan Grimer, a shiny Alolan Grimer, Gulpin, or a shiny Gulpin. The narrative also hinted at an intriguing incident involving a scrap worker who was startled by an animal emerging from Amaya's old mail truck, which had blood on its mouth. The community was invited to guess the identity of this animal, with options ranging from an invasive vampire bat to a fox, a stray dog, a stray cat, a weasel or raccoon, or even a mouse or rat. As the story progressed, readers were also given the opportunity to influence the plot by choosing which character they would like to see added to Izuku's HRM, with options including Mina Ishido and Nijire Hado. The engagement of the community added depth to the unfolding tale, making it a collaborative effort between the author and the readers.